Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, and filling in for Oz is the slightly less attractive April.
Good morning.
Hello.
Morning.
We have a wonderful show planned. Sorry for the abrupt cuts. My fades are terrible today. I have some terrible fades. I'm like a black guy who hasn't gotten a haircut in a while.
Oof.
Sorry, was that not?
No, that's okay.
Terrible fades.
It's a very good comparison.
See, terrible fades. See, there's a haircut. It's the fade. And you see, I'm not fading the music properly.
You should clean it up.
We're off to a great start. All right. Awesome show today. Very excited to bring you lots of different things. Definitely excited for Shuli a little bit later this morning. We're going to come back. We're going to do the Tuesday interview thing again. We're going to talk to Shuli from the Howard Stern Show, the Uncle Rico Show. It's going to be fun. Oh, my God. Cheetos with a great point. It's November 1st.
Oh, no. You know what,
Our
dude?
new,
I'm so
our new
sorry.
Stonies templates. Oh.
I have them ready, too.
Uh-oh. We do have them. We didn't put them. We got so excited about Halloween that we forgot about our new Stonies templates.
I'm really sorry,
Son of a
Cheetos.
bitch. You know whose fault that is?
I have them ready. They're just not here.
Uh-oh. Gotta tell you, all these guys calling in sick.
I'm really sorry.
It's hurting the other job.
Now I feel like a bitch.
Oh, boy. I tell you what, I was feeling really good. I was excited about today's show. That just wrecked the whole thing.
I am on it as soon as these cameras are off.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to do that. So we got that. We got Shuli coming up today. And then after the actually, you know what? Between the end of this show and the Shuli appearance, I am calling the dentist. I have to get this fucking thing crowned. They ground it. They shaved. What they did last time it started hurting was they shaved it down. They basically got it prepped for a crown. Mm-hmm. Well, now I think that temporary filling is going away. And it's like
probably weeks ago.
Disintegrating. And it hurts.
I feel like that should have been done a while ago, probably.
Probably. Because I think there's considerable, significant, and
dire
amounts of pain, and I'm at considerable. I am in a considerable amount of pain, not a severe amount of pain, not a serious kind of pain, but considerable. It's enough. It's distracting the shit out of me. You'll see today, if I take a sip of water, I'm going to swish it back there.
Well,
because it's very soothing on the throbbing tooth.
We got a lot of show left, so let me know what you need.
A crown. I need a crown. I need this tooth to stop right now. It worked great for 2-3 weeks.
It's been longer than that.
When they ground, no, not the root canal. When they ground it down about 3 weeks ago, and it's been working great. And it was 3 weeks before that was the root canal, and that's 6 weeks. And I think after 4 weeks, you're supposed to get the temporary filling addressed. So, yeah, I need to go in. I need to get that taken care of because my mouth hurts. My mouthy hurts. I have a sore tooth in my head, and it's making me crabby. All right, well, anyway, it's the Steel Toe Dental Show today. I took some Advil.
Okay, good.
I did mouth. I mean, I have been babying the shit out of that tooth, and it's time to. I've been saying for a long time now. I've been telling the dentist it's okay with me if you rip it out, and they all say the same thing. It's a good tooth. It's a good tooth. I'm like, it doesn't feel like a good tooth. I've spent upwards of $2,000 on this tooth. It's a bad tooth.
Last time I talked to them, I told them to rip it out too.
I said,
for the sake of this home,
I was like,
the tooth
why
out.
don't we just rip this tooth out? And obviously, them knowing better, the people who have worked on it for over a year now without solving the problem. Except this endodontics place did a great job. It's not their fault that I waited this long to get the temporary filling addressed. But the other place, I always put off calling them because I'm like, I really hate these people and they've done a shitty job. But I tell myself when we finally do call, I tell myself it's just one more appointment. But it's never one more appointment.
So why don't you just have the endodontics?
She said they don't do that part. I got to go back to the other place to do that. So
This is causing me
Yes.
great
strife.
anxiety and strife watching you be miserable.
I don't disagree with Pud Pounder either. He says, maybe your teeth wouldn't hurt if you didn't eat 10 pounds of jelly beans, you fat fuck.
Interesting point.
That is totally fair because all this pain started coming back when I ate all those jelly beans.
Yes, but make sure you bitch at the dentist for it.
Look, the dentist is supposed to be there so I can do terrible things and then they fix it.
No, I get it.
I did terrible things and they kept making it worse. So I needed them to fix it so I could do the shitty things. They've made the shitty things remarkably uncomfortable thus far. All right, guys, like I said, awesome show. We're going to do some Yay stuff. We got to do that Blueface stuff. There's an article. Hey, there was an article in The Atlantic that said we can call a truce on the COVID stuff, like all the people who advocated double masking and lockdowns and all of that stuff. We can call a truce now.
Who are we trucing with specifically?
With us. They want to call a truce with us. Those of us who are upset about all of the COVID stuff that they advocated. They're now in The Atlantic writing an article saying, hey, why don't we call it a truce? Let's let bygones be bygones. It's like, wait a minute. So you got to stomp our faces in the dirt for 2 years, and now we finally start hitting you back because all the information's coming out, and now you want a truce? No.
Wouldn't this be the time you called one?
None of you are going to jail. None of you are being dragged out in the streets and had street justice performed on you. So therefore, we get at least 2 years to shit on you, yell at you. Every time a 19-year-old who was previously healthy as an ox drops dead in the middle of football practice because his heart was 3 times too big, we get to bring that up to you.
Even people, just kids singing in a choir concert. Let's just die after I'm done singing.
The only thing that makes me feel okay about still, YouTube and Twitter, and well, I guess not Twitter anymore, but like YouTube and Facebook and stuff, still busting people's balls and suspending and all that for misinformation when it comes to the vaccine. The only thing that makes me feel better about that now is that we now know what the playbook is. The playbook is they're going to ban us now, but in 6 months, there's going to be too much medical evidence out there, and they're going to have to allow it.
I did hear a new update for YouTube that's coming this morning. Did you hear about it? It's regarding this medical stuff.
I'm interested.
They're now going to have a feature where the YouTube channel will have to list if they are an actual medical professional or not. In regards to speaking about things.
They couldn't figure that out from just checking.
No, there's going to be an actual feature now where they say, no, this is a professional. Don't worry.
Who's tuning in to the Steel Toe Morning Show and going, this is where I get my medical advice?
All these people.
This is like, I thought that the no on that checkbox was just implied based on what we're doing here.
Got me.
Guys, this might shock the shit out of you, but if they make me pick yes or no on whether or not I'm a medical professional, and this, I'm sorry for any confusion this may have caused the last few years, I am not.
He likes to think he might be.
I'm not a medical professional. I don't even know how to keep my tooth in my own head. No clue. So if you guys have been tuning in all this time to get medical advice, I apologize. Not me. Aaron's Dusty Coke Nose says, good morning. First time listening in a month. Went to treatment in Florida. Wore all my Steel Toe merch. Didn't meet one fan. I was shocked. Oh, in treatment? You didn't meet any fans? God, we're doing a terrible job with outreach.
I think we should actually only send merch to treatment centers in Florida.
That's what we should be doing. They'd love us.
They would. We could get them through things.
But we'd need to let them know, not medical professionals.
That's true.
We are not.
We're just
medical professionals.
We could be mental health.
I don't think that's allowed either. I think you got to check. We're going to be checking boxes for everything. Before you log in and go live today, are you a certified sanitation manager? No. Well, then you better not talk about garbage today, fuckface. Yeah, maybe they'll do that. Anything that's big in the news, they'll just make you check that day.
Do you like Anthony Fauci or do you not? Do you like Trump or do you think he's the devil?
Do we not get the Fifth Amendment here anymore, YouTube? Loaded Wrench says, I'm here for Dr. Aaron. Yeah, I really apologize about that. I didn't know that was a point of confusion for everybody. Again, sorry. I get my medical, spiritual, and financial advice strictly from the Steel Toe Show. Kane B, by the way, has tuberculosis. Ooh. He's an atheist, and he's broke. So
I'm probably on his way to trans.
Yeah, we haven't done very well, and I apologize for that. Balls Deep says people who were lied to by doctors, probably. Anthony says, "Oh my God, I thought you were. That's why I've been watching." Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were supposed to divulge this. Now that I know, I feel better. That I feel like we can get off on a better foot.
Yes, don't you feel like you can just be open and upfront with people by checking the no box?
I feel a lot more honest with everyone.
Okay, that's good.
Atomic Citizen says, to be fair, since watching, my ED is gone. Thank you, Aaron. Well, I think that's coincidental, but thank you. Yag says, I tune in on Tuesday for Dr. Oz, and he's not here. No. Oz texted me yesterday. We were taking the kids out trick-or-treating. I got a text from Oz. He said, yeah, still not feeling well. So I won't be able to make it tomorrow.
That's a long time. I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, I hope it's nothing serious. I asked him, I go, is everything okay? And he said, yeah, so we'll see. Zen Rhino says, I don't like that people do experiments on dogs where you cut out their vocal cords so you can't hear them scream.
Oof.
That's not even an experiment. Isn't that something like dog owners have done so their dogs can't bark? They have their vocal cords removed?
Psychotic dog owners, but yes.
Yeah, it is something that's
that doesn't seem very experimental. That just seems very finite.
That's not very experimental.
Let's see if your dog doesn't bark for 2 weeks.
Hey, I have an experimental medical thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to cut my cock off in front of everybody. It's not really experimental. Your dog
shouldn't do this.
That's cutting your cock off in front of people. It's pretty permanent. I guess unless you get to the doctor right away and you've got an igloo cooler with ice in it, keep your dick
just in case a psycho girlfriend or something whacks it off.
Yeah.
Like in bed, she got really upset.
Yeah. Wax it off. Do you think if you cut someone's dick off and you put it on a bed of ice in a cooler, do you think it twitches and flops like a crappie?
Oh.
You think like a fish, it just goes...
You know what? Now I like to think it does.
Yeah, I like to think that your dick just kind of twitches and crappie flops in a cooler after it gets cut off. Hey, who wants to find out?
If you're like a grower, not a shower, and you're sitting on a bed of ice, that thing's going to be like this big.
It's going to be a tiny little guy.
It's not going to be a good flop.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really tiny flop.
You're right. It's going to be more like a rat tail.
It'll be more like a jumping bean.
Yeah. Either way, you understand the basis of the question.
Yeah.
And I think maybe it's worth knowing.
Oh, and then all the blood's oozing out of it. God, he's got nothing going for him.
Yeah.
No kind of erection if your blood's gone.
You can bleed to death if your dick gets cut off.
God,
that's a real thing. You can bleed to death. Yeah, that's for my John Wayne Bobbitt Ask Me Anything, though. That's for a different show. Sorry. Guys, thank you very much to the morning and evening shows yesterday. We start off this morning. 370 away from our goal. Thank you very much. Super Chats, membership, Streamlabs, PayPal. It's all an option if you'd like to contribute to this listener-supported program. 370 away from today's goal. And if we hit it, we do 30 minutes of overtime. If you want to become a VIP, there's a lot of new perks in there. Old Capital and Midland Armory are giving you $25 gift cards when you become a Steel Toe VIP, on top of you getting all 3 of our T-shirts, the hoodie, the 2 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, the free entry into a $100 drawing every month, and every new piece of merch that comes out goes right to your door when you claim it. That's the Steel Toe VIP package. $250 in 1 week, one time, gets you in. So there you go. 370 is officially today's goal. When somebody gets that started, we'll continue to update it and knock that out today and do an extra half hour of overtime. All right, you guys want the Bubba the Love Sponge Alex Stein clip?
I think we should dive in.
That's what we're here for, right?
Yes,
so,
sir.
Bubba's people, I will say this, Bubba's people first got really cunty. Alex Stein was on Bubba. Now, I'll be honest with you. I don't know why Alex Stein, maybe he's just too nice of a guy.
Lowered himself to that level.
The Bubba show does seem beneath him.
Way beneath.
Because I'm a little confused on how Bubba's thing works. I know he's on Twitch, but he has some radio stations, I think. I think he's got like some AM or an AM radio station. It's hard to keep track because like every time he comes back, he fucks up and then he gets like fired or let go again. The last thing I remember is the Nielsen thing. Everybody in radio knew about Bubba's Nielsen thing because he was cheating on his Nielsen ratings. He was telling people to, listeners would tell them that he has one of the people meters. And he would basically say, just leave it next to your radio with our station on all day. And he would instruct them how to do it. And that is remarkably illegal. And he was, I think, 18 months he was banned from getting rated.
Cheating, yeah.
From getting rated. So he couldn't be on a rated station, or the station couldn't rate his show. But then I think once that suspension was up, he did get like a couple AM stations. And I don't know where he's at now. I know we have some former Bubba listeners in our audience. Maybe they can help me out with that. But Alex Stein was on his show, and I'll be honest, Alex Stein can go on Tucker. You know, like Alex Stein is above Bubba the Love Sponge.
He's kind of a big deal.
But I don't know. Maybe the Alex thing is drying up. I don't know. I don't dislike Alex, and I've heard in this clip. Now, I have not heard this part yet because I only got about a minute into this minute 40 clip. Apparently, in this clip, Alex says he doesn't have a problem with us. And if that's the, I mean, I've always said I don't have a problem with Alex. The only thing I've said about Alex is a little bit goes a long way. And I don't think that's a shitting on.
No, but again, just kind of like you thought you never shit on Opie either. You kind of gave the guy a compliment,
before.
if anything.
I mean, after that,
previously.
After that,
before the floodgates open.
Yeah,
they are also sensitive.
I know everybody is so goddamn sensitive.
We got to keep reminding people, like, hey, we're all here to have fun. Like I've told DSP before. Look, we're all on the internet.
Yeah,
okay. It's all for goofs.
We're all on the internet. We're fucking around. We're having some fun. You put stuff out there. We're watching it and telling you what we think while also trying to have some fun with our audience. That's all we're doing. But he went on Bubba, and here's one thing he did I didn't like, and we'll play this in a second. He did shit on the Content House. First of all, they invited him to their Comedians of the Compound show. He said yes, and then he didn't show up. I don't know if they said he wasn't feeling well or whatever, but he canceled on them like last minute.
He said he was sick.
I saw him the very next day at Content House. First of all, he went there. He went to Content House. Then he came back on remotely to do Who Are These Podcasts. So to go to the thing and be on it and shit on it, I don't know, kind of a dickhead move.
A super dickhead move.
That's kind of a dickhead move. But, I saw him on those shows, and I did think to myself, you could have made it to that comedy show. You might have been sniffly, sneezy, but it's Florida. You guys don't give a shit about sickness and all that.
No,
you could have went.
Kind of says, like, the thing only lasted a weekend, right? So what, are you just sick going into it, and then you're suddenly magically not sick the next day and you showed up? I'm
not sure. Zen Rhino says, Alex hanging out with some pretty sus people on occasion, like Gavin McInnes and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene's a little wacko. I don't mind Gavin. I think Gavin's funny. But, we'll see. Alex is in a weird spot because he's kind of like a political Tom Green. Like, how long can you keep that gimmick up? We've always said about Alex, like, you're going to have to refresh this. Like, something new is going to have to keep happening because this kind of gets figured out after a while. Trapper with $3. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Death in Taxes says Alex Stein is just going wherever for whatever he can get. All right, that's fair. Zen Rhino says maybe Bubba is having Alex around to take care of his wife now that Hulk Hogan is out of the picture.
Ooh.
Oh, boy. Listening to Alex on the Content House doesn't seem like he shits on people. Yeah, they had him on Who Are These Podcasts, and he even had a hard time talking shit about Chad Zumock.
That seems very strange to me.
They played Chad Zumock stand-up clips, and he was having a hard time shit. He does. That's what I'm saying. I hope Alex doesn't shit on us too hard because he seems like a nice enough guy.
I think he seems nice enough, but also with the bits that he does, I actually would see him as somebody to shit on someone.
Okay, well, we'll see. So Zen Rhino says, what's Content House? I thought it was Jake Paul's house in California. Sounds like a Twitch streamer thing. No, it was Chrissy Mayer and Frank Pellegrino's thing. They had Anthony there and all the Compound people and then some other folks, Brittany Venti, Ashton Birdie, people like that. It looked like they all were having a great time, and we called in and we did a little thing for that, and it was fun. I have noticed the people that are shitting on it are people that either weren't invited, weren't there, or have some kind of weird fascination with Chrissy or Anthony or Gino. I have a hard time watching a thing where people seem to be having a great time and going, "Oh, I fucking hate this.
Oh, yeah.
This sucks." It's like, it's not really something to hate or think it sucks. It's just a bunch of people drinking and partying and keeping cameras on.
That's just it. Like, if you are somebody out there saying it sucks, you're just allergic to fun and you don't know how to change the channel.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to sit and watch it then.
Zen Rhino says, I figured that... no, guys, it wasn't Jake Paul's house. This was not a Jake Paul thing. Jake Paul was busy punching Anderson Silva in the face.
Glorious.
By the way, the conspiracy theories are already out on the Jake Paul thing. Oh, that right hand never landed. They only showed it 14 times in super slow motion. Anderson Silva was going backwards. Jake punched him in the head with the right hand, and it pushed him back. He knocked him down.
It's so frustrating. We can't have anything nice. Like, it's just, I thought it was so fun to watch that whole fight. Like, oh, this is great. And then he won, and which is even better for me anyway.
Yeah. Zen Rhino's a Jake Paul truther. He says, or not punching Anderson Silva in the face with that phantom punch. It didn't miss. I watched it. I watched them replay it 18 fucking times. He hit him while Silva was going back. It wasn't a rattle Anderson Silva's bones knockdown. It was one of those off-balance knockdowns where you're going one way, the punch is going that way, and it pushes you backwards. He put him on his ass. That's the way it goes sometimes.
I just wish we had the ability to enjoy things like this.
I know.
Instead of just, it didn't really, it was fixed, it was rigged, it was,
Let's just enjoy. Yeah, let's just watch and enjoy it.
If you're sticking up for Anderson Silva or whatever, he doesn't know you.
Right.
He's never going to hear about you sticking up for him.
Actually, I started engaging in the fake punch theory, and Anderson Silva did text me.
Oh.
Yeah. He said, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. I can't do an Anderson. It's a terrible Anderson Silva. David Allen Toe did catch me on this. He said 14 or 18 times. Which one is it? You know what? I'm going to go back and count because you're right. You don't deserve misinformation. Jesse Kling says Content House was a pretty boring watch, though. It's 48 hours of people streaming shit. There's going to be a
some lulls,
buttload of downtime, believe me. But that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to it was a pretty boring watch, that's fine for someone to say. But people are like, oh, I hated it, it fucking sucks. It's like, it wasn't something to be hated or something to suck. It was literally just some people wanted to drink and have fun and put it up on YouTube.
My opinion then, like, because yes, there's going to be some lulls in that whole thing. Like, just tune in when your people are on.
Yeah.
When they're doing something.
Content houses may be inherently cringe, but Chrissy's was by far the most self-humiliating one. Yeah, see, and I don't see where the self-humiliating part comes in. It's not...
People just say that because, they're getting pissed drunk on camera.
I think that just shows that maybe you are taking YouTube too seriously.
Well, yes.
I think that's kind of the big part of it. It's something to either be like, oh, that's a cool concept, or ignore it completely. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's kind of what a content house is. All right, let's go to Bubba the Love Sponge, and I almost said Jake Paul, Alex Stein, and see what they say. Now, I will say, Alex is rumored to be kind of indifferent towards our show, which is fun, which is where he should be. Bubba, however, and his staff are fucking delusional. I will say, this segment is about to be us shitting all over Bubba and his people. Alex, from what I understand, from what I've been told by people, is pretty indifferent towards Steel Toe. Let's go ahead and hit play. Sorry for the video quality. We got this from JD Butcher, and I believe he ripped this right off of his computer. But let's check it out.
Oh my God, we haven't even talked about me getting my car towed or any of this stuff.
Wait to hear this shit.
Oh gosh, I went to this content house.
Oh, I know, I watched it.
Yeah, it was the craziest thing.
I watched the content.
Luke said it was the shit.
Is it here?
It was I don't like that right off the bat. I went to the content house. It was the cringiest thing. It's like, then don't go. Don't go to a thing and, help your friends promote it and then go, it was the cringiest thing. It's like,
this does seem kind of dishonest because people like Chrissy, when we had her on our show, like, she stood up for Alex Stein when we asked about him, said he was a pretty cool dude.
Yeah. And she said he's like a big kid all the time.
Super lovable and stuff. Right. And then you go to her thing and totally just shit on it behind her back. So it seems like you just went there for content to shit on it for.
Don't you do that sometimes? You have your friends do something, and you stick up for your friends. Mm-hmm. If people say, I feel like Alex has this issue, and Alex has always wanted to be famous. That's been a big thing of his. He's wanted to be famous. And I think he's kind of doing that high school kid thing where you have the attitude of whoever you're in the room with.
Oh, sure.
Like whatever Bubba wants to hear. Yeah, like whatever Bubba wants, you're like, oh my God, man, it was the cringiest thing. It was fucking terrible. Meanwhile, if he was talking to Chrissy, hey, Chrissy, congratulations on your content house. Chrissy, great job on the content house. Because he has no voice modulation control. But you go in front of Bubba and you don't have to kiss, but Alex, I'm saying this in defense of you. You don't have to kiss Bubba the Love Sponge's ass.
He's literally called Bubba the Love Sponge.
Alex, Bubba needs you. All right? You don't think that Bubba is having Alex Stein on because he thinks like tying himself to Alex might be the ticket to the glory days of the Bubba the Love Sponge show when he was on Sirius with Howard and all that. Like you don't need to kiss his ass. He needs to kiss yours. I think Alex knows that Bubba's not going to like the content house.
Yeah.
So you got to go, oh my God, it was cringy. I like being in front of people that I know have an opposite opinion and standing my ground. I like going, oh no, those guys are my friends. I'm
you
glad.
like a little opposition?
Yeah, when people are like, oh, wasn't that cringe? You were at that content house. Actually, you know what? I called into it. It was really nice. And, these people I've become friends with were having a good time and they were drinking a bunch. And yeah, you got to watch, if you were an Opie and Anthony fan, if you watch Content House, you got to watch Anthony Cumia do karaoke. How fucking wholesome is that?
It's pretty great.
It's pretty fun. Oh, it was the cringiest thing. It's like, you don't need to say that about your friends.
It'll be okay, guys.
But let's see.
It was hell, dude. It was bad.
And I was complaining. Some of the guys that are running, they have the camera angles all wrong, and it's just everybody's just.
Speaking of cameras,
Please be quiet. Let's be organic. Lummy will do live stream, and then we'll go into that bullshit. All right.
So they're shitting on it, like, oh, the camera angles were bad. Yeah, it was a bunch of drunks fucking running equipment.
Check out this fucking shit though, here. Speaking of camera angles being shitty, you've got like a really big get on with Alex Stein for Bubba the Love Sponge, and you can't even have a close up on Alex.
I don't know, and they might have later. This is off the air. This is their off the air banter that they're having. But I don't know, it just seems disingenuous to go to a thing. Like, at least I'll give Kevin Brennan this. At least Kevin Brennan would have said no if you asked him. He never would have been a part of it. So at least when he goes on his show and goes, these guys are fucking stupid. I fucking hate the content house. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Why would you even go? Chrissy's a fucking moron. Gino's an idiot. I get that. Like
I'm Kevin, and I hate everyone.
Kevin hates everything.
Yes,
Kevin takes no joy in anything. You could tell Kevin, a newborn baby was born, clutching
yours.
And clutching a 4-leaf clover when it came out. 4-leaf clovers are stupid. Why do we have to? What is a leprechaun gonna come into your room? Is that what's gonna happen now? All these kids are gonna be born with leprechaun clovers. It's stupid. It's fucking dumb. Like, at least Kevin consistently hates the shit out of everything.
I enjoy your Kevin.
Oh, it's not a great. It's what I call a character impression, not a voice impression.
Sure.
Alex fucking.
I watched about 5 minutes of it.
The content house?
Yeah. They had that one show on it.
Oh, the one show. Of course, yes.
So
Did you hear how quiet they are about Steel? First of all, this guy's doing the Chad Zumach thing.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to say.
And you know what? I want to apologize to Alex. I thought Alex was the one who brought up Steel Toe.
Nope.
Somebody told me that Alex brought up Steel Toe. Alex did not. In fact, I'm being kind of weird throughout this whole clip where I'm kind of defending Alex.
Alex might not have even known we came on.
I don't think so.
He wasn't there at that point. He wasn't even at karaoke that night.
But the Bubba people are, I don't know why they're so nervous to bring up. So you heard that guy, oh, the one show. You know the fucking name. You know the name, pal. Because they're about to do the Zumach thing where they go, oh, I don't know their name. And then they're going to make up a bunch of shit about us.
That Aaron guy.
And then he whispers Steel Toe. I do want to go back to that. That made me happy, the way he did that.
Oh, the one show.
that one show on it.
Oh, the one show. Of course, yes.
Steel Toe. Steel Toe.
Couldn't get it out fast enough.
Just really quiet and really quick. I like that shit.
Which to me is really confusing because back when we were all both on Twitch, I kind of thought that it would have been like a cool thing, like to have association with the two of us because we both had fans that enjoyed both shows.
Yeah, right.
Which
which actually more of their fans just kind of came over here and stayed here.
Eventually, yes.
Yeah.
But it's not like we ever like went out and sought like to steal all their people or anything.
We're going to get to that part. And I will say this, even after this clip, I don't really have a problem with Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge is not on my radar. Bubba the Love Sponge is not somebody I think about until something like this comes out.
I agree.
I never really watched his show. Here's how, now Bubba is going to play this as he made the Steel Toe Morning Show. This is going to be rich. You're going to get a kick out of this. But here's what happened with Bubba. Bubba talked about us one day. You know, we had gone through it for the Iowa thing, and we were the biggest story in radio for about a week. And Bubba talked about us on his show.
Yep.
Some of his listeners come over to our show. We were on Twitch at the time. And they said, Bubba's talking about you guys. And we're like, Bubba, I haven't heard what Bubba's doing since like Howard, since those days. And they're like, no, it's positive. It's nice. He's doing so. I reached out to Seth Cush, who at the time was doing a podcast with Bubba and was Bubba's producer. And I just said, hey, man, I really appreciate you guys doing that. I heard you were really cool about it. Really nice. Appreciate it. Got a nice little bump. Yeah. There's a difference between, and this is kind of a shock jockey 90s radio war mentality where you go, I made this guy. But there's a difference between you made a guy and you gave him a couple dozen extra viewers.
Yeah, be careful with that term.
We advertised on your program and it helped us out a little bit. I mean, that's a little different than made us. Here's my problem with what Bubba's about to say. He talked about us. His show used our show for content. That's not us going, oh, God, please, I want to go on the Bubba show.
My show is withering. Pull us out of the dumps.
My show is dying on the vine. I need to go on the Bubba show. That's not, I'm sorry, Bubba. And again, I'm not saying this with animosity towards Alex or Bubba. I just don't like it when people lie about us.
It's kind of ridiculous.
I'm not saying this with any kind of malice. You're kind of full of your own shit on that one. But here, let's hear him say.
Oh, I hate that Steel Toe guy.
I was like, I'm done.
Wait, was that Alex?
That was Alex.
Oh, Alex hates the Steel Toe guy. Okay.
Uh-oh.
See, now, that's unfortunate because I think somebody's just a little sensitive.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Like you said before, I think you're mostly complimentary to him.
Again, I'm not going to do a fake radio bit that these guys want to do. I'm not going to do that hacky fake radio war thing where I go, they said one thing. I've always hated these fucking guys. I don't dislike Alex Stein. I don't. The only thing I've ever said, and I stand by it, a little bit of Alex goes a long way. I mean, we could
fine.
We could drop it, I have my criticisms, but who gives a shit? He's doing fine. So, the only thing we've said negative about him is a little bit goes a long ways, and a couple of his bits have been a little repetitive. And I think a guy like Alex, who goes on everything, who does everything, who wants to be in front of as many cameras as possible, that's not a bad thing. I think he gets a little sensitive. I think when you live on the internet, like he makes his world on the internet at all times, just like we do. And I think the problem with that is you've got to learn how to not take everything so goddamn seriously. And I think with Alex, when he hears one piece of criticism, that's it. He said something bad about me. I mean, come on.
Weird. Like for you, when anyone comes on here to talk to you, they're all basically like, oh, aren't you supposed to be that loud asshole that I don't like? And doesn't faze you ever.
Yeah.
See, you're always a loud asshole.
That's my thing with guys like me. Loud asshole. He's abrasive. He's a dick. And then you have like a Chrissy or an E-Rock or a Husey or a Gino come on our show and they go, oh, actually, you're a really cool guy. It's a fun show.
I've never seen hatchets get buried quicker than you and Gino.
And then meanwhile, you have a guy like Alex Stein. This is one of my biggest pet peeves in life. When people are like Alex, everyone assumes they're really nice and easygoing and fun and this and that because they're smiling all the time. If they're always smiling, then they must be good. You got to watch out for the smilers. Because what the smilers are is usually very insecure and very sensitive. And that's kind of the vibe I get from Alex when he says, I don't like Steel Toe. Well, the only reason you would dislike Steel Toe is because we've said anything bad about you. We've never really went full in and trashed you because we don't dislike you. We criticized your stuff. But in a guy like that's mind, in the smiley guy's mind, everybody loves him, everybody likes him. One piece of criticism and it's Insecure City.
He hates you now.
And now I hate that. Did he say I don't like or I hate
No, he
that?
said hate.
I hate
that
steel-toe
steel toe guy.
Okay, let's go back a little bit here.
Agenda.
Oh, the one show. Of course, yes.
So,
I hate that steel toe guy.
I was like, I'm done.
I don't really dislike him that
Was
much.
he there?
Oh, somebody said, did Alex say I don't dislike
He
him?
did, and then he backpedaled. That's absolutely his voice.
I hate that steel toe guy.
I was like, I'm done.
I don't really dislike him that
Was
much.
he there?
He wasn't there.
No, he like.
Oh, but
Was he there?
Oh, did you see how Bubba said, "Is he there"?
Oh, he looked up to say that
Oh,
one. Yeah.
Mr. Clem, what did we ever do to you?
He is unhappy.
He would not happy with Steel Toe at the Content House.
No.
That you kind of get that from these guys who go Content House sucked. You get that kind of vibe. If it sucked and it's stupid, why would it bother you so much if somebody was there unless you were kind of like, oh, a Content House would be a cool gimmick?
They're upset that they weren't invited.
I mean,
That's exactly it.
why would you give a fuck? We weren't invited to be there in person.
No.
Frank said, hey, why
We
don't
weren't
you?
mad.
Yeah, Frank said, why don't you come on for a little bit? We'd met Chrissy like a week and a half before Content House even happened. Now, in fairness, we were so wonderful on Content House that Chrissy said, if I had met you guys a couple weeks earlier, you'd be here. It was a wonderful, lovely compliment to get. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with Alex Stein.
He's got one with you though, and
No,
he's starting to backpedal.
He
though.
lashed out and then he backpedaled.
Yeah.
I allow that.
He yes, we can acknowledge that, and he did realize that what he said was a bit aggressive.
Yeah.
maybe.
It may be feeling where he was. He just decided, I hate that guy.
I hate that steel toe guy.
Yeah. And then he said, what? I don't have a problem with him.
I don't really.
Yeah, that's fine. Alex, if you, let me tell you this. Ask anybody that you hang out with. Ask Carl, ask Chrissy, ask Gino, ask anybody. If you came on here, ask E-Rock, 5 minutes in, you'd go, oh, this is fun. I get it.
Most people would say that.
Yeah. Now, get ready for the shit the Bubba team is about to say about this. I heard this. I laughed my ass off. I'm like, this is wild shit. This is paranoia to a different degree.
Was he there?
He wasn't there.
No, he like
No.
zoomed in. Why does he bash your show? He bashes me all the time.
Yeah.
Now, Alex, that you know that I feel like I feel like Tommy Lee Jones and Ty Cobb. Oh, Willie, come on, you know that's horse shit. Alex, we don't bash you all the time. We said your Portnoy shit was great.
Yeah.
we
oh
said,
my God.
What we said was, this is the bashing we gave you. In our opinion, the city council shit is played out. They know who you are. They've been catching you every time. It's not as fun if they know it's a gimmick. When they're just sitting there looking at their watches going, all right, when's this over? It's not really a good troll anymore because now they're in on the gimmick. What we said was, we're loving the Man on the Street stuff.
Man on the Street's great.
I think is the stuff he did in the Texas Fair. We watched that on the show. It was awesome. I really feel bad for these guys who only see the negative things that get said about them because
Yep.
there's so much good stuff they miss.
I was gonna say, it's almost like they have blinders on. They never
Yeah.
see the good things.
And that's too bad because how many, as we kind of grow and we get into these new places, I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's like a lot of shit we're getting. It's not like once in a while, somebody like Red Bar people think we're fucking gay and we're terrible and we're awful and whatever. But like we look at that and go, that's fine. You're allowed to have that opinion. Because look at this. We got all these new fans that are coming in. You focus on the new fans that are coming in and the nice things they're saying. But man, comedians, podcasters, they all have this thing where fuck the 150 great things that are happening over here. I got to focus on this one bad thing.
Very sensitive, but we certainly have enough to back ourselves up here. We've been very complimentary.
Yeah,
to this
I
guy.
got to tell you, Alex, you're being a little sensitive because I would say on this show's coverage, and the audience would back us up here, more complimentary than critical.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely some criticism. I thought that was the point of you making shit, is you want us to watch it, and then we'll have our opinion on what you did.
So we've never gone out anywhere, like not a tweet saying, "Oh, I hate this Alex Stein
No.
guy. He's awful."
We just the one thing we did lean in on was when he was at that Republican event and he was chasing that young woman around and being obnoxious. We
yeah.
did say that was fucking obnoxious, and it was. But that doesn't mean that Alex
Isn't that
Stein
your
is a
gimmick,
piece of
though?
shit. Yeah.
If we're calling you obnoxious, but you're definitely going for obnoxious, is it really an insult?
All right. So Bubba's mad at me. And I'm sorry, Bubba. I got to do the Don Draper thing to you. I don't think about you at all.
I actually forgot about this guy. I was shocked when you brought this up to me yesterday.
I mean, here's what he thinks is shitting on him. His old listeners come here and shit on him. And we have always said, guys, enough with the Bubba shit. We don't care about the Bubba shit. If you hate Bubba, fine. If you love Bubba, fine. It's not really my place to get involved in a Bubba thing.
Usually just swat those comments like a fly. Like, no,
Yeah. It's not 1996. I'm not trying to do a radio war and then we slaughter a pig together in a parking lot. That's not. Bubba's had a great run. He's had an awesome career. You shouldn't begrudge him that a bit. You can like his show. You can not like his show. Again, the tragedy of these two kvetching about Steel Toe is that I don't dislike either one of them.
I know.
I mean,
it's really strange to be in that position sometimes because
because I could do the easy hacky thing where I'm like, it's war. Let's start bashing the fuck out of these guys. I don't know. It's not my gimmick anymore. My gimmick is more calling it as being honest, doing an honest show and say, look, these guys can be salty if they want to. I don't dislike either of these guys. If either of these two wanted to come on the show, I go, yeah, let's have a great fucking time. It should be fun. I guess now his staff. Now I'm worried that Bubba's just getting bad information and he's being salty about it because I don't think Bubba's like what 60. He ain't going on the internet and seeing what's going on.
I don't think so.
But listen to what his staff says.
We got him started.
Oh, really? But does anybody listen to Steel Toe?
No, he's the one that goes in our YouTube and spams all the time.
He's the one who goes in our YouTube and spams all the time. I don't know which one of his guys said that, but I'm really disappointed because I've never said a bad thing about any of his guys.
It's either that or there's a troll out there with the name.
There might be.
There might be, but that does not equate us. Like, that doesn't mean it's us.
If you're a Bubba listener, go in there right now and tell him you're full of shit. Aaron does not fuck with your show at all. So whoever you think is like us coming into your chat and fucking with you, guys, I'm sorry. I don't mean to embarrass you. You're paranoid. You're paranoid and you just kind of showed it on a level on Twitch to like 1,000 people. Not a good look. When I'm done with this show, I'm done with shows. I'm at home. I'm running around. I'm doing stuff. Look, I'm flattered that you think I'm that active. I don't have time to go into your guys' chat, see what you're doing, and spam you. I don't spam your chat. Maybe some of my listeners have done it in the past. If so, look, you think I can control these fucking animals? I tell them to do something, they're going to do the opposite.
Right, maybe they're holding on to something that happened a while ago.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And then the Bubba line, we got him started. Bubba, again, you know that's horseshit. You were talking about us. You were grabbing on. Our story was making headlines. You grabbed onto it to talk about it. When I went to your producer to thank you guys for talking about it, he asked me to be on your podcast as a guest. Bubba, you asked me. I didn't ask you. The only thing that actually pisses me off and puts me in radio war mode is the lying. The bullshit pisses me off. Alex, I have no problem with Alex. Innocent enough, the stuff he said. We said something. It made him sensitive. It bugs him. He's allowed to get that off his chest. I don't begrudge him that a bit. And also, his heart isn't really in shitting on us.
No, he backpedaled immediately within 2 seconds.
The lies from Bubba's team, first of all, whoever that was, I'm not going to guess who it was because then I got a fucking problem with somebody I never had a problem with. But whoever that guy was, you either know that's horseshit and are trying to be a shock jock, which, come on, grow some fucking balls. Or you don't know how to do the internet and you're looking at someone just saying Steel Toe and going, that must be the Steel Toe guy. The thing I'm insulted about is that you guys actually think that I watch your show.
I don't think about you at all.
I don't think about you at all until
At
somebody
all.
sends me a grainy piece of video and goes, hey, these guys were shitting on you out of nowhere.
Oh,
Fuck
that's
you
fun.
guys.
At least spell the name right.
Yeah. So then Bubba goes, we got him started. Bubba, you grabbed onto my story for content.
Dude, you were the hottest controversy at the time,
Yeah.
and he went for it.
Bubba, and then you realized you made a mistake because remember, he froze us out pretty much after that.
Oh, yeah. No contact.
We'd say hi to him, whatever, and it was nothing. I think he saw those people moving on, like the Lemmys and those people moving over to our show and went, it was a mistake to have that guy on. Let's not do that. Because remember, he brought us on and tried to mock the shit out of us.
Yes.
Calling us the wrong name, being disrespectful, but not in a way that bothered me. Kind of a hacky little shock jockey kind of way. I didn't mind it. I rolled with it. It was fun. But like, I could tell what he was doing, and I just kind of shrugged it off, ignored it, and did his show. So let's not act like Bubba did us this great kindness and was this altruistic guy. You grabbed onto our story while it was hot. We said thank you. You asked us to come on your show. That's a little different than we made that guy. Stop it, Bubba. You're working yourself into a shoot, big man. Also, as far as spamming your YouTube, we don't have to. Go look at the statistics. View-wise, we kick the shit out of you on YouTube. Continuing on.
Saying this guy, he's getting done. I
And
mean,
meanwhile, we've been nothing but be nice to the guy. Like we've never.
You called me man cow. I don't
Who is
see.
talking right
That
now?
was Bubba.
Okay.
I don't see that as being nice, Bubba. You called Johnny MS Willie and you called me man cow. I mean, I don't really see that as nice.
Yeah, man
but-
cow's not a nice compliment.
Yeah. By the way, Bubba, I had a fun time. I had a good time on your show. Even after you saying all this horse shit. I had a great time on your show. It was fun. And then we moved on. We did our show. Some of your listeners came over, became fans of ours. They shit on you a bit. I didn't really have a lot of patience for that kind of shit. But now, fuck it. They can say whatever they want about you.
Right, we put him on the air one time.
oh, I know. He's
When
invited
he
me
first
on
got
the show.
fired from regular radio.
He has no viewers, so that's how he gets viewers.
This is-
I love that one. I love that cope. He has no viewers, so he has to have... Guys, on YouTube, we got more viewers than you do. So let's take it
Yeah.
easy on the no viewers thing. Those in no viewer houses should not throw stones. So easy on
never-
the no viewers thing.
God.
It's kind of a hacky thing to do.
Never like pull out something to insult someone when there's actual numbers to back the thing up
Yeah.
on our end.
I mean, small show. If they would have said, "Oh, it's just a small show," I would have said, "He's right about that."
That's fine. Still growing.
100% small show. But no listeners, guys, come on. What is it? I mean, did I take a time machine back to 1997 where people get really sensitive over one piece of criticism and then say, "We had no listeners and we made them," and this and that? Like, what are we going to do next? Like a phony phone call? Is that what we're doing next?
because he invited me on his show, and I didn't even see the message. And then now he said he played one of my videos 6 months ago. He said, "Oh, I think this is the end of Alex Stein." And I had 10 viral videos since then.
If you would just be nice, I'd help the guy out.
These
my
guys
God.
are pissy. He did. I mean, think
I'd
about.
help the guy out.
I'd help the guy out. Bubba, it's okay. Look, Bubba,
That's
I don't
fine.
want you to worry your little head. I don't want you to stress over there. I certainly don't want Bubba to feel bad. It's okay. You don't have to help me out, Bubba. It's okay. I don't want. I know you're feeling bad right now. Oh, I'd help the guy out.
Don't stress yourself out, bud.
Bubba, don't stress yourself out. I mean, apparently you guys think I've been in your chat.
That's very strange to me. That's news.
I gotta say, Bubba,
Why would you do that?
I'm in your guys' life apparently a lot more than you're in mine. I haven't really thought about the Bubba the Love Sponge show. The only time I think of the Bubba the Love Sponge show is when Jake Hudson calls in and I go, I wish he'd fucking go back to
Just
calling in
leave.
the Bubba show.
You can have him back.
That's the only time I think about Bubba. But as far as being in your chat, I mean, I know you guys came from an era where you don't do like retractions and shit. Like being accurate is not something you do. But you probably should go on the air and you should go, yeah, we were kind of full of shit on the chat thing. He doesn't do that. I just needed a little content. And as far as Alex Stein goes, I kind of feel bad for him because now Alex is going, they watched a video of mine 6 months ago. It's like, you haven't let that shit go.
6 months ago, we've definitely done some very nice things about you
Yeah.
since then.
Alex, 6
That's
months
insane.
ago, you did and I'm sure he's probably talking about where he harassed that woman at that thing because
Or the
she's a
Vegas thing.
liberal with masks and shit after that was all done. And we were like, all right, this is tired. This is played out. Or it was, the Las Vegas City
The Las
Council
Vegas
thing,
thing.
where we did say, this is the end of the City Council thing. The City Council thing is
Well,
dead.
they've just got you made. That's not like a
Yeah.
hot comment to make. They've just got you figured out with that.
I mean, Alex, as far as the City Council thing, I stand by that. We're absolutely right. They know it's a gimmick now, so it's not really fun anymore. So it is the end of that. But I mean, in that 6 months, the amount of nice things we've said about this kid, that the Portnoy stuff was great.
Portnoy is great.
The Man on the Street stuff is awesome. It was literally a week ago we were sitting there going, oh, this Texas State Fair thing he did is fucking hilarious.
I thought we both thought the big booty hoe thing was very funny.
Big booty Latina thing was very funny. The Dan
big booty Latina.
The Dan
Sorry.
Crenshaw and Eric Swalwell thing. I mean,
Yes.
that's my problem with guys like Alex, and I wish they weren't like this because it's tough to watch.
It does make you sad
That-
somehow.
Yeah, you're just like, dude, you're hanging on to one bad thing from 6 months ago, and you're ignoring all these wonderful compliments you're getting that would make you a little bit happier. But I really am watching two men be miserable about a guy who's over here just
This
fucking around having a good time.
just like the dishonesty from the Bubba cast here is really
And again,
disappointing.
the weirdest thing, the two stars of this are the people I blame the least. Like, Bubba's an old man who's getting shitty information from his staff. So what's he supposed to believe? You know? And as far as Alex goes, okay, I've learned more about Alex. He's very sensitive, doesn't like criticism very much, and he's one of these comedic performers. And I used to be like this when I started doing comedy and radio and stuff, that definitely hears the negatives more than he hears the positives.
Yep.
And he'll grow out of that, I think, over time. But there's we'll play the last 5 seconds to see if they get cuntier. Oh no, then okay, now they're coming back. Notice they wouldn't bring up Steel Toe on the air. That was the behind the scenes Twitch.
You're like a
mic
dirty
stuff.
secret.
I'm a dirty little secret. I'm that filthy whore they fucked one time. And they can't say it. You can't be saying anything about it. That was I tell you that I watched that and I was like, oh guys, for God's sake.
It's just kind of disappointing. That's all.
Pell L says Bubba the AM radio star. Yeah, I do. I think he's got like a little AM network going on. He is back on the radio. Turtle says the fact Steel Toe and Gino squashed beef was interesting. I learned a lot about Gino doing that. Gino doesn't really take any of this shit seriously. I always
Much
thought
like
he did.
most of us don't.
Yeah, I always thought
Okay.
Gino took a lot of this shit seriously, but he's kind of got the same attitude we do.
Mm-hmm.
Show, move on. Show, move on. Show, move. I mean, that's it.
Oh, I do my show, then I get to go have some fun.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, I said it right to his face. I go, I think you're doing a wrestling gimmick where you goad a guy into punching you, and then when he punches you, you go, what? What did I do?
Okay, well, besides Steel Toe, like getting rid of burying the hatchet with him.
Yeah.
Pat Dixon also buried the hatchet
Yeah,
with him.
Pat Dixon
Same
and
weekend.
Gino.
Okay, so everyone's fine with each other.
Which is great because I love Pat.
Yes, he was cool.
And I would say, I said it right to Gino's face, and I would say it to him again and again. I like Gino, but I would tell him, Pat had every right to, smash you right in the
I
head.
think you and I both would say, hey, Pat should have punched you.
Yes.
It was worthy. But you also took it on your feet like a champ.
Yeah, right.
So you're both.
If I were Pat, I might have punched you in the fucking face too.
Yes.
Oh, Matt Melt said, I'm sorry. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, how is Kel Marie less sensitive than all these radio dorks? Yeah,
That's an interesting one, isn't
Kel
it?
Marie from Right On can take criticism better than those guys. That's
You know why?
pretty rough.
She's self-aware. She already said, did she call in the other day or did she, or not the
She
other
was
day,
on. She
but-
was in the chat.
Yeah, she basically said, hey, I can't shit on them too hard. They got me views. That's very
Yeah.
self-aware and cool.
That's nice of her.
So.
Citizen M says Alex was invited to something. It sucked. He admitted it sucked. What's the problem? Well, he said it was cringe, but he went on it. Like if you're going to go on something and then, I don't know. To me, if my friends are doing a thing, I don't publicly cut off the knees of that thing.
No, because they're your friends.
Right. If my friends are doing a thing and they're working hard and they want to get something going, I don't go do it. Like, again, it strikes me as that cool in front of the cool kids, nerdy in front of the nerdy kids in high school kind of a thing. Where you're like, oh yeah, I'll go do your content house. And then as soon as you're in front of a guy like Bubba, who wouldn't like it, you go, oh, it was so cringe. I'd never do that to my friends.
No.
I would never.
I couldn't.
I couldn't undercut them like that.
Nope.
Ryan Johannes says, when's the famous YouTuber Aaron throwing hands with Jake Paul? I am not ashamed to say, with my limited boxing experience, Jake Paul would beat the fuck out of me.
You'd lose your head.
I'd lose my head. Although, Jake did call out Nate Diaz after the fight and then said, why not Canelo? And April and I immediately started writing down reasons why not Canelo.
Maybe not Canelo.
Reason number one, he'll fucking kill you. That's number one. And I didn't get much further
That's
after
number
that.
one.
That's number one. So let's do a little bit of listener comments now on the Bubba Alex Stein thing, and then we'll move on to something else. Again, I don't feel any ill will towards Bubba. I think his staff tells him all this horse shit, and he believes it. Well, that's fine. But to set the record straight, Bubba used us for content, then asked us to come on his show, then tried to dump on us. We sidestepped it and gave him a great interview instead. I don't really know how that... And then we took some of his listeners. That doesn't really equate to you making us. I don't think Bubba's plan by having us on was like, oh, I have too many listeners. I need some of them to go to this show.
I would say that is a total cope. Like, oh, we made
Yeah.
him just equates to, oh, my listeners went to him.
Yeah, Bubba, I came into your house, outperformed, and then took took a good chunk of your audience with me. I mean, you may have grown in audience since then, so congratulations. Absolutely. We've been doing pretty well for ourselves too, going up, 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 and up. But, I mean, he trashes us all the time. We never talk about you.
I forget.
We're in your chat. I never watch your show. And as far as Alex goes, I even don't, like I said, I don't really feel any heat towards Alex either, because I think what it is he saw us say one bad thing about him and he got really sensitive about it. And it's unfortunate, but again, I'm not feeling any heat from Alex Stein.
No.
Sorry. And if I saw him in person, I go, hey, big fan of some of your stuff.
That's always us, though.
Yeah. Trapper with $20 says Bubba's garbage. Some people have that opinion. Balls Deep says Steel Toe definitely got the better of the fan exchange. Right. We had like Sean Raz and Lemmy and other people come over to our show. I don't think any Steel Toe people went to Bubba.
Too many to mention.
In fact, when the Steel Toe people started shitting on Bubba, when the Bubba people came over here, I went, guys, we got listeners who love both shows. Let's take it easy on the Bubba criticism.
Yes, I used to think that was a good thing to have, like, I don't even know what to call it, like a communal audience or something.
Yeah.
That just went between the two. I thought it was kind of fun.
D Gulag says Alex is also terrified of Jesse PS. I've watched some of Jesse's stuff on Alex, and like most stuff with Jesse, I cannot figure out what's a bit and what's real. That's a compliment. Like I can't tell if he's goofing around. I can't tell if he's for real. He does have a lot of interesting things to say about Alex. That's for sure. Citizen M says Aaron is dead right. Alex is an insecure bitch. Well, I mean, I didn't think I said he's an insecure. I was a little more sensitive about it than that, but
Insecure is okay, though.
insecure. Yes, he is an insecure guy. Look, a lot of performers.
It seems to be a lot of comedians are very sensitive. It's a theme.
Here's the problem. Everybody wants to be bigger, and then some people take the fake it till you make it route, whereas we've always taken the, hey, we're a small show. Any growth we get, holy shit, that's awesome.
Yeah, so when people go and say shit like this, it doesn't tend to hurt us a whole lot
Right.
either, because we are small.
Sean Raz says Bubba was over about 4 years ago. He just doesn't realize it yet. I mean, the guy's still doing a show, and like that's what I think. I'm not going to get dragged into a hacky 90s radio war bit. That's so passé. It's over with. Somebody says, I thought we were all good with Bubba. Haven't heard anything from him for months. That's what I would have assumed as well.
Agreed.
But I didn't realize how much in these guys' heads we are.
They never stopped thinking about you.
Holy shit. I'm an indelible personality.
Do you like knowing that Alex Stein is thinking about you too? God, you just must have the biggest head at this point.
I mean, look, there was a part of me when he talked about us and said, 6 months ago, he said, this is the end of Alex Stein. And yeah, but then you started doing more man on the street stuff. You adjusted. You know, it's funny, and I'm not taking credit for this at all, but he sits there and he bitches like 6 months ago, he said it was the end of Alex Stein. Yeah, I said, if you just keep doing this all the time, you're going to be done in a month. And then what did you do? You started doing more man on the street stuff. You started fight. You basically did exactly what we said you needed to do to keep it fresh, and then you kept going. So sorry, Alex, for all the terrible, dirty shit I said about you when I actually nailed your career trajectory perfectly.
Don't you go out there saying that you have made Alex Stein.
Oh, yeah, I made Alex Stein. I noticed my Bubba is very close to my
That's
Alex
not
Jones.
good.
No, it's a terrible Bubba impression. I should be fucking shot for it.
Alex Jones should be upset.
Balls Deep says Bubba probably still feels threatened. Remember when he started airing reruns during the Twitch evening shows? Dude was shook.
We did eventually agree that had to be what they were doing.
Yeah.
Because they never did it previously. Yeah. And then suddenly it was every time.
Citizen M says April's correct. Steel Toe has never said that Alex Stein guy, we hate him. I would have retweeted it if they had. See?
See, he's paying attention.
Phoenix says, so don't call the banners. Let me ask you this, Phoenix. If we went old school, would it really be worth it? The Bubba Show? First of all, just from a Sun Tzu Art of War perspective, if your enemy says you are somewhere, don't be there. If he says, oh, they're in our chat all the time and we're clearly not, then don't be in his fucking chat.
Also,
Let them think that.
it's some guy named Bubba the Love Sponge. I don't take a lot of heat from that.
Guys, here's Bubba's line, and good for him. He's maintaining. And here's what ours has been doing the last 6 months. So
Don't forget, though, he made that.
he did make that line. I mean, we're not even on the platform that he had us on anymore, but that's, I guess. Let's continue on here. I stand with Steel Toe. Principled Uncertainty says, I fuck with Bubba, but I have been doing that long before I encountered Aaron. Yeah, it's fine. It's not paranoid if there is a fake you spamming, says King Yeti. Yeah, and if that's the case, let me just clear it up right now. Guys, I haven't watched your show. Guys, I can't even get into Twitch.
That's true. He can't get on there.
You know, if you do a show on Twitch and I say I don't watch you, you know I'm not lying. I can't watch anything on Twitch.
I could probably guarantee them it is one of two people in that chat, like pretending to be the Steel Toe Show if that's happening, but it's not us.
King Yeti says, well, my Steel Toe alt account is working perfectly.
Yeah.
Stuttering John's fingernails, quite the set of tits on Bubba. Oh. Principled University says, Bubba hates Steel Toe. I knew they were good people. Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, this is what Bubba had to say about us on his show. We kept it as a drop. We thought it was funny.
I got to tell you, he's kind of an Ed Till young man cow mix.
This is not.
That was not a compliment, nor did I take it as such. They're asking why the audio is so bad. That was during the commercial break. That's why it's. That's why the audio was dog shit. Mm-hmm. Bumbaclo says Stein insecure. Yeah. Twitch says he has 1.2 thousand right now. Oh God, he was up around 2 when I left Twitch. What the fuck happened?
I can't be here or there. I've tried to watch their show once and I had to sift through 9 ads to get to them talking about sex.
Yeah.
So,
I'm actually more excited that Alex Stein knows who we are more than what
yeah.
I care what he thinks about us.
He definitely thinks about you.
That's always nice to hear. King Yeti says, Bubba's biggest video lately is titled, What is Brooke Hogan Up To? Yeah, I saw that yesterday. That's rough.
That's too bad.
That is what it is. Huh?
There's just nothing to be said about that show. That's why we don't think about it.
Yeah. Continuing on in the chat, you guys have had a lot to say about this, and I just want to get your perspectives in here.
You know why? Because a lot of these people in this chat came from there and didn't go back. You know?
King Yeti says, Bubba's big... yeah, there we go. Okay, that's where he left off. Who are these podcasts needs to turn around and revisit Bubba? He deserves some extra attention. Toastmaster says, that's the whole thing about the Bubba Show. All they do is roast each other constantly, and sometimes they gang up on somebody else that isn't. Okay. Alex banned this account because of a Fuentes comment. Oh, Alex Stein did? Yeah, maybe he is a little... He just might be a sensitive guy. That might be all.
That's so weird, though, because the gimmick he puts out there is not that. That is, to me, always a little odd.
He does come off as a guy where nothing bothers him, right?
Yes.
And then 6 months ago, you can't say out of one side of your mouth, nobody listens to him, and then say 6 months ago, and then quote chapter and verse the shit I said about you. Like, that's embarrassing.
In regards to Alex Stein, we've sat here and literally said he's got the biggest sack on him.
Yeah.
And then he's going to go say, oh, that guy is just bashing me all the time.
I just really love, you can't, these old radio tricks, these Zumakian tricks, I would call them now. These Zumakian tricks where you go, nobody listens to that guy. By the way, 6 months ago, I have the transcript here. He said, it's like, dude, then now all you're doing, if you aren't being a phony about the nobody's listening thing, all you're doing is let people know that a show with nobody watching it gets to you, which is fucking psychotic.
And he listens.
Yes, that's psychotic, Alex. Don't do that.
Just be friends.
Be a better guy. Joe Berger says, I switched my allegiance after 20 years after Aaron was on Bubba. That show was great at one time. Well, Bubba had a great career. And that might be, might be the reason we're getting all this out of him right now. Mm-hmm. Granny says, I listened to Bubba for quite some time. I can almost guarantee you somebody from his studio is in the chat room as we speak. Well, hey, they're more than welcome to contact us.
Gia, yeah, I wonder what they think about all this.
Yeah.
the facts that we're putting out there.
Max says, the only reason I'm here is because of Bubba. You're nothing without him. That's from April's parents' hobby farm.
I bet.
They accuse you of spamming their YouTube videos. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. If you look at your view counts consistently and my view counts consistently, I don't need to spam your YouTube videos.
Not only that, but if it was truly you and they're spamming their videos, it would come up as your account. They'd be able to click on it and go see that it's our channel. So clearly they're not trying very hard.
They're older.
They don't
Leave them
understand.
Principled uncertainty. I called you Principled University. I apologize. As Why Do I Podcast says, it's my mental retardation. I can't help it. All right, so we caught up on that. Thank you guys very much for indulging the Bubba talk, but I thought that was a lot of fun to listen to.
Very interesting, to say the least.
I mean, I didn't realize. The one thing that is baffling me about this a little bit is how sensitive Alex is. That kind of threw me a little.
Actually, that's a little baffling to me, but what's worse to me is just that Bubba like holds so much animosity towards this show. I would have never guessed that. I really would have thought that guy never thinks about us much as we don't think about him.
Right. That's kind of
would have been fine.
What I thought too. Thank you very much to Jim for the $15 over there on Streamlabs/PayPal. 335 away from today's goal. I think we're looking pretty good. Let's keep that going. Go on a little run here. And Super Chats, Streamlabs, PayPal, all of it counts. Remember, if we knock out that goal, we do an extra half hour of show. If you'd like to contribute, there's the links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. Glitched One says, the only reason I know any of these people is because of you. Yeah, I'm not sitting here saying I made Bubba.
That is so weird.
It'd be a ridiculous thing to say. I enjoyed it.
You enjoy it really anytime somebody brings up the show, right?
Especially Alex Stein.
Yes. I've kind of crossed over into that too, where I don't take it so seriously when somebody has an insult or something.
I mean, look,
I'm
a guy.
Like, make sure you spell the name right. It's fine.
A guy with a pretty decent following. I mean, not what he had like in the peak of COVID when he was fucking around, but a guy who's still got a pretty decent following.
He does.
Is watching your stuff and it's sticking with him from 6 months ago. Got to be doing something right. Let's talk about this woman. I purposely brought this one into the show after the Bubba stuff because I figure we'd need a cool down, if you will. She's engineered a whole new way to make money. I love this. I don't think women understand. And by the way, April, what is the new way to make money that she discovered? This woman. OnlyFans. I don't think women understand, like the women who leave jobs for OnlyFans. I don't think they realize, number one, how short money that is. And two, I get it if you're a supermarket clerk and you're like, oh, people like watching me finger myself on OnlyFans. I can make a shitload of money. I'll do that instead. Okay, cool. But some of these women are leaving like profitable careers that will only get bigger from here because like, oh, I can show my tits and make a bunch of money. Yeah,
That's
for maybe
easy.
5 or 10 years. Maybe if you're lucky.
At most, because most people don't return to the same woman over and over again. They find the next new one that excites them.
Well, yeah, there can always be more.
Yeah.
But you get to some of these women and they're going, oh, I'm going to leave. This woman we're about to talk about stopped being an engineer.
Ooh.
To go be on OnlyFans. Do you know how long you can be an engineer for?
For forever.
For forever.
And the money only gets better.
You can have the wackest tits on earth and you can be a great engineer that makes a shitload of money. Your pussy can be blown out 6 ways this Sunday and you can still be a great engineer. Certainly can't be OnlyFans. So this like short-sighted behavior of this woman who says, I quit my engineering degree because I'm too pretty. Now I make bank from my bedroom. I want to, how kind of like we're gathering data on like what we're doing with trans kids now to see how bad that's going to fuck them up in the future. We need to start gathering data on these OnlyFans chicks and documenting the shit they're saying and check in with them at about 37.
I do think that's a good idea. And hey, if you've made enough money to retire by then, I guess you've beat us.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As Opie would say, cheers.
But you're right, though, because your OnlyFans career is only going to last as long as you can still look good and people haven't found you boring yet.
One thing that Amaranth said that I actually respected was when she said, look, this body ain't going to last forever.
Exactly.
I'm going to age out of it, and I need to find something to do. A British woman says she dropped out of college because she was too pretty to pursue a conventional career. One thing I have to say that I'm impressed by your gender about, you guys, as insecure and crazy as you can be, you guys can pull confidence out of the deepest asshole I've ever seen. Like, you guys can pull confidence where none should exist.
Look, I'm going to sit here and tell you right now, somebody somewhere told her that. It could have been just somebody drunk at a bar told her, you're too pretty to be doing the thing you're doing right now.
Right.
Some one person that didn't matter at all told her that, and then she started thinking who the fuck she was and went for it.
One guy at a bar that wanted to fuck her told her poetry is good, and now she thinks she's Robert Frost. I wanted to say the one guy. Guys, I had a fucking terrible brain fart there. I was thinking of the guy. I was thinking of the famous poet, and I almost said David Allan Coe.
I see. I thought you would have said Edgar Allan
I was
Poe.
thinking Edgar Allan Poe, but I couldn't pull the name out of my face. I was coming up with David Allan Coe instead of Edgar Allan Poe.
And then you just went Robert Frost and bailed on the whole thing.
I bailed on the whole thing. I was about to go to Sylvia Plath if I had to.
Very fun watching you melt down.
Like I was a 13-year-old girl. I was going to go with Sylvia Plath. But everyone remembers that Edgar Allan Poe when he said, trying like the devil to find the Lord, working like it for my room and board.
It's my favorite poem.
Yeah. Everyone remembers when David Allan Coe said, quote the raven, nevermore.
Yeah. It's very dark.
Yeah. D. Gulag says, to be honest, both are talented. It's true. I guess both.
You couldn't lose with either one.
Yeah, both poets in a way.
Yeah.
Rupert with $9.99 says it's not a new way to make money. It's literally called the oldest profession, right? 3:30 away. Thank you very much to Rupert. So
thank you.
This woman quits her engineering job because, her own words, she's too pretty to pursue a conventional career. Lady, I'm sure that there have been plenty of hot bitches who have been fired from jobs for being unfucking bearable. So let's you pump the brakes on the too pretty thing, okay?
That's true. You can be the hottest thing in the world, but still be obnoxious.
Yeah, easy, you barroom 7. Let's not get out of hand here.
I hope we get to see her at some point to at least determine if she is indeed too pretty to be working.
No. I've leaned in far too hard now. This could set me up for shame.
Uh-oh.
Raquel Lorente, 23, studied engineering and product development at a college in Britain. Initially enrolling because she felt pressure to pursue a prestigious occupation that could provide her with financial stability. See, feminism, this is what you've done to these people. I need to go be an engineer so I can build my own career and do that. Great. So you've made them stressed out, doing shit they don't want to do, and then they become miserable old spinsters. Instead of, I could find true love and buy a home that's mine to keep and build and have all that. I mean,
have a bunch of babies.
I hate to be a sexist. I don't.
No more of that.
I hate to be a misogynist. I don't. But all the polling says you all were a lot happier back when you had a mission in life. And that mission was build the kingdom, build the castle. You know, keep the castle, build it up, this and that. Now it's like, you're just because guys were just these poor schlubs who lugged these menial labor jobs to support a family.
Yep.
Whereas a woman's job was keep up the castle, build the castle, keep it going. Yeah, that's an important gig. Women traded that in to go, hey, I want to be a worthless schlub like my husband. I want to go and be schlep rock for 8 hours a day like my husband does. It's like, are you out of your fucking mind? Women always think that the places men are, like all this crazy shit's going on, like there must be hookers and cocaine everywhere. It's like, guys,
they're missing out or something.
Yeah, it's like, guys, it's mostly just dirt. Like it's not that big of a deal. You always want to come into our shit, and we're always trying to tell you, you're not going to like it.
It is weird that a lot of women do, like, let's say like feminists, like you just said, like they totally glamorize or fantasize about how they should be there instead of like the men or something, or just be with them at least because the men can't do it alone. That is very weird.
Yes, just this strange idea that like women need to be miserable like men. I'm like, wait, you're fighting on the side of women? Yeah, we're feminists. You're not doing a good job. But
then same women will go out and say chivalry is dead.
Right.
You know, like they'll be that person.
I think it was Chappelle who made the joke. He goes, chivalry is dead, and women killed it.
Yes.
He's right.
Aaron really does believe this shit too. You told me this shit in the car like 2 days ago about we were passing by the Mac. How did you put it? You just,
not the vote. It's not the voting conversation, is it?
Oh, that might have been.
Oh, let's not
but
make.
it did. Regardless, it did lead into. I hate to say it, but women were a lot happier back in the day.
They were. They were a lot happier.
They had a very clear-cut like purpose in life.
Yeah. Now you're schlep rock like the rest of us. Congratulations. How's that feel?
I'm just a schlub.
April, did you feel empowered when you went to work at the machine shop every day?
No, I can't say I did.
The only time women worked in machine shops is because men were off to war.
And I certainly did look up to the engineers in said place and wish I could have been them instead of the shit I was doing.
But think about this.
You know what I mean?
Women had this job of keep up the castle, build the castle, raise the kids. Hard job, but also there's rewards there. You get to watch the fruits of your labor. They traded that for, let me go do this shitty thing my husband does all day. That'll make me happy. And we're like, guys, it's not going to. The only time, here's how you know that working for a living is dog shit and women should have never wanted it for themselves. The only time, up until the mid-20th century, the only time women went to work menial jobs is when men had to go do an even shittier thing, which was fight a war.
Oh,
So-
but now I feel bad. Let me try to do the shitty thing with you and I'll
But
help.
think about it. You sit there and you go, when's the only time in recorded human history where women had to go do shitty jobs? When men had to go do a shitty job where they might die.
Right, war.
Then you had to take their place. Like, it's never been a good, fun thing. But the brunette, okay, so anyway, this Raquel Lorente studied engineering and product development. Sorry, my misogyny. Yeah.
It's so funny. You have to take it for a walk. Every time it comes up, you're like, God damn it, this thing. I got to exercise it.
I got to let my misogyny beast come out. But the brunette soon became bored with academics and began experimenting with makeup looks instead of writing her essays. Wow. I'm really sad that the workplace is going to be losing someone with such laser focus.
Thank you.
It's really, really too bad that this woman who in the middle, okay, engineering, if I don't do this, people will die. It's like, how would this eyeshadow look? I'm really upset that this person is not going to be joining us in the workforce and helping progress our society forward.
Me too.
I never wanted to be there in the first place, Lorente told this. I'm telling you guys, feminism poisons people.
So I always wonder, though, how do they get there then? Like, if you never wanted to be there, why'd you get there?
You get told by other women. I was spending all my student loans on different cosmetic palettes and would lose myself in makeup. See, there's a person that doesn't need to be in the workforce. You should, if you're good looking and you're good at doing your makeup and all that, this is going to sound like a grandpa, find a nice man and as a compromise, give him a couple babies and then you can do that shit all fucking day. You love it. It makes you happy.
I knew a couple girls that were just this person. I did. My last friend group I had, there was 2 girls in there that both were the same identical human being that like had like decent jobs and then suddenly realized they were really into makeup and then didn't want to do the job anymore because they were just so good at makeup artistry. And they actually both quit their jobs
But
too. And
good.
the guys kept going to college and shit and got some degrees.
But I have to take
You know,
back every bad thing I
very
said about this
interesting.
woman. She's doing it right.
Sure.
I don't want
She's-
her becoming an engineer. Her heart's
Exactly.
not in it.
That's-
I want her doing her makeup, showing her tits, being on OnlyFans.
That's where I was trying to circle back to was, but do you want this person here doing their makeup now or do you want them engineering your stuff?
She's doing the right thing.
Okay.
I just find it funny that when women, they go down a career, I want to build a career. And then you go, well, what is your heart telling you? And they go, my heart's telling me to do makeup and stand in front of my computer. It's like, well, go do that then. Don't be whatever these, shoulder length hair D words want you to be.
The only person I feel bad for in these situations though is then like the men have to afford the super expensive like makeup budget.
That's
here.
women understanding their pussy's value though.
Okay.
Pussy
I
is
clearly haven't
valuable.
done that.
Women are valuable if they keep their value up, but instead they go work these shit jobs and they become miserable and they're like, oh, fucking man, I hate them. And then they become single moms, then they're irredeemable forever. And it's just like, all you had to do was value yourself a little bit. And then I look good, I like to do my makeup. Well, you know who likes to parade around hot chicks who like to do their makeup? CEOs.
That's true.
Middle
You
management
might
that
get
makes
passed around a little bit.
that
but
makes 6 figures a year. They like girls like that. So find one of those, marry them, and then you can do what you love doing all the time.
it's a good point.
Sounds sexist, but this woman agrees with me.
It's true. She'd probably be appalled if she could actually hear you. But the point.
But
the
I'm
thing
talking
is,
about
though, is
her.
that it's the same thing.
Right,
Like,
I'm talking about you.
You're both on the same page.
I want to be like Milton Friedman with these broads. I'm on your side. You're not. I was playing around with different looks, and all of a sudden I'd realize 5 hours had passed, and I had a deadline at midnight. When I submit an essay on time, it was last minute and looked messy, but I looked great. Oh, don't. We got a problem, boys. We got a septum piercing. I'm too pretty for engineering? I mean, I get it. You're too pretty for the, dive bar downtown, maybe?
No,
But not even.
most girls don't go this extra at
That's
all.
her. Oh, my God. See,
And I mean, you could have been both smart and the hottest engineer ever.
no, she couldn't. She's got a
You
septum
could've.
piercing.
And look, they'd make her take that out at work, but maybe at least for the
Oh,
meetings.
and she doesn't even have tits? I thought maybe like when we looked at her face, it's like, oh, you know what, though? She's probably got, beanbag tits. Nope.
Nothing. No hangers.
She looks like Selena Gomez pre-puberty.
Oh, God. Even her face doesn't look quite that good.
Oh, God.
She's not
Dude, you know how bad you're going to get your
Unattractive.
ass kicked on OnlyFans?
That's true.
There's a lot of people to sub to before they get to you.
I wonder what her numbers look like.
I don't know, 32, 34,
Somebody's-
32.
Zen says she's a 4 out of 10.
Yeah. I mean,
She's not at all my type, but I don't think she's unattractive.
Kraken says she's okay, but not that good. Yeah, I mean, certainly not drop out of school and make it on OnlyFans, unless you got a personality, quote unquote. I'm a fan of whores who can't admit that OnlyFans isn't entirely my doing. Paul Polito says a 5. She looks like she's so far up her own ass, she's making castings. Yeah.
Her face for a little bit looked like she was trying really hard to be a Kardashian, but none of them have even septum piercing, so it kind of threw the whole
That's
thing.
funny because Lemmy calls her Kalila Kardashian.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
She wasn't jerking off dogs, was she?
We
don't-
cannot confirm.
Cannot confirm. She fucking her brother? I don't
Also
think
can't
so.
confirm.
So not quite as bad as Kalila.
How gross were those fucking Kalila videos I sent you about the fucking her brother thing?
Oh yeah, I've seen those from
Oh, God.
from the guy. God damn it. God, I wish
Comedy enforcement?
I can't remember his name. I feel bad now. He's really good.
I just said it.
XLP?
Okay, that's one of them.
Okay.
The one I sent you, I think, was comedy enforcement.
Okay. That guy's good too. KF says, I'm an engineer, can confirm she'd be 10 out of 10 engineer looks wise, but there are
Exactly.
some non-uggos in my field.
Right. She could have been like the hottest female engineer,
Yeah.
but,
She was too
let's
busy
do some OnlyFans.
playing with her hair and doing her You know how happy that makes me? That woman goes, I tried to be an engineer, but I just kept doing my makeup and playing with my hair.
I just don't know what happened. 5 hours went by.
It's fucking awesome. Gordy did say in the chat that Buzzard Bob called into Bubba and said that we deserve an apology from him.
Thank you, Buzzy.
Buzzy, if you really did do, Gordy, if you're not full of shit.
It was
and Buzz-
probably Gordy. He called.
Yeah, and if Bubba, or if Buzzy really did that, that's very sweet of you, Buzzy. And we are owed an apology because that is bullshit. We're not in his chat. We don't watch his fucking show.
Yeah, that's completely untrue.
But we sure are in Bubba's mind.
That could have been just Gordy calling because remember he's called into Jesse Lee Peterson as Buzzy before.
Oh, that's true.
It could have been him.
That is funny.
So
then,
what
Gordy.
happened? What'd you say?
Yeah. Oh, you're just assuming that it
let
was
us
Gordy
know.
already.
Yeah.
I do find it funny that Bubba and Alex sat there and goes, "Oh, Content House is cringe." Meanwhile, Alex was at it, and then Bubba clearly kind of wanted to be a part of it
Because
in some
he
way.
clearly
because
watched it.
He's like, and then when one of Bubba's staff guys was clearly watching, so he's like, Steel Toe was there. Oh no, but he had to pretend he didn't know. He's like, that one guy, the whatever show, Steel Toe. Can we do the impression of how he said it? Steel Toe.
Still don't.
The one guy with the one show. Steel Toe.
You gotta look around though. Make sure nobody heard you.
Steel Toe. I want Bubba and Alex Stein to come up to me like the Saxon King and King Arthur and go, Aaron, everywhere I go on this goddamn platform, I hear your name, half whispered, as if you're some sort of a god.
I just kind of wish that instead of going to the thing and then shitting on your friends anyways, that Alex would have just stuck to his faking being sick and not gone.
Yeah, right? Just
Like
don't go.
that very clearly was like you had you were questioning whether you really wanted to go or not. So you're like, oh, I'm kind of sick today.
Yeah.
And then you just showed up out of nowhere anyways.
N-Word says, remember when Aaron was convinced this didn't happen? I was surprised. I would have thought there's no way. Well, here's what I was doing. I was giving those guys credit. I was like, there's no way we've gotten in Alex Stein's head whatsoever. I didn't realize how insecure the kid was. Then with Bubba, I thought, well, we don't ever talk about Bubba. We don't ever watch Bubba's show, so there's no way Bubba's talking about us. And there's no way Bubba's staff is sitting there watching 48 hours of Content House.
Clearly they did.
And watching my entire set there, which, thanks. Zen Rhino says, maybe Alex got monkeypox whenever he was in Tampa and mouth kissed Royce.
Oh,
Royce and Mersh do really like Alex. I don't dislike Alex.
I don't think.
God damn. 6 months ago, they said a thing about me that actually turned out to be complete. That's the funniest thing is what we said about him 6 months ago turned out to be exactly true. He did I'm not saying he did it because of us, but he did exactly what we said he should do, and he got a resurgence out of it.
It just played out that way. But God, I feel like you and I couldn't go out of our way to like truly dislike almost anybody, or at least even just sit here and say, oh God, I hate that person.
Hulkamasha Baby says, mark my words, Bubba. My face will be the last thing you see. I love that we're doing King Arthur quotes. Yes, Bubba has someone reviewing your show. Well, I'm flattered. Thank you, guys. Hi, guys.
Interesting.
Nice to see you.
Very cool.
I'm really happy about this. There got to be a way you know so much about us, I suppose.
Somebody's watching.
All right, guys. $330 away from our goal today. Let's see if we can knock some of that out and do some overtime today. We're almost to the halfway point, so let's get her under 300 before we get to halfway. If you feel like chipping in, there's the link in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, $330 away. If you feel like chipping in, it's a new month. Please do. Let's knock that down a little bit. We're only, an hour and a half in? Yeah. I think if we're around the 275, 250 mark by halfway, we're going to be cool. Paul Polito says 450 pounds. Oh, I missed something. Bubba also lost a boxing match to a 450-pound man they called Giant Beetlejuice in less than 52 seconds. Oh, he didn't last as long as I did in my first one? Oh, man. And I shouldn't even have been in there for my first one. Yes, Camo Girl. Oz is sick again, and April is filling in for him.
Yep. Hope he gets better soon.
All right, let's do this Atlantic article. I'm really excited about this one. The Atlantic article about COVID and how we should all be calling a truce now.
Oh, God.
That's really interesting. All these people who told us what to do for 2 years, now all the information is going away from what they told us, and now they want to call a truce. It's like...
because they've been in charge of everything and taking away everything from us.
It's like Hitler losing Stalingrad and then going, hey, guys, I think we can say that this war's out of hand. Why don't we just call it here? It's like, well, no, you've been winning this entire time. And you finally took one kick to the nuts and now you want us to stop? No. We're going to keep...
You enjoy these kicks.
Yeah.
Take them in.
Take them until you only have one ball left, Hitler. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our buddies at All Care Towing will pick you up any day of the week as quickly as humanly possible. There's nobody faster than All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Let's take a look at this Atlantic thing. Who wrote it? Emily Oster. Why does that name sound familiar? It's called, I'll show it to you here on the screen, Let's Declare a Pandemic Amnesty. You have got to be, I will say this, the audacity, the gall, the fucking balls on this broad to go, hey, all the shit we made you do and we said you guys were killing people for it and you didn't give a fuck about anyone and, said basically the worst things humanly possible about you just to try and get you to conform. Now that it turns out you guys were right about way more than we gave you credit for, what do you say we call it even? Sorry about you losing your job and your kids falling behind in school and the massive inflation from all the money we printed. Pals, right? Suck my dick. April saw
nerve.
bacon for $10.99 yesterday. There is no amnesty.
The nerve of these people.
So this is Emily Oster at The Atlantic. This is what she had to say about calling a COVID truce. In April 2020, with nothing else to do, my family took an enormous number of hikes. We all wore cloth masks that I had made myself. Oh, so I'm sure those were medically
Oh, kept everything out.
perfect. Yeah. We had a family hand signal. Of course, it's this kind of person asking for a truce, which the person in front would use if someone was approaching on the trail and we needed to put on our masks. Once, when another child got too close to my then 4-year-old son on a bridge, he yelled at her, social distancing. Dude, a
So-
4-year-old.
Let's just keep brainwashing our kids.
So you've got a 4-year-old going, social distancing. These precautions were totally misguided. In April 2020, no one got the coronavirus from passing someone else while hiking. Outdoor transmission was vanishingly rare. Our cloth masks made out of old bandanas wouldn't have done anything anyway. But the thing is, we didn't know.
Okay, but people fucking lost their jobs for not wearing these bandana masks to work.
But not only
Okay.
that, no, people did know. Fauci knew, and he kept flip-flopping back and forth. The media knew, and they kept flip-flopping. Remember, Fauci's first instinct was the right instinct. He said, don't use these masks, not even the N95s. We don't need them.
They don't
And then
work.
later he said, oh, no, I was lying about that because I wanted to save them for the nurses and the medical people.
Dude, even like you could just read the boxes that those masks came in. They said specifically that they didn't prevent.
Well,
The spread of
not
COVID.
only that, but like Fauci goes, I lied to you about the masks so that the doctors and nurses could get them. But this is the same Dr. Fauci who, when we question his integrity, he clutches his pearls and acts like a fainting widow.
God.
You know? Why would you think that I'm not telling the truth? Because you've literally told us you've lied to us before for convenience. So, also, you told us the vaccine had a 92% efficacy. I mean, if you're talking about the efficacy, you're probably a lot closer on its efficacy of giving people heart enlargement than you are the efficacy of them not getting the disease. I don't know, though. I haven't run the numbers. Yeah, so this woman wants to call a COVID truce.
So you're not on board with this?
No, I think we're good. I don't think I need to call a COVID truce with, what's her name? Emily Oster. I got to take a look at this. I got to go to the actual article and read some of this.
Like just the nerve of these people. I never understand that.
Let's declare a pandemic amnesty. Basically, she's saying, hey, will you guys forgive me for all the bullshit I put you through? Here's what I'll say. Number one, I've acknowledged you guys already won. You got your way. Society got to be your thing for 2 years. So here's what I'll say. Acknowledgement that I was defeated? Yes, all day long. Amnesty for you? Fuck you, you've made an enemy for life.
Right. They're only saying this after they've destroyed and torn apart everyone's lives for 2 years. And now, like, all the facts that we were all conspiracy theorists about are all coming out.
Pals?
No.
Pals?
No.
You want to be pals?
No, fuck you.
No, I fucking hate you. That's
You're-
all I
you're
want,
pretty
too.
much the worst.
That's all I want. And you're trying to take that away from me, too, like you did everything else. You're trying to take away from me my ability to go, fuck you, I hate your guts. That's all I want. But these people project so much because everything they want, they have to force everyone else to want, too.
Mm-hmm.
So they're scared now that we've got the data on our side. They're scared that we're going to take retribution. I'm sorry. In a way, we're kind of pussies. We don't take retribution. All we want is for you to leave us alone and let us just say, go fuck yourself. You've made an enemy for life. That's it.
Yeah, but then they say, oh, well, we didn't know.
I don't care.
Don't you feel bad? We didn't know. We're so sorry. They don't even say they're sorry, actually. They just
Yeah.
want a truce.
Yeah, they just want to you're right. They don't want to say
There's
sorry.
they don't want to say they're sorry. They just want to claim ignorance and truce.
Sorry doesn't give me the value of my dollar back.
No.
So
Or
no,
the
thank
quality
you.
of living.
Yeah. Do you remember how fucking good it was just before COVID? God
So
damn,
good.
we were on a roll.
I know.
These precautions were totally misguided. In April 2020, no one got the coronavirus. Okay, so we just did that part. I have been reflecting on this lack of knowledge thanks to a class I'm co-teaching at Brown University on COVID.
Oh, good.
So she's still living on the back of COVID. We've spent several lectures reliving the first year of the pandemic. discussing the many important choices we had to make under conditions of tremendous uncertainty. Some of these choices turned out better than others. To take an example close to my own work, there is an emerging, if not universal, consensus that schools in the U.S. were closed for too long. Again, this wouldn't be so bad if we weren't fucking screaming at you the entire time to open these schools up.
Yep. I'm telling you how much you're fucking up the kids.
Yeah. You don't get to come to us and go, hey, by the way, you were right about that school thing, and then go, pals. No, we knew that we were right about the schools. You think I was waiting for your fucking blessing on the schools thing? You were wrong.
Yeah, everyone's kids have speech problems now and social anxiety.
Yeah.
So fix that first and then maybe.
Think about, or like, hey, my grandma died in a nursing home because you guys decided to put fucking sick people in there and wouldn't let me go visit her. So you know what happened, April?
What happened?
Graham died alone.
And she did.
It's exactly what happened. You think and by the way, this is not shit that happened to me, and I don't want to call a truce with you. Imagine the people this shit happened to. You think they're going to call a truce with you? No. The only thing that's going to keep us warm in the winter is the fiery hatred we have for your guts.
You know what does disgust me besides this, though, is that some people...
Interracial marriage. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to... You told me you...
Stop outing me on this show.
You told me you didn't want to talk about that on the show. I forgot.
Right.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, it's people... Like, let's say one of my kids had died or my grandma died or somebody in my family died because of how we were dealing with COVID. And the person that's in my position now will still sit back and say, oh, well, it's just what we had to do, though, for the greater good of everybody. There's a lot of people out there that don't get mad and their own family members have died. Their own friends have died.
I have a quick piece of breaking news for you guys. Migos rapper Takeoff has been shot dead in Houston.
Whoa.
It's a piece of breaking news that I'll interrupt this story for. I'm not a big
like
Migos.
Any of us are a big Migos.
Yeah,
people,
but I mean, that's a
big deal.
Big name that got shot. Rappers are getting fucking shot again.
Left and right, yeah.
I thought they left that in the 90s.
I won't sit here and pretend Migos isn't a big deal today or for the last 10 years like they haven't been humongous.
Oh, they're fucking huge.
Yeah.
Man. They're really big.
Holy shit.
I don't give a shit about their music, but I don't want to see one of their guys get fucking shot to death.
That's awful.
Wow. Somebody in the chat, the reason I looked it up, somebody in the chat said Offset was dead. And
he's a little bigger than Migos because at least Offset has his own.
And I Googled Offset and it said Migos rapper Takeoff shot and killed in Houston.
That's incredible.
Well, I guess they're all going solo before they thought they wanted to.
Offset has his own stuff. That would have been kind of, if you're looking at deaths like in who's the bigger guy, Offset would have been the bigger guy. But.
Okay. Thank you to 383 Novocaine for renewing his membership. Kevin Law becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you, buddy. And Coltrane with $5. Thank you. 315 away from today's goal. Thanks for the little rally there, guys. Very awesome. Thanks for the generosity. We're 315 away from our goal, and if we hit that goal, we do 30 minutes of overtime. By the way, were you down here when Frank threw a little jab our way during the Content House thing?
I was down here the whole time you were.
When that guy was, you might have been up grabbing beers or something because
I never left.
When a guy threw in like $300 in a super chat.
Yeah.
Frank goes, thank you very much. By the way, we're $1,200 away from our goal, and we'll do an extra 30.
Here.
Oh, you were there?
I was sitting right next to you.
I laughed. I'm like, fuck you, Frank.
Yeah, this guy named Justin Wood threw in $200 for something, and then
Frank threw a little steel toe gold jab out there.
And then Justin threw in another $100 and just said April's as.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He threw it out there for
here.
April's as.
As.
Yeah, he's a badass, though. That's why he wrote it that way.
That guy was throwing money left and right.
Coltrane with $5 says, my wife's grandpa died in a hospital bed, struggling to breathe while the family had to watch while standing outside his window. Fucking disgusting cunts. Yeah, you think you're not getting any sympathy from me?
Yeah.
Talk
to these people.
On a COVID truce, a pandemic amnesty or whatever you're talking about? Go talk to a guy like Coltrane, who had to watch a loved one die, because he's going to hate your guts forever. I just hate you on principle. He hates you for cause. That's a big difference. Some of these choices turned out better than others. To take an example, close to my own work, there is an emerging, if not universal, consensus that schools in the U.S. were closed for too long. The health risks of in-school spread were relatively low, whereas cost to students' well-being and educational progress were high. The latest figures on learning loss are alarming. But in spring and summer 2020, we only had glimmers of information. I mean, then how were stupid people? Usually stupid people aren't the first ones to something.
Us stupid people would actually sit here and talk to each other and wonder how everybody else was so stupid and couldn't see the thing we were saying.
So you didn't have the information, but yet us dummies were sitting here watching it going, this is bad for these kids. They should be back in school. And you're going, well, we didn't know yet. Oh, so we should have all just sat here and waited until you pulled all this stuff out of your ass. So now we should just take your apology and give you amnesty. Go fuck yourself. I'm actually more mad at this woman because I would respect someone who came forward and said, we fucked up on the schools thing. We fucked up on masks. And you know what? I know you guys are going to hate us forever for that. And I get it. I just wanted to say I'm sorry.
They never
My
will.
bad. My problem with her is she's coming to us hat in hand like she's sorry, but really she's just using it to get something out of it herself, which is I don't get attacked anymore for it.
Yep.
Nope.
Most recent thing I've heard too on the news, I think 3 days ago, there's people, RSV, I don't know if you know what that is, but RSV is running rampant right now. And some are saying that it's because the kids were locked up for so long and not in school. So they're just getting sick with everything now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, I'm just looking at the stories people have as we keep going through this. I'm going to break for the chat every once in a while. BB says the people who... Okay, BB, let's take it easy on that stuff, man. I like having a channel. Fivehead says, yep, my grandpa spent a month in the hospital only to get to see him in hospice one day before he died. Yeah, you think you're getting amnesty from Fivehead? I don't think so. Principled Uncertainty says, my stepmom is a retired doctor, and she just pushes the nurse out of the way when my dad was ill. Good. I did not see my mother in Spain for 2 years because of that, says The Mood. Scoober says, April, I sent you a Facebook message a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
I'm not creeping. It's for VIP. Did you get it?
Yes, I did.
Good.
This is,
I don't want to uproot the show to talk about someone's VIP. Just wanted to get a yes, and then we're good. Don Lemonade says, watch my mother-in-law die over Zoom. People like my wife will never forgive these people. Good. Like I said, that hatred can keep you warm. Hulkamasha Baby says, holy shit, this just hit me. My uncle died of a blood clot about 6 months ago, and now I don't know if it was the blank or the surgery he had in his foot, but now I'm furious that it's an option. I mean, blood clots are one of the...
It's a huge problem.
That's one of the side effects, so it's not out of the question.
But then again, everyone will say, oh, if they've ever had just COVID, you can get blood clots from that.
So now this Emily Oster continues. Now we're going to get to the juicy part. Because remember, the title of this Atlantic article is, Can We Declare a Pandemic Amnesty? Another example, when the vaccines came out. Here we go. We lack definitive data on the relative efficacies of the Johnson & Johnson shot versus the mRNA options from Pfizer and Moderna. The mRNA vaccines have won out.
Ooh.
No, Johnson & Johnson just didn't pay up. That's all it was. Pfizer and Moderna got the sweeter deal from the government. Stop it. But at the time, many people in public health were either neutral or expressed a Johnson & Johnson preference. This misstep wasn't nefarious. It was the result of uncertainty. I mean, it wasn't nefarious for you, but obviously some people intended to mislead and made wildly irresponsible claims. Remember when the public health community had to spend a lot of time and resources urging Americans not to inject themselves with bleach? Yeah, they didn't have to do that, though.
No. Anyone stupid enough to do that is just not long for this world.
That's because people like you, Trump said some kind of dumb thing, and you amplified it and made it bigger, and then you went, well, why are people hearing this so much? Misinformation was and remains a huge problem, but most errors were made by people who were working in earnest for the good of society. Notice the example she gives of bad faith people are the right-wing people.
Yes. It's going to be that.
But everyone on her side that she's now begging for amnesty for, they just had our best interests at hand. Fuck this lady. Again, if this were a woman who just came hat in hand and said, hey, sorry, I really fucked that up, and I get that you hate me. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. You go, okay, that's mighty big of you. When I hate you people, I'll count you out.
And then, the audacity of these people to think, oh, why do you hate me? You don't have to hate me. We could just have a truce now.
Right. In a less civilized country, really terrible things would have happened to all of you. So I feel like we're being nice as it is. Given the amount of uncertainty, you poisoned our elderly, you poisoned our family members, you poisoned our children, And now you want to go, hey, bygones be bygones, right? No. We're showing a remarkable amount of restraint as it is. Don't push it.
Yes, just keeping our mouths shut on
Yeah.
the daily is restraint.
On every topic, someone was eventually proved right and someone was also proved wrong. In some instances, the right people were right for the wrong reason. See? Just fucking cannot admit that we had it right. In other instances, they had a prescient understanding of the available information. The people who got it right for whatever reason may want to gloat. No, we don't want to gloat. We want to shout it in your face while spit flies out of our mouths.
That's what happens when it's not like it was just some kind of like social fucking back and forth. People's lives were affected here.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't
That's
just want to gloat.
incredible.
No, I want to gloat when my football team beats yours.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It wasn't just some stupid menial thing.
When you kill people's grandmothers and force them to be in a nursing home by themselves, terrified with no loved ones, that's a little, we're past gloating. Those who got it wrong for whatever reason may feel defensive and retrench into a position that doesn't accord with all the facts. All of this gloating and defensiveness continues to gobble up a lot of social energy and drive the culture wars. Good. And I hope those of us who were victimized by you win it, especially on the internet. These discussions are heated, unpleasant, and ultimately unproductive. Boy, I tell you, all the discussions have to stop. All the talking about this has to stop as soon as she's on the losing end. Again, this is Hitler losing Stalingrad and going,
Yes.
war, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. In the face of so much uncertainty, getting something right had a hefty element of luck.
Really?
Oh, so you weren't wrong in just blindly following bullshit. You were just unlucky. Okay.
Very unlucky, huh?
And similarly, getting something wrong wasn't a moral failing. Treating pandemic choices as a scorecard on which some people racked up more points than others is preventing us from moving forward. It would be different if it was just your opinion versus ours. But it was your opinion enforced on us, shutting down our jobs, shutting down schools,
Killing people.
changing our entire election structure. I won't say how, I won't say what might have happened, but changed our whole election structure that happened to benefit people who thought like you. So no, this isn't just a thing where, well, we had a misunderstanding and we thought this way and you thought that way. That ain't what this was.
I mean, there was a point during that pandemic where I was thankful that my grandmothers had already passed. I wouldn't have wanted to see them go like that.
Yeah, like Scoober says, you sued bars and gyms for staying open. That's not a forgive and forget kind of a thing. Standalone Cakecorn says, this bitch keeps spouting off on uncertainty when everything she didn't know, our side did. Now she has the balls to teach a course as if she's an expert when she still remains a clueless idiot. No.
That always does bother me that these people are the ones teaching other young, impressionable minds because they're sitting out here like they're spinning their side of the story to them.
Yeah.
And they'll eat it up all day long.
Right. And they will. Coltrane with $5 says, I'll never forget seeing my wife's grandpa struggling to breathe with O2 levels in the 50s, literally suffocating and dying, and all we could do is watch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just a guy mad because you fucked everything up. These people like Coltrane and others, these are people who actually lost people. Like you can sit there and go, we should have a COVID amnesty because, we got it wrong. Yeah, but your wrong has a body count.
Yes, your wrong affected people's lives left and right.
Your wrong has a body count. It has a cost of IQ points. It has a cost of economic production. It has a cost of inflation. Like, you weren't just wrong. You hurt people.
You're still hurting people.
You killed people. So let's not sit here and you got people fired from their jobs because they wouldn't take a shot, which we're kind of seeing now. If you're under a certain age, the risk and reward are kind of starting to narrow a little bit, to say the least.
I was very thankful to see that New York had passed some kind of, they had a judgment or a ruling or something where people that had lost their jobs are now going to get back pay and get their jobs back. People that have been fired for not getting the jab.
The New York, I think it was the New York Supreme Court.
Yep.
The state Supreme Court in New York said,
I hope that's a trend.
Yeah, you guys have to give them their jobs back, and you have to give them back pay. I thought that was awesome. So yes, that's. I have a feeling that in our chat, especially, we are not going to see her COVID amnesty be accepted.
How quick did that happen, too? It's almost been no kind of time at all, and now some facts are coming out that they would never have been in favor of.
Right.
And suddenly it's just, well, let's take this thing that was the biggest thing in the whole wide world and let's just kind of wash our hands of it.
Guys,
suddenly.
It's over, right?
I think we've had enough
Come
fun.
on. SH says, if she wants me to give me back the back pay I lost this year, pay for the memorial services that weren't held for the people who died because they didn't want to gather people together, then I might be okay. Even then, I'd still hate her guts. All right, thank you very much. That Coltrane $5 super chat threw us to 310 away from today's goal. 310 away, so we are getting a little bit closer. We're pushing the halfway point here. If you want to go on a little rally, get that thing let's get it close to 250 by the halfway point, and then I think we're looking pretty solid for today. If you feel like chipping into our listener-supported show, there's the Streamlabs link in the chat, PayPal. If you fucking hate PayPal, Streamlabs works great. Super chats, memberships, all of it counts, whether it's here on YouTube or Streamlabs or PayPal. 310 away from today's goal. Let's all team up, knock that down, and when we do, we'll do 30 minutes of overtime at the end of the show. Well, Kanye got asked some more questions, and Kanye still not backing down. He's going to wear them out.
Yes. Eventually, yes. Somebody has to peter out in this, right?
I really have a feeling that this guy is totally willing to live in a cardboard box, and he'll still be shouting this shit from it.
Yes, it seems that way.
Yeah.
He's kind of had everything bad done to him that they could have done.
I mean, when are you guys just going to stop giving him a microphone if you don't like what he's saying? Like, you keep putting mics in front of his face.
That's true.
It is the poking. It's the poking the bruise thing.
Yay.
Ow, that hurts. Ow, that hurts. Ow, that hurts. Every time you guys put a mic in front of this guy's face, he bashes the Jews. And then you sit there and go, oh, man, I can't believe Kanye bashed the Jews in an interview again. It's almost like you want him to keep saying this stuff so you can keep justifying taking shit away from him.
It's guys, look how bad this is.
Yeah.
It's not every time they give him a mic, they're like, oh, he's going to definitely say something different this time.
Right.
It's, no, look at how bad this video is and play it 400 times.
I don't think anybody's like putting a mic in front of Kanye's face going, I think this is the one where he apologizes.
Oh, God, no.
Well, they interviewed him again, and this time he compared himself. Now, remember Sunday he compared himself to Emmett Till.
Oh, boy, was that ugly, by the way.
Yeah. Yesterday he compared himself to George Floyd. This is going to go over really well.
I bet.
Let's listen to Kanye in Los Angeles. We got a couple of Kanye items today. I'm sorry, yay.
The idea Black Lives Matter came out, it made us come together as a people. Now afterwards, yes, there was some things where the money went. There were some things where it was used in order to push us to the Democratic vote. There were people behind it involved. That happened, but the general feeling. So when I said that, and I questioned the death of George Floyd, it hurt my people. It hurt the black people. So I want to apologize to hurting them, because right now God has shown me by what Adidas is doing and by what the media is doing.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Anytime he starts turning towards the companies and then gets to the media, I go, all right, what's the soundbite today?
We're warming up.
Here we go.
Heating up.
I know how it feels to have a knee on my neck now. So I thank you, God, for humbling me and letting me know how it really felt. Because how could the richest black man ever be humbled other than to be made to not be a billionaire in front of everyone off of one comment that actually, if you look at the definition.
Guys, God help me. I can't disagree with him.
No.
There is a serious degree of racism in what's happening to Kanye West.
Mm-hmm.
It's this loudmouth black man. Let's shut him up. And if we can't shut him up, let's kick him out of our club.
Yeah, any way possible. And did you see what's happening with George Floyd's baby mama and him too?
No. You fucking her?
No.
Just kidding.
No. So
she's suing him. I know that.
She's suing him for $250 million. And he came out publicly on Instagram and said that when George Floyd had died, that he had personally donated like $2 million to the family in like to help with their suffering
Wow.
and all this shit and
What
with
a
their
piece
causes.
of shit to sue him then.
And so now she's coming out and suing him because of this shit when he had helped her family with $2 million.
Shit of DEF CON, it means to get extra defense, which obviously I must have needed.
Yeah.
I must have needed that extra defense.
Are you worried you ruined your legacy, Kanye?
How?
How, Sway?
Well,
Stop.
I'm
You know, this is interesting because it sounds like this is a group of black people
It is.
talking to him, and I'm hearing more of them go, yeah, I hear you. This is the problem the media is going to make. It's like Rocky IV and Kanye's Balboa going into Russia, and they booed him at first, and like, boo. Now they're watching him get the shit kicked out of him, but he's still just dusting himself off and going, anyway, like I was saying about the Jews, they're going to take away all your shit if you don't apologize. Then they take away more shit, and people go, well, wait a minute. I mean, everything this guy's saying about what would happen is happening. Like, yeah, he sounded crazy at the time, but like it's happening to him, and he's still not backing down. There's a, especially black people, I think, there's more people now today going, you know what? Respect.
Okay.
In a weird way.
Who is the media not asking for their opinions on the Kanye West shit?
You don't hear them asking a lot of black people's opinions. No.
I'm not worried. I'm just not worried, period. God is alive. God runs the world. You know, God even runs Hollywood.
I mean, esoterically, or
I mean, perhaps.
he's just cute. He's trying to, you know, stick to his faith and stuff and try to stick to his beliefs and not let people shake him.
God even runs Hollywood. Woo. That's that smile, by the way, shows he's being shitty.
So wait, does that mean God's been shitty to you then?
No, I think he's trying to do like a God will punish the wicked kind of a thing.
Yes, you
Yeah.
missed
God is alive. And he's using me right now. He chose me for such a time like this to basically for the media to put their knee on my neck. For Adidas to put their
Wait a
knee-
minute. Is Kanye Black Jesus?
What if he was?
Is that what he's saying? Like, God has chosen me to have my neck knelt on, meaning he's going to die.
Yay.
Oh my God, God sent him to die. God's son number 2. What is God's obsession with murdering his children or sending his children to be killed? Could you hang on to one?
There's a little bit of that's whole like the selflessness, I guess, because you sent your like most prized possession, your son, to literally die for other people.
I mean,
to have a better life.
boy, talk about volunteering as tribute.
I know.
On my neck. All I ever wanted at Adidas, I left Nike because Nike wouldn't give me a percentage for my shoes when I had the Red October. And my girlfriend at the time was pregnant. And I needed to get some money. Because if I was the kid that just had the red shoes, I could have never been a black man wearing a red hat. When Nike would have shut me down immediately, right? But because Adidas was a German company, it gave me a little bit more room to be able to express myself. And
Because it's run by a bunch of Nazis, I was able to talk a little more shit. That is rich for Adidas to drop Kanye when they made footwear for the Nazis. That's pretty rich on their part.
Well, I mean, when people like TMZ are plastering their name with swastikas out in public,
Yeah.
That's not gonna be okay.
As if we don't know what you're doing
they're
there.
just trying to sweep the Nazi shoes under the rug. a
Yeah, I
little
just want these Nazi shoes swept underneath. So he's not shutting up, but also I'm having problems finding fault with what Kanye says.
bit. I think probably quietly a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah. I'm having trouble finding fault because as more and more stuff gets taken away, as he loses more and more, and he sticks with it more and more, I just think to myself, well, goddamn, like he's not sounding as crazy as he did at the beginning. Because when a guy's got $2 million and he starts saying wild shit, you're like, well, of course he says that. He's got $2 billion. But now he's down to $400 million and he's very calm, walking us
Collected,
through this
yeah.
shit. And you're like, goddamn, man, he means it.
Seemingly still just talking to groups of normal people about it.
And look, man, every time he says something's going to happen to him for talking that way, it happens to him.
Right. It would be different if none of the shit happened that he said would.
Right.
Then obviously he just looks like the crazy guy.
Has anyone thought about that? I'm sure I'm not the first person to think about this. Maybe you have. Maybe some of the audience has. Has anyone ever toyed with the idea that he might mysteriously disappear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like somebody who's talking this loudly about obvious, like,
They're gonna get
issues.
tired of taking money away, and they're gonna go, well, he won't listen.
It's going to have to hit harder because the thing is that Ye.
How dare you?
Ye could be homeless and they're still going to interview him.
Right.
So he'll still get to talk. He'll still get platforms. It doesn't matter. So eventually, yeah, you'd think something larger has to happen.
We've got another Kanye item here in just a second, but first, fucking Scoober, man. Scoober with $100. That's humbling, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
$100 from Scoober over on Streamlabs/PayPal. 210.
Wow.
Away from today's goal. That's remarkable, guys. I guess let's finish up Scoober's work. Let's knock out the rest of it and call it overtime today.
Thank you.
At 10 o'clock. I'm not trying to jinx my own show, but have you noticed we've been asking a lot less lately? And that live viewer count has been going up. So we appreciate you guys. April and I, we often talk about the show and where we see it. And I want to be in a year or two completely off the goal. In 1 to 2 years, in anywhere from 12 to 24 months, I want to be completely off the goal. And I'm just saying that because of at the rate the memberships are growing, at the rate the viewership is growing every month, I just see that as, first of all, it's the only negative thing about our show.
I know.
It's the only negative. Everything else about it is great. And it's not the worst negative. I mean, most shows out there are funded by its audience, but I hope that in a year or two, we'll be there. And I think it's realistic. But anyway, as of right now, 210 away from said goal. Gordy says, yes, Bubba Rub is really helping you out with your funding. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, thanks, Bubba.
King Kong Dong says, let's fucking do it. Promote the show. Best way is word of mouth. Oh, guys, absolutely. Do your hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. Coltrane says Scoober is going to hit tier 2 VIP. I mean, he already has for the week, but he didn't say he wanted the VIP. So I thought it was maybe a Yags thing, or we'll give it away. I don't fucking know. He gets to decide.
We'll give him access to our OnlyFans.
Yeah. Right. So he gets to decide. I'll let him decide on that one. For now, I'm taking it off the goal because he's just a super generous dude. Gordy, God damn it, behave. Posterior Attention says, do you get a decent amount from premium views? I listen to pretty much everything that way. Yes, premium and ad revenue is going up every month, too. That's another thing that's kind of going to be able to drop us down. Also, the way we gave away that VIP yesterday, we could definitely incorporate some of that.
Okay.
Especially, we have that issue with our supplier where if we don't have a big enough order,
it's a pain in the ass for them to make our shit because our shit's really particular.
They almost tell us, we're not going to make this one. It's not big enough. So if we have a month where you're about to make the order, then that evening show, I mean, if we're 3 VIP packages short, fuck it. Those 3 evening shows, we just won't have a goal. And we're like, guys, we're doing prize drawing. We're doing VIP drawing on these next 3 shows. So that's all of those are options. I'm just really excited, guys. Thank you very much. And thank you to Scoober.
Humbling.
That was huge. $100 is way too generous, and we appreciate it. Can't repay it. 210 away from today's goal. So our last Kanye item we have today, I got to give Kim Kardashian some credit. In the midst of all this stuff, they're still going to soccer games. They're still going to kids shit together. Still going to basketball games. So she hasn't cut the guy off from his children.
Can you just do that? I don't think you can do that.
I could see her management and showbiz leaning on her to do it. I
never saw it that way.
What I'm saying is she's probably told some people no. And I think she deserves some respect for that. Because I'm sure that there's been management and other people who have gone, you need to go to court. You need to tell a judge that this guy's crazy. All the shit they've done to manipulate people from distancing themselves from Kanye, you don't think they've reached out to her?
Oh, there's been people in her ear telling her, you wouldn't have to deal with this guy at all. You could just cut him out of the picture.
I think she's been a lot better in this situation than a lot of women could be.
Oh, God,
Put it that way. He's still seeing the kids, everything else. I mean, I think she had the patience of a saint during the Pete Davidson shit.
Yes.
I mean,
agree.
that. Although I was watching a show, I can't remember who it was. Might have been ROTC, might have been someone else. But they were saying when Pete Davidson got that tattoo of Kanye's kids on him, that was the line. That anything Kanye did after that was fine with them. They were like, he tattooed Kanye's kids on his neck, and he wasn't married to the... if you're around for years and you basically raised those kids, you're allowed to feel a closeness to them, a parental closeness. And yeah, go ahead, put their names right here. But Pete was just fucking her mom.
Okay,
or fucking their mom at the point.
I am in that position. I've raised your kids since... I've been.
I think you've been around longer than Pete Davidson was around.
Okay, right, and I've handled them since they've been in diapers. Okay, but even today, I can confidently say I would not get those kids tattooed on me right now.
I think one of them asked though.
Yeah, the oldest did ask. She wrote me she wrote us a really sweet note. And she's like, you should really get that tattooed on you or something somewhere. And it's just I don't have Aaron's name on me. It's just not something.
Well, you've said many times, you said, I think I'll be around the kids a lot longer than I'll be around you. So that I feel like you're saying you're going to kill me.
What?
But I'm not sure what that statement means. You're going to frame me for something?
If you die, I have no access to those kids.
Fucking keep me alive then.
So
you better keep me
alive. I'm
alive.
just saying, that's a really dangerous, weird game to play. Yeah, you're just fucking somebody's mom.
Especially when the other guy's Kanye.
You're not married yet, and you're just going to go get some kids' names tattooed on you? That is weird.
Well, they're still doing soccer games and shit like that, but the last one yesterday did not last very long. Kanye got into an argument with some parents, and he had to leave the soccer game.
I would assume that there's probably a lot of people. Well, obviously, you're going to know.
Oh, I'm ready for this. Go ahead, April. You're thinking what at the soccer game? Go ahead.
Oh, I can see where you think I was going with this.
Okay, what are you thinking?
No, I was just going to say, I'm assuming there's a lot of people that just see him and out of principle don't like him now.
Why is that?
Or just because they're not supposed to.
Because of the neighborhood they're in?
Maybe.
It's probably a well-to-do neighborhood, you think?
It's a soccer game.
Yeah. So what are you saying?
This had nothing to do with race at all.
What are you saying? Some of the parents might not like Kanye. Why? Because they might be a little Talmudic? Is that what you're saying?
I said none of these things.
All right, just checking. I don't know. I just want to know where you were.
I was just saying, really, out of principle, people are not supposed to like him right now because he's supposed to be a heel. So I'm going to assume that when he shows up places, there are certain people that might not be able to keep their mouths shut.
Are you saying that perhaps they might not like him because he, I don't know, unleavened their bread?
There might be a chance.
Okay, all right. Let's check out Kanye at the soccer game. Remember, these are children playing soccer.
On the left side. Jacob up top. Michael, go get water.
And I'm guessing that's Kim right there.
I have no idea. I'm not sure.
And Kanye's fighting with a parent.
Jordan, same side.
And then taken off. Oh. And look at how awkward everyone is. They're just trying to stare at the soccer game while Kanye's shouting at
That's
somebody.
the same jacket when he just talked to that group of people in that video, too. So he was really a busy man that day.
Busy yesterday talking to everybody.
Go get water. Jordan, same side.
All right, so TMZ filmed whoever filmed this filmed it in the middle. Who do you think started it? You think someone came over and said something to Kanye, or do you think that...
No, I don't think he's just going to his kids' events and starting shit. I don't think he's the kind of guy that wants his kids to just see that shit.
I can't rule that out, but I am leaning...
Well, I can't rule it out, but I don't feel that way.
I am leaning towards that woman probably was being cunty to Kanye, and he said, listen, bitch, I'm here to watch soccer. But also, Kanye's one of those people who you'd go, listen, bitch, I'm here to watch soccer. But if you want to talk about what the media's doing, let me tell you, can't help himself.
To be done.
So there goes Kanye storming off in his rain boots.
Sorry, guys, it's a throwing. Let's come over here.
And he's just taking off from the soccer game.
Can you imagine a weird...
And that's it. Then they just replay the video.
Can you kind of imagine how weird your world would be if you're just a normal person bringing your kid to soccer and you've got Kim and Kanye there?
Yeah.
That does seem kind of like a weird
Well, then again,
thing.
the people who are at that soccer game are probably people too. Like they're like CEOs
They're not, like-
or, you know, they're known people.
They're not any kind of big names, though, that like the household would know about.
Sure. Mike Huntia says the fake Buzzy Bob called into Bubba's show this morning and told him he needs to apologize to Steel Toe. Bubba wasn't having it. That is very funny. He should apologize, though. Like, he was wrong.
Yep.
I didn't tell fake Buzzy to do that, but he definitely is full of shit.
Definitely accusations out there that are not true.
Yeah, you made us. Motherfucker, you were talking about our story. You were grabbing onto our story.
I'd say.
And then we said, thanks for doing that. And then you go, oh, why don't you come on the podcast with Seth and I? And Seth, by the way, Seth, very cool. To this day, I'm cool with Seth.
Even
Seth
Seth
is
left,
great.
I think.
Yeah, Seth left, and I talked to Seth. He was not happy with what he was getting for his contributions to the program, which were considerable. But yes, that was. Oh, I still have some of my Heisenberg makeup shit on the back of my neck. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I would say that if there were to be apologies made for the whole making Steel Toe, because it's not like Aaron's been working at this for 16 years.
Right, he's full of shit on the making one. We're not even on that platform anymore that he had us on at, so that's horseshit.
And for accusing that we're in your chats fucking scamming and shit.
Yeah.
Because we don't care about you.
Lying about that. That deserves an apology.
I
mean,
until all this came up, I'd forgotten about that show.
Yeah, exactly. We don't watch his fucking show, and it's fine. I'm not saying we don't watch his dog shit show or anything. It's just we don't watch his show and let him do his thing. But
kind of thought the same way about them. I figured they would never even think about this show.
Exactly. I think now I'm obsessed with getting.
I can
this
see it. Do you want me
shit
to
off
get
my
it?
neck. No, I'll do a show. I should stop. This is very unprofessional to begin with. But I'm so close. I've almost got it all. Oh, I'm peeling.
I wish I could hear it.
Oh, it is a nice little ripping.
Last night we pulled his bald cap off. He just got to pull all the glue out of his hair.
Yeah.
Just
Mike Cuntia says Steel Toe was mentioned on Bubba 2 days in a row now. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. But yeah, I mean.
So is he doing this shit live on air or just on the downtime?
I don't. They came to
very
us with that
interesting.
information. Yeah, I just it's unfortunate that people still are clinging to that 90s shock jock shit where, where they got to lie and stuff, but
Yeah.
what are you going to do? Ooh, a telemarketer call. I think I'll pass. Let's go and talk about a little bit of Halloween since yesterday was the big holiday. Maybe you dressed up, maybe you didn't, but a lot of people in colleges dressed up for Halloween yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And it did not go well for one school in Wisconsin.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Someone had requested that we did this, but we did not.
UW-Madison officials had to put out a statement on Sunday evening.
This can only end one way.
Because somebody decided to wear a particular costume. UW-Madison officials put out a statement Sunday evening after a person was seen wearing an Adolf Hitler costume on State Street Saturday night. And as he was picked up by university officials, he said, "What costume?" Like, oh my God, he just looks that way.
That's just my outfit.
Oh my God, this is how I dress. UW-Madison is aware of an incident Saturday related to City of Madison Halloween celebrations, said university spokesperson John Lucas. UW-Madison stands against anti-Semitism and all forms of bigotry and discrimination. The incident took place off campus. While we are still in the process of learning more, to the best of our knowledge, the individual involved is not affiliated with UW-Madison. Then why do you need to? This is something I don't get either. The over-apologizing.
Right. And if the guy's not associated with your college, you could just not do the press, I think.
Yeah.
Like, do you need to put out a statement?
You don't need to. Everyone's so scared now.
Okay, in fairness, I always feel this way about Halloween costumes. It's fucking Halloween. It's supposed to be scary. Who cares what somebody wears?
Yeah.
Are they hurting you? Are they touching you?
Oh, he wore a Hitler costume.
He
First
wore
of
a
all,
Hitler costume.
How about if we're going to have big citywide Halloween celebrations, you can't police everyone? How about it's probably easier just to warn everyone, look, you might see some shit you don't like tonight. It's Halloween. It gets weird.
Yes.
There might be a Hitler costume or two. There's not much really we can do about that.
You can see fake decorations everywhere of people like being stabbed by shit or body parts laying around, but a costume's not okay.
That way, when you see a guy walking around and he's going, "I want to tell everyone that I love the Snickers bomb wasn't the Butterfinger. It does not get stuck in your teeth as much, and it is easier to process that kind of sugar and nougat and the caramely goodness rather than the stickiness of the Butterfinger. I do not like it. You offer it to me, I say 9. You didn't know this. Hitler doesn't like Butterfingers.
See, I know.
Do you know what I do like?
What?
Sixlets. That's a strange one. Not a lot of people into it anymore. It's old school. It reminds me of Little League baseball concession stands. You could get the Sixlets and a Sprite for $1.50. Yeah.
Wow, I would have never guessed that one.
You know what else I like about Halloween?
What?
Small Kit Kats. Whoever buys normal-sized Kit Kats? Nobody. It is never something
Those
anybody
king-size.
buys. Large-sized Kit Kats are too much. They are like Alex Stein. A little bit goes a long way. Still something enjoyable and sweet. But I like it in fun sizes.
I understand.
In fact, when you think of me, you think of fun size.
Yes, you were a little small dude, right?
What does A to the H and mushrooms have in common?
What?
We're both fun guy. Huh?
See, don't you want Hitler at all your Halloween parties?
That is right, Atomic Citizen. I am the fourth musketeer.
See, why can't you just do...
It's corn. A big lump with knobs. It's made by Jews. Oh, no, it has the juice. Is that what it is?
It has the juice.
I need to get the name right. The lyrics of the song. The best part about corn is it's white. Oh, sorry.
You only prefer white corn?
I roast my corns. You know what I roast corn in?
Do tell.
The oven.
Yeah.
You want to hear me do karaoke of my favorite artists?
Yes.
Wait till I get my money right.
Oh.
I love that guy. He's very good.
Oh, are you sticking up for Ye?
I would vote for him.
I bet
Yeah,
you would.
if they allowed it. I would vote for Yay.
And I'm sure he would love to have you.
Yay for Yay 2024.
See, why can't we have this Hitler at our Halloween party?
But I do not dress up for Halloween.
You seem fun and harmless.
I just like the candy. I have a sweet tooth.
What if Hitler was just kind of this little kid at heart who just had a bad day and it got out of hand?
Or like he's like everything else in life. He was just this like tiptoe through the tulips kind of guy, but just really for some reason fucking hated Jews. Like that was his one hang up.
It's a thorn in his ribs.
Yeah, that was the thorn in his side was just that. Everything else, he's just like, he's thrash dancing and mosh pitting. And he's like, exit lights, enter the night, take my hand. Off to somewhere they don't live.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, I just feel like people, especially on Halloween, I don't know how you're going to draw these arbitrary lines on what's the okay scary costumes to wear and what's not.
Yeah.
Like, just because somebody walks in dressed as Hitler doesn't mean automatically he thinks Hitler's a good guy.
Right. Yeah. It's
You
just
know?
like he's trying to shock you.
Like, I wore a cop uniform yesterday. That doesn't mean I think Derek Chauvin was awesome.
Right. But like, I mean, he's just trying to shock you with his costume, which is something, you know, up until a few years ago was like the main point of Halloween.
Yeah.
You were just trying to shock people because as an adult, we weren't like little children where we go, ooh, I just want to wear a pretty costume. We were like, dude, let's see if I can go to this party and just fucking blow people's minds.
Yeah, it used to be about edgy shit and scary, and now that's not okay.
Yeah. So like the Hitler costume, it's like you're allowed to look at that guy and go, oh, fucking disgusting. I hate it. You're even allowed to go up to him and go, you fucking prick. You shouldn't dress like that. That's fine. But like the university has to give a statement because one student saw a guy dressed away and the
Yeah, saw
guy
a
wasn't
guy.
even associated with the school. Like, relax, guys.
He was on our street.
Yeah.
Now I have to address everyone.
And by the way, if you think this level of attention for an Adolf Hitler costume doesn't mean more people are going to do this in the future, you don't get people.
Now that guy gets on the news.
Yeah, you certainly don't get college people. Thank you, Sir Schweinhund, for the $10 via Streamlabs or PayPal.
Thank you.
We are right there, $200 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Get ourselves on a little run here, and then we've got that knocked out for the rest of the day. Yes, Mr. Sane Caesar, we will go over some of DSP's costume meltdown for overtime today.
Oh.
I have two possible things for overtime today. I have some flashback Chad Zumach shit, and then we can watch a clip from his Dry Bar special.
Okay.
And I have DSP losing his mind about people not liking his Halloween costume.
That I already know is rich.
Yeah.
I'd love that one.
But
some old Zumach that doesn't age well would look good too.
Oh, God, he was on the Bob and Tom show. And the Bob and Tom show was one of those horrible radio shows. Like, if Bubba's so sensitive about how we feel about him, Bubba, you're way better than Bob and Tom. A million times better than Bob and Tom. Again, we never had a problem with you. I saw somebody in the chat said, Bubba said on his show today, I don't get why Steel Toe hates me. I helped that guy a lot. Right, Bubba, we've said numerous times, thank you for having us on your show. I mean, the we made him is kind of degrading and bullshit, but Bubba, we don't dislike you. I mean, I don't know, maybe somebody, now we will actually go into his chat. We never have before. Somebody just tell Bubba, and not you, Gordy, somebody just tell Bubba, dude, we don't dislike you. We don't talk about you. We're never in your chat. Thanks for having us on the show. Live and let live. I don't know where all this paranoia that we fucking hate his guts and we don't like him came
just from that clip we watched today, didn't it kind of seem like him and his staff went out of their way to make sure that they were kind of making it known they didn't like us?
The minute Alex Stein brought up Content House and threw his quote-unquote friends under the bus, the first thing Bubba's staff did was, Steel Toe was on there. And then Bubba, what, Steel Toe was there? As if like he was expecting an invite. And it's like, guys, I promise you, we don't think about you. We don't have any ill or I mean, that's the craziest thing about Alex Stein and Bubba going off about us for 2 minutes is like, guys, we don't think about you
at all.
Like, not even, we're not saying that as an insult. We're saying that as like a good or bad, right or wrong.
People hate to hear that, though. I've had to tell people that, like, personally before, like, no, I'm not, I swear I'm not talking about you. I actually don't think about you.
Right.
And why not?
That should make them feel better, but then they almost feel worse than if you were talking shit about them.
They try harder. Like, no, make sure you talk about me. Just think about it in this way.
People are asking Lex and Terry. Yeah, I think Bubba's better than Lex and Terry. I think Lex and Terry are fucking terrible. I think Bubba's better than them. I think Bubba's on that next step down from, like, I put Stern and O&A right on the top, and then I think shows like Bubba and those guys are, like, right on the next rung. Lex and Terry's down from that. Free Beer and Hot Wings is down from that. So, to me, Bob and Tom is the worst. They're fucking hacky as shit. And I don't think they're even going anymore, or at least one of them isn't. I know one of them retired. I don't know about the other. But
another show I don't think about.
It was a show where they'd bring comics on and they just read the back of their CDs and set them up to do their bits. And then they'd do big fake laughs, and it was so contrived. I always hated that kind of radio. It does it for some people, but just not for me.
I would say better than John Lastman, right?
Oh,
Johnny Rock.
John Lastman is not to be mentioned.
That's maybe the best compliment I'll give right now.
Lacey Ann becoming a member for her 4th month. Thank you very much, Lacey. That's very nice of you. Yeah, but guys, go ahead. Call into Bubba's show today and tell him, look, Steel Toe played your clip today. He doesn't know what you were so upset about. We don't hate you. We don't think about you. Maybe we should call into Bubba's show and say, look, man, I don't know. You guys must have got some bad information because we don't really talk about you, think about you, watch your show.
Something happened where, obviously, if we don't think about them and they're super paranoid about you not liking them or whatever, something bad happened.
That's really
Somebody
strange.
did something. I bet you anything there's like a troll Steel Toe account that just spams everything.
Well, look at me. I'm now feeling bad for Alex Stein and Bubba for thinking about us so much.
I mean, I don't feel bad.
I'm kind of like, guys, relax. Nobody hates you.
Again, I still couldn't care less either way.
Guys, relax. Nobody's mad at you. Nobody hates you. Just calm down. Principled Uncertainty says, any news of Aaron's return to Who Are These Podcasts without the disrespectful dual hosting? Well, first of all, the other host was Danny from the Boys Cast. I mean, it was pretty cool that he was there. Oh, God, did I get his name wrong? Ryan Long. No, Danny Polachuk. Okay, God, I blanked out for a second there. I'm having strokes. But I didn't think that was disrespectful. And as far as my return to Who Are These Podcasts, whenever Carl wants me for something, I'll jump on and we'll do it. Absolutely.
I think Carl knows that too.
I think, I at least like to think Carl and I are friends at this point. Like, I don't need to, if he doesn't
Those two text more than Aaron texts me.
You know,
Okay.
I
fine.
consider myself friends with Carl from Who Are These Podcasts. So it's kind of beyond, it's a relationship that's beyond like, can I come on your show? Just kind of like, hey man, how's it going? Hey, I saw your stuff. It was on this. It was really great and all that. So yeah, if he asks, he knows I'll say yes anytime. But he doesn't have to book me on his show. Lemmy says, if you want to get a message across to Bubba, you would have better luck talking to Lummy. Well, somebody get a hold of him and say, guys, fucking calm down. Steel Toe doesn't think about you. We're not worried about you. We don't hate you. We don't hate. I mean, somebody wrote in the chat that Bubba said today, I don't know why Steel Toe hates me. That makes me like, that's almost like, it seems like oh, God, Bubba, no. Oh, Bubba, no. Like, come on, Bubba, don't think that way. Nobody hates you. Relax.
What would it matter if you did?
Yeah, well,
what
that's
in God's
the
green
other-
earth would it matter if you hated him?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
That's
Like,
why I don't feel bad.
why would it matter if I did? But second of all, yeah, we don't talk about you, pal.
Right.
And certainly, if your staff thinks that we're in the chat fucking around with your guys, I want his chat to feel better because they're sitting there whispering my name like it's not allowed. Guys, we've never been in your chat. I can promise you that. Gordy says he's a victim and believes everybody hates him. He has a single mother complex. Well, I hope not. I hope that he's doing all right. Somebody says that, oh no, is this true? Here's another thing. Everybody's
missed
dropping dead today.
I missed it. Don't say Mike Zimmer.
No. Hold on a minute. Mike Zimmer. Holy shit. Mike Zimmer's kid just died. Adam Zimmer, 38 years old. Former Vikings defensive coordinator and son of former Vikings head coach Mike Zimmer, dead at the age of 38.
Oh, yeah?
Any
cause of death?
Don't worry, I want to ask too. I'm sure he was perfectly healthy.
Most people involved in sports would be.
The tragic news was confirmed by his sister, who described him on Instagram as the sweetest, kindest, family-loving, sports-obsessed soul there ever was. He was working as an offensive analyst for the Cincinnati Bengals, who played on Monday Night Football against the Browns in Cleveland. Yeah, I mean, he's a little overweight, but he's 38. I mean, he doesn't look like the fattest 38-year-old I've ever seen.
He's young.
That looks like a young, healthy dude to me. Wow.
And they're not listing cause of death at all.
Yeah, no word on cause of death or anything else. God damn it, dude. I'm sorry.
Left and right, man.
I'm sorry. It's every fucking day. It's getting really, I can't even have a sense of humor about it anymore.
Nope.
Every fucking day, some otherwise healthy guy is dropping dead.
You cannot make jokes about it because you're right. It's every single day, and it's usually somebody who they won't list why, or they'll say they have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of with Guy Sartell. Whenever I hear of these people now, every day I'm either like I'm kind of leaning towards, oh, maybe they killed themselves. You know,
Yeah,
maybe
but why?
Maybe that was it. But if they didn't do that, then what other reason? And when they don't give me the answer to the question I'm asking, I start to think,
That article we just looked at did not have any cause.
I mean, it was 5 minutes ago the news broke, so I
guess
can
maybe.
understand that. Scruffy D says, yeah, and it's only going to get worse. Literally the worst I told you so in history. If it's that. I mean, we're not even saying the word of what we're thinking.
Isn't that
it
funny
could be.
that we could all just sit here and say it's that and talk like that and everyone knows exactly what you're talking about?
Right. Brittany Martini says, is Aaron hoping for suicide? That's not how that was supposed to come out. I can understand where that looked a little fucky. That's not what I was going for.
He looked like a young, happy man with new kids.
Yeah.
You hope it's not suicide.
Look, I withdraw. Statement withdrawn. Gordy says, why is everybody the sweetest and the type that'll give you the shirt off their back? Why can't people be honest even at death? Well, I don't think anybody wants to go to the news and go, giant prick, hated him, haven't spoken to him in months.
Right.
I don't think so. Marcus says, I got 3, so I'm pretty afraid. Well, I don't know, 3 cheeseburgers. I don't know what you're talking about. 3 cheeseburgers.
3 cheeseburgers could do you in, though.
I heard that Jesse Lee Peterson took down his Revenge of the Cis interview off his YouTube because it was he got a warning or something. Jesse Lee Peterson.
Somebody like Jesse Lee Peterson has to get upset when that happens too, you'd think. Right?
He said it was on Rumble. Yeah, it's not up there anymore.
Great.
He took down Mersh and Royce's episode.
Moise and Roche.
And by the way, they did everything on that episode to make it clean. Like they bleeped out the V word, all that stuff.
That's because, like I just said, it's implied now.
Is that, and by the way, to our Revenge of the Sis crossover people, is that show moving exclusively to Rumble? That's what I understood from that post that Royce made. Are they moving it completely to Rumble? And
why not at this point? Like, they have not been treated super kindly anywhere else.
No, they're demonetized on YouTube. I mean,
Right.
so I believe me, I understand.
And I don't want to shit on YouTube because we're here, obviously.
Yeah, and apparently they've done very, very well on Rumble, so why not? And they seem to really like it there. They're saying December 1st. Now, for the ROTC people also in our chat, I haven't had a chance to listen to yesterday's show. I'm sure they explained all of it. Is it like an exclusive deal where like Rumble offered them to come to their platform and they cut some kind of financial deal? Like, I don't know why I'm so worried about people, being able to, do the same amount of money they were doing.
Watching a lot about their money.
I just want them to be okay.
That seems a little strange.
I just want them to do well.
I do see that Daywave still goes live on Twitch.
It says Daywave and Nightwave are still on YouTube, but ROTC is moving to Rumble.
They're on Twitch too because I get the notification.
Well, no, December 1st.
Oh.
And just ROTC is moving. The spin-off shows are going to stay
They're
on YouTube.
individuals.
Yeah. Sounds like they got a deal with Rumble. Okay. Well, they're probably doing great numbers over there. Zen Rhino says Daywave and Nightwave will still be on YouTube, but they're going to Rumble and Locals instead of Patreon. Okay. I hope they leave the YouTube up. I started watching at episode 400, and it's great going back. Dude, I was watching when they had like 10,000 subs, and now they're at like 50,000.
It is fun to watch shows get like that.
It is pretty.
Go back in time and look.
It is pretty great, and in my opinion, those guys deserve it, if you ask me. Okay, people are saying that there were people in Bubba's chat back in the day pretending to be us.
So they're hanging on.
Okay, so there were, I think maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we reached out to the Bubba people and go, hey man, I'm sorry that bothered you guys.
But the funny thing is
us.
that just helps them sleep at night. Like, we've already kind of went out here and apparently they're listening and we've told them that wasn't us.
We're putting it up as a clip today anyway. Oh no, we're interviewing Shuli today. I don't know if I'm going to do the Shuli interview and put up a video. Maybe I will.
And are you going live with Shuli?
Yes, we're going to go live with Shuli, and Shuli from the Uncle Rico show, the Miserable Men show. He was on Howard Stern for a long time. He's doing a bunch of podcasts now. We've got Shuli coming up at 11:30 today. So about an hour after the show's over, if we hit the goal today, we've got Shuli. Oh my God, Atomic Rebuilders with $100 over there on PayPal.
Buddy.
That is ridiculous. Thank you, buddy. 95
Thank
away
you.
from the goal today. Looks like we're going to be pretty safe as far as today's goal goes. There's the link. $95 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Scoober and
Crazy.
Atomic, just remarkably generous. Thank you. Hey, if you want to make Shuli mad, tell him his whole act is just shalom, bitch. That's like a Howard Stern gimmick from like 15 years ago. I don't feel like being that guy.
You don't want to be the hack.
Yeah, I just, believe it or not, as much fun as I enjoy having, I like bringing guests on and genuinely talking to them about things I'm curious about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not going to be the guy who's going to do interviews just to fuck with somebody or just to jump them or get them for two reasons. One, I find it dishonest. And two, like, if I want to have somebody on to confront them about something, I'll tell them that when I pitch the interview. Like, hey, this thing is happening, and I got some questions for you, and I want to, straighten some things out. I don't believe in bringing people on and then jumping them or trying to get them to have like a viral, gimmicky meltdown moment. I don't know. I just find like you can preserve your what you're doing longer if you just build a rapport with people. Mm-hmm. You're nice to people. You have a good time. You laugh. You make some jokes with them. That's kind of more the existence I want to live.
And if somebody that we're going to have on has been through the news lately about something, you seem to say that you want to keep away from that a little bit. Like with Pat Dixon, you didn't want it to just be about the punching Gino thing.
Right. And with E-Rock, I didn't want it to just be about Opie and Anthony.
Exactly. You want to actually talk to the guy.
Yeah. Zen Rhino says ROTC was doing about 2,000 on Rumble yesterday and about 1.6 thousand on YouTube. Well, shit. We might have to.
I told you that we need an Odyssey or Rumble backup.
I think we
for
should
a
be.
while
I think
now.
we should go ahead and rip off and copy and imitate Royce and Mersh and grab ourselves a Rumble account and some restreaming
all day long, even just for the safety of it.
Yeah. Clay says, "Hey, if you want to make," oh, I'm sorry, that's where I left off in the chat. I love Rico, but don't really like Shuli's stand-up. That's allowed. You're allowed to. Who was Mersh driving for? Bobo. Yeah, back in the day, he drove for Bobo from O&A. Rusty Grammar says the same few people that were trolling your channel, if you want to call it that, were the same ones with different names on Bobo. Oh, so it was Dave.
I said that at the beginning of the show. It was either a Dave or a Dave, like his fat friend that he knocked up, or, it was those people.
KF
easy.
says they have contacts at Rumble and want more people to join, so I'm sure they'd love the company. Well, I don't want to jump over there and do the show exclusive. I want to do it on both YouTube and Rumble. But I will say this: if I were being as fucked with as the ROTC guys were, I would make the same deal they did.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, they got nothing to lose by leaving YouTube. Like I said, they're not monetized. So
I'm surprised that people like Jesse Lee Peterson still exist here. If anyone who listens to that show, it's like if Aaron were to say
he's pretty fucking based.
A percentage of those items, we're gonzo. Immediately.
He is a pretty based fella.
It's very interesting.
All right. Thank you to everyone who's sharing the show on Twitter. By the way, that's very nice of you. Remember to, do this whole thing. Hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. All right. Let's talk about this lady. April, this woman has advice for single mothers.
Okay.
Taking one look at her, what's your opinion? Are you going to hate her or are you going to like her?
Immediately with that kind of face, I'm guessing I'm going to hate her.
That's what I said too. I said, you know what? I'm going to fucking hate this lady. She's going to bug the shit out of me. I dislike her.
She looks bitter and miserable.
I then started listening to what she was saying, and I will say this. It's nice to see you broads yell at each other instead of yelling at us.
Okay.
I will say
refreshing.
that.
Because that title doesn't make me super confident either.
Advice for single mothers struggling finding a man. You're saying they're going to enable the single mom and well.
Like call them queens and shit.
I'll tell you this. The warning I will give everyone before we watch this clip. Sometimes when you judge a book by its cover, you miss a good story.
Or by the tits.
Or by the fucking tits that are hanging out of her shirt.
Ones, right?
Too heavy droopers for me. I don't like heavy droopers. I've said this before. There's nothing. Don't give me that look. There's something I need to be ashamed of. I don't like heavy swingers. I don't like the heavy.
I only prefer slim swingers.
I don't like the heavy drooping tits that this woman has. I don't like the weird tits.
They sit up nice though.
No, they start all meaty up here and then they just go way down. I don't like
That's not what that looks like to me.
I don't like how far they travel.
They look nice and round.
I don't like the cleave line being so long. What? I don't like a droopy set of water balloon tits.
The cleavage furrow is bothering him.
Yes. Don't ask my opinion on a woman's appearance unless you want it broken down by the millimeter.
I will say that I only ever ask you because I think it's very funny to hear you just pick apart a woman. To me, that's a nice set of tits, and most guys at a bar would be just glued to it.
Now, wait a minute. Never once did I say they weren't a nice set of tits. I said I don't like them. There are plenty of musicians that make great music. I don't like them. It's just not my thing.
Understood.
These are not my tits. I'm not saying she doesn't have a great set of tits that a guy wouldn't love to shove his face into. I'm sure that those guys exist.
Kind of want to nap on them.
God bless her for her great, big, bulbous, swinging tits. Congratulations all day long. Me, I like a nice high and tight.
Got it.
It's size. Look, it's got to be over a B. Otherwise, you're a fucking mutant. But still, what? You qualify.
I know.
Jeez.
They don't think so.
Let's laugh at them. Fuck them. They're not here. So anyway, you got to be a B or bigger, and it's a large B. I mean, let's not look like a child, for fuck's sake. It's weird. There's operations you can do. There's no excuse in 2022. Max out a credit card if you have to. All right? Let's not look like freaks of nature.
Good Lord. So what is your ideal size then?
I just told you. I would say between large B and
I thought you just said don't be a large B. Max
no.
you
have to be a large B.
Okay.
If you're barely getting into
so,
B, If my fingers and my thumb can slip and meet each other if I grab your tits, we have a problem.
Ooh.
So I would say, if you're asking my range, the B and D range.
Okay.
The B and D range.
Okay, but for you, double D is just getting a bit too much. Is that what you're saying?
Let's fucking relax, okay? Let's just chill on the double D tits, because generally that comes with a set of broad shoulders, and I'm not into linebackers.
I will tell you, double D now, I believe, is the nation's average. I think it's a 36 double D is average now.
As a man who looks at women as an investment, I just feel like the double D investment is a poor one that depreciates faster over time. Am I wrong or am I wrong?
Oh, you're probably...
You got those big fucking heavy double D tits. Guess what they're going to look like at 46?
I picture them as having like weird stretch marks and like not holding their own.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
It's going to look like a ship slowly sinking. That's what it looks like over the time. But you get a nice set of C's, those will hang in there for a while. You know? I'm looking for mileage, motherfucker.
C's get D's? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm trying to say is that I ain't trying to take a sports car and drive at 130 down the Autobahn. That's what I'm trying to look for, a nice, reliable vehicle that runs nice. I want to drive at about 75, 80 down the freeway.
With a nice soft interior.
With a nice soft interior, and I want it to stay in good suspension for years.
Well, I'm honored you chose me.
That's what I'm looking. Well, you know, behave accordingly. That's all. Take care of those bad boys.
Fuck.
Otherwise, you're going to be costing me a fortune. All right, let's advice for single mothers. Again, so you're thinking like Quains and, you know, get
That's
yours,
how she
girl.
looks.
All right.
I triggered the hell out of some of y'all with my last video, and I
hate you. I hate anyone who thinks they're triggering people.
That is already off-putting.
Don't brag about triggering people. You see how like disappointed we were that we triggered Bubba and Alex Stein? We didn't like that.
Yeah, but we didn't use that word.
Right. Well,
okay.
No, we used a different.
Stop that.
We rhymed.
I'm completely okay with it. All right, if you don't know what video I'm talking about, just go back into my profile, okay?
I'll do that the minute you start talking like a white person.
She is not right somehow.
So you don't like her already, 10 seconds in.
It doesn't sound like you do either, so.
Get ready.
This next video is going to be for some of y'all single mothers, okay? Not all of you are the same, so, you know, if you're not one of these women, you can just keep on fucking scrolling, okay? Because this isn't towards you.
I'll tell you this.
Spicy.
Before we get to the message, I just don't like her gimmick and her attitude.
Yeah, I feel like most men are going to be put off by this.
It's unnecessarily hostile.
It is kind of like it's kind of like the Tony Michaels thing where you have to say fuck everything and cucks and like you just sound aggressive for no reason.
Unneeded aggression.
Single mothers. If you want to know why you are not getting swiped on by the kind of man that you...
Oh, by the way,
this kind of talking bothers me.
She's giving advice for single mothers on how to get a man. What do you notice about her? Take a look at the whole picture.
No ring on that finger.
No ring. I noticed that too.
No man in the background yelling at her or anything.
No ring on the finger, but she's going to tell you how to get a man.
You feel you deserve. Stop telling these men, after asking them for all of their time, effort, energy, and money, that they are going to come after your fucking children by another man. Okay? I don't know in what world you thought that would entice a man to want to date you. Okay?
I have to say, of all the complaints I have about single mothers, like that's pretty low on the list, like of all the things they do, because that to me, like the whole my kids come first thing, that is like a semantics thing. That's not like a they're here, you're here thing. That's like a semantics bullshit thing that every parent says, you know, oh, my children will always come first. That's not like a fuck this guy or fuck that person. That's just shit people say.
I've always heard from parents that you always have to, Well, of course, you're right. All parents do say, "Oh, my kids come before anything," but isn't it supposed to be that like the couple is supposed to be in good standing so that the rest of the house can be?
From my experience, the couple has to be happy, and then the kids can be really happy.
Because if the parents aren't happy, or if the couple's not happy,
now
nobody's happy.
Look at that in the advice she's giving. Doesn't that kind of sound like we're splitting hairs a little bit?
It does feel like splitting hairs.
Aren't we? Don't you feel cunty just doing that?
You're all important. Like in this situation, the kids should be important, and the adults, right?
So like this woman's like, hey, big tip for you single moms out there. And it's this is your big point. It's like, I was going to say, stop being a narcissist, a leech, dependent, stop being so full of your own bullshit.
I think stop believing that you're owed everything.
Yeah.
Because you're not some like hero, like stop having a hero complex. I don't like that.
It's just, this isn't the person I see lecturing single moms. It was kind of surprising.
Because it ain't happening. They don't want to. If you have any question about that, you can go back into my last video and check out the comments section, because most of the men in those comments have said they are getting a divorce from their wife, or they are turning around and they are swiping left on these bitches because they do not want to come last.
You know what I hate about her? I don't like her not the unnecessary aggression, but also the unearned ego. Like she thinks who the fuck she is.
And it's because she got so much opposition. In my opinion.
Not only that, like you put a kid on her hip, she's behaving like a single mom right now.
Yeah.
Do
you not think she is one?
Like, miss, I'm sorry, but you're as much of a turnoff as the people you're talking about.
I don't really know, nor do I give a shit what prior baggage, drama, or whatever that you have.
Okay, time out. People like this are always full of baggage and drama. Anyone who talks about the drama or the baggage is usually towing quite a bit themselves.
Yeah, because maybe they don't want theirs to seem as bad. I don't know.
This chick's a red flag. I watched her last night and I'm like, hey, hate the messenger, but I don't mind the message. But now I'm starting to see like, oh, this chick's a problem. Like the trying to be a badass for the guys look is just, guys don't see this and go, oh, that's a bad bitch. Guys look at this. Like I look at this and I go, I play a game with myself called How Quickly Do I Think I Could Make Her Cry? And like I'm looking at her and I think 45 seconds.
Aaron, that's another thing I've heard you say multiple times in a relationship. How quick could I make this person just cry and grovel right now?
I don't like it when women like bow up to guys with this fucking attitude like, oh, let me tell you something. It's like, you understand that I'm sitting here with godlike physical powers compared to you, and I'm allowing you to do this. Like women like her do this thing where like, I tell these men how it is. I'm a bad bitch. It's like, you're getting permission right now from me. When that permission is rescinded, you will not be behaving this way any longer.
Okay.
Like, you're annoying the shit out of me. But I did tell April the other day, I said, I'm older now. I'm mature. I'm in a better relationship. I'm in the best place I've ever been. And I told her, I go, at this age, I just, I'd rather make a woman cry than laugh. Like a stranger. Like if I met a strange woman, I would feel.
Everyone hearing that, it's like, oh, so he's trying
you.
to, make her cry.
Not you. Because we were talking about like, oh God, we were talking about like comics and athletes, how they go out on the road and they can't say no. And I think it was like a Tiger Woods type of discussion.
Yes.
And I go, honestly, if I went out without you and I was just with friends, I would have a much better time if I went, you see that really hot girl over there? I bet you I can make her cry and feel bad. Like that's where I'm at in my life right now. I would take more pleasure from going, hey, I see you're sitting by yourself.
Than the clear.
No. Hey, I see you're sitting by yourself. Do you think that's because you're fat?
Then the clear alternative of cheating, or what's your alternative here?
Yeah, no, like with these comedians and these athletes, like, oh man, you can't say no when you're on the road. It's like, do you know how much fun I would have just going like, oh, no guy tonight? No. Yeah, I think it's because your teeth are all fucked up.
And he really is a child.
And then watch her just feel bad about it.
And now, don't get me wrong, I'd rather that than you cheat on me, but.
And then order 2 drinks, and she's like, oh, thank you. Is this you saying sorry? And then walk away and go, no, these are both for me. Just watch her get up and leave with her head down.
So proud. I'm so proud right now.
Thanks. You got me just in time.
I have to be, because the alternative to that is you cheating, right?
Or just being no fun. Yeah, you caught me just in time before I went over the edge of like, I'll just do that to everybody. Like I got a wife again, and then I went, you know what? Now I'm ready to make them all cry. Now I hate them. I got a good one. Now I just hate the rest of them.
That's fine, though, isn't it? Like, I feel like you're not over here rooting for me to like other guys.
Well, what have I advocated for? I've advocated to take away their right to vote. I've advocated to take away their right to...
I actually think that same crying conversation turned into the voting conversation.
Yeah. I asked April a question the other day, and she agreed. And it is a question. It is a question we agreed we would never ask on this program.
No.
Oh my God. But they would, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
In your last relationship, that does not need to go into your new one. Okay. So if you wonder why you are not getting swiped on or why you aren't getting the dates from the high value men that you think you deserve,
I'm a little worried that this conversation is happening in front of a mirror.
No, the people...
She checks
you're
every box of what she's talking
People
about.
don't have these conversations unless they've got something to project a little bit.
Right.
Something started this conversation, and it was from within the house.
I'm thinking a guy just left.
There's a chance.
Take a look at your behavior and ask yourself, am I really, drawing these men in? Because more than likely not, the answer is no. So you should probably quit that.
Wow, solid dismount. That was the end. That was her big... You should probably quit that. Well, put that on a t-shirt. That's right up there with Tony Michael's fuck 'em.
Yeah, I also feel like that was super unnecessary. Like, yes, if you absolutely bring all your baggage into the next relationship, yeah, that's not going to work out.
Right, yeah. I mean, like,
that's pretty obvious.
She's sitting there like, let me tell you something, you single moms. And I'm going, ooh, this will be good. And then she's like, don't think so highly of yourself. I'm like, well, now you're doing my bit. What the fuck?
Don't take that from me.
This is, but yeah, Rain says, what the fuck is this shit? Exactly. Oh. So, although why Dad is asking, well, how's the head game?
Head game strong.
I would suffocate to death if I got stuck under one of those jugs, says Gordy. Oh.
That's funny.
Flex says, Aaron hitting out of his league. Well done, son. Oh, thank you. What the says, have kids early, trade them in when premenopause starts.
Wait, what?
He's saying with a woman, impregnate a woman early, or trade them in before menopause kicks in. It's it's a pretty good theory.
Okay.
You guys should actually look at some dating profiles on the show. These delusional women are total cunts. They will literally say, you ain't shit. You need to accept Tyrone's kids and support me. Capitan, are we looking at a certain group of people here? I'm just saying by the names.
Why is it Tyrone?
Yeah, Tyrone's not a name I hear a lot in my neighborhood. I was wondering what you're trying to say.
One of them showed up to the door last night for trick-or-treating, and Aaron was shook. He could barely answer the door.
Rain, that's fucking disgusting, bro. Jesus.
Oh, ew.
Oh. Gordy says, Tyrone, Jamal, and Lamont, you have to name all the fathers. Oh, for God's sake.
Name all of them.
I actually
Sometimes, for me, I don't feel so bad not having kids of my own because it's just I don't have to ever be that stereotype.
Oh, yeah?
I don't need that in my life.
You don't need that smoke?
I don't need that smoke.
Max Flowers says, don't worry, I chased them out of your neighborhood on my white horse. Capitan, you see what you started. Do you see what you've started? Guys, if you would, it would be very nice if you would hit the subscribe button, smash that like button, and click the bell to get notifications. Let's go ahead and talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. We're going to get their new template up by tonight's evening show. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, the best dive bar in central Minnesota with live music on the weekends, live bands, that is. Great Bloody Marys, the best around when it comes to Bloody Marys is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. But again, great music, great drinks, a fun time, a great party. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go to their Facebook page, go to their website, links in the chat there if you want to find out about what's going on specifically in the next coming days. Great specials every day of the week as well with Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. $95 away from our goal today. Looks like we're going to knock that out. We're pretty close, and we've got more than an hour left. So thank you guys for being so generous. $95 away from the goal. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. Again, thank you. Especially Scoober and Atomic for their generous contributions so far this morning. Oh, this story, the DHS Twitter story. I don't know if you saw this, but I guess the Department of Homeland Security, we're finding this out now because Elon Musk bought Twitter, and now he's got a bunch of documents to go through, and there's, I guess, a bunch of discovery shit, and there was a text exchange or an email exchange where the Department of Homeland Security had regular contact with Vijaya Gadde, the woman in charge of the banning and everything on Twitter, the Indian woman that Elon Musk fired day one as soon as he got in there. Well, apparently she was communicating with the feds on tattling on people. Like, she was selling people out to the government and saying people on our service on Twitter are saying this, they're saying that, they're saying this. And maybe you guys, and the DHS would thank her and go, thank you. Now we can get ahead of this mis or disinformation. And we can be able to, they were using words like we can put some propaganda out to counter it. And just really fucked up deep state, hope you only see it in movies type of shit. Really bad. Behind closed doors, the U.S. government has reportedly used its power to shape online discourse. DHS plans to expand censorship on topics like origins of COVID, efficacy of vaccines. Why would you need to do that? Racial justice, Afghanistan withdrawal, and more. The Department of Homeland Security is quietly broadening its efforts to curb free speech that it considers dangerous. An investigation by The Intercept has found years of internal DHS memos, emails, and documents obtained via leaks and an ongoing lawsuit, as well as public documents, illustrate an expansive effort by the agency to influence tech platforms. Behind closed doors and through pressure on private platforms, the U.S. government has used its power to try to shape online discourse. According to a lawsuit filed by Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt, a Republican who's also running for Senate, discussions have ranged from the scale and scope of government intervention in online discourse to the mechanics of streamlining takedown requests for false or intentionally misleading information. And again, there's text messages and emails back and forth between Vijaya Gadde and the Department of Homeland Security about getting everyone on board with this and how they thanked Vijaya for giving them so much information and helping out and everything else. I mean, basically just being a good little stooge for the government. That's basically what they're thanking her for.
Lovely.
I wonder if it would be worth finding this for you. Months before Musk had her fired, Twitter exec advised secretive DHS agency engaging in censorship. Okay, I think we might have it here.
Am I
can't
the only one
find-
thinking none of this is that surprising, I guess?
It's nice
It's just
to
that
hear
people are
it though.
talking about it.
It's nice to have it out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she was talking with DHS about oh, here's how we can help you guys limit this speech, and here's how we can help censor this and that and the other thing. Wow. By the way, if you want to thank anybody for this, thank George W. Bush. George W. Bush is the one who set this all in motion by creating the Department of Homeland Security.
That is true.
Remember, that was going to keep us safe from all those damn Muslim terrorists. Remember? There's no possible way it could be used on us.
Nope.
Remember
Why
when
would we ever do that to you?
Remember when Julian Assange let us know that, and or who's the other guy? I think it was Assange. Edward Snowden. That's the guy I'm thinking of. Remember when they let us know that they were reading our emails and gathering our text messages and all this data on us, and they were like,
listening to our phones.
Yeah. Oh, come on, guys. It's not like they're ever going to use it against us. Meanwhile, yeah, they're reading your Twitter accounts, and the government wants to tell Twitter who they're banning.
That argument always pissed me off too, though. Oh, it's not like they're going to use it against us. Then why are you listening? There is no other reason to listen other than they're looking for something to use against people for something they've done or might do.
It's why I've always hated that thing where people go they were going through my shit. And the person goes, well, if you have nothing to hide, why do you care? Because it's my shit. I want to feel safe.
Can I have some privacy?
Yeah, can I have my shit, please? It's no, I don't have anything to hide. Actually, what you want to say in that situation is, maybe I do, maybe I don't.
It's kind of like shutting the door when you go to the bathroom, too. It's
Yeah.
like, can I just have my privacy? Why do you have to watch me do that?
Can I have a little privacy here? That would be.
And ironically, since we all bring our phones into the bathroom now, we have no privacy.
Right. They're
It's
staring.
gone.
They're staring at you, straining while you're pooping. That's why your phone goes. You're gonna get a hemorrhoid, brother. You're gonna start bleeding from your asshole.
Boy, those that watch you are really lucky because he gets naked when he poops.
Yeah, I got a naked shit. It's disgusting. None of you need to hear that.
They get to see it all.
Keep a little bit of the romance, right? But yeah, you got to blame George W. Bush if you hate this shit because W put this all in motion with that goddamn him and Cheney with that Department of Homeland Security. And it was to stop all those Muslims that were going to kill us. And now it's being used to block us from Twitter and Facebook and Instagram
important
because
things in life.
Yeah, because we might be dangerous subversive agents against the United States.
Which I would argue that the average person totally is not. We're all just boring.
I would say the government's presenting
Existences.
itself to be a much more massive problem to freedom than the rest of us are.
That is it. It's almost like the people that work on viruses to make them bad just so they say, oh, well, we have to do this just so we can have a plan of attack.
Yeah, it would have been nice if you would have been
Shouldn't
reading their
happen.
tweets and checking out their phone and going, yeah, hello, doctor. Yeah, we heard you were going to start making super AIDS that killed 99% of the people it infects within a week. Yeah, we're going to arrest you. You're a mad scientist.
Can you imagine? But yeah, no, they're just going to all of us boring citizens here that probably would never cause a single problem ever. And, let's watch them just in case they might be a problem someday.
So congratulations, guys. The DHS is into Twitter and social media. And to show you who the real traitor rat fuck pieces of shit are, these social media groups are totally working with them because they love you.
You can tell.
And they care about you. I do want to do this Blueface Krishan Rock thing.
More like black and blue face.
Am I right? So these two have been fighting for months now. Like outside of bars, they've just been punching each other in the face and having these knockdown, drag-out fights. It's a guy and his girlfriend. Blueface is a rapper or singer, one of the two.
A rapper.
And Krishan Rock is some hoe. And they go to bars together and they do drugs and they drink and they get fucked up and they hit each other. And then one of them calls the cops. And then when the cops get there, they always go, oh, sorry, we were just a little fucked up. No big deal. Don't worry about it.
Just our love language.
Yeah, our love language is our lefts and rights.
Anyone who fucking talks about a love language, by the way, I cannot. Do you believe in that shit?
You got to skedaddle if you hear someone say love language.
Oh, God. I've heard it so many times.
I love how people are like, oh, my love language is this. No, it's this simple, dipshit. Either you need to be told you're loved or be shown you're loved. Those are the only two things.
Pick one.
I personally, I'll tell you this, I do not need to be shown that I'm loved.
Really? Because you strike me more as somebody who wants to see action instead of hear it. Like, you've told me that before. Like, you'll say that, I'd rather show him talking to me. I'd rather show you that I love you than tell you I love you.
Right. No. My second thing I was going to say is I'm a total hypocrite when it goes the other way.
So you would rather me not show you if it came down to picking, you'd rather me just tell you. Right?
I think so. But I like all the other stuff too. You know what
weird.
I think it might be? I'm a needy cunt.
You're very needy.
Yeah.
Aaron's very much like, he did this on the show recently where, remember I came home from being gone for a really long time and I felt sad that you were so quiet, like you weren't excited to see me or something?
Yeah.
You totally ratted me out for that on the show, but then when the reverse is true and I don't text you when we're apart and stuff, or don't you miss me? Don't you miss me? You're constantly asking me like, where is this? Where's this bitch?
Sounds like, wait a minute. Sounds like you're talking to a guy who didn't just say he was a hypocrite a minute ago.
You are so needy.
Yeah, I'm a hypocrite. It's part of my charm. I say I want this, and then I go, no, I want the other stuff too.
He says licking his lips. I only want you to tell me. I don't want any of the physical shit.
That's not what I mean. That is not what I mean. It's important to hear it. But I also want all the really fun physical shit.
I'm absolutely needy. I want to be told and shown.
Yeah, I think me too. I think that's what's it. You know what I did? I pigeonholed.
Secrets out. We're very needy bitches in this household.
I pigeonholed myself and I picked one when what I should have done is said, oh, no. Both. I want all of it.
Is there a both option?
Yeah. Rusty Grammer says, he goes, April, I love you. Aaron, thanks. Is that sandwich ready?
He made me make him sandwiches after the show last night.
Yes. No, you asked and I said yes. That's not making.
I said, do you need anything? Yeah, make me 2 sandwiches with some chips.
You open the door. You open the door. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, let's talk about a really great couple. Blueface and Krishan Rock. So she got fucked up outside a bar again.
Okay.
And she hurt herself. Called the cops and she said that Blueface hit her. And here come the cops.
She fucking like fell or some shit and then blamed it on him.
Oh, this is not the first time she's done this.
Oh man.
This is an ongoing theme with these two. They
God,
really.
How good must that sex be or something that these two just cannot get apart?
Or they're just both so crazy that, they have to stick together. They're magnets.
Do they just sit and like, would this be a correct term for gaslighting? Do they sit and gaslight each other into believing like, oh no, this was, all of this, and this, not the fact that we're just crazy psychos?
Yeah, they probably blow a lot of smoke up each other's asses.
There you go.
Let's watch Krishan Rock report the abuse on her cell phone outside a bar, all fucked up in the middle of the night, which is really, if you can't take a witness as credible then, when can you? Let's go ahead and hit play on Krishan. TMZ.
I do. All you gonna do is suck dick with him? Nobody cares.
Okay, if
Good
that
start.
was Blueface, I fucking love him.
That's gotta be him.
You complaining about your lip? Yeah. All you do is suck dick with him? Who cares? All right, I'm a big Blueface fan.
Yes.
Never heard any of his songs. I think he's a good guy.
Gives a fuck about your lip?
I do.
All you gonna do is suck dick with him? Nobody cares.
You's a bitch.
You'll suck dick with the lip.
You punched me in my mouth. What are you talking about? Punch me in my eye. You's a bitch.
Ready to jump out the window?
So what? If I want to get away from you, let me get away from you. Don't pull me away. Don't pull me closer so you can hit me in my mouth. You sound dumb. You should have let me jump out. No, you on some weirdo shit. You bust my lip. Don't call.
These two sound like a blast to be around.
They definitely are fun at parties. Not only that, but I gotta say, when you're the guy or when you're the person that decides to live stream your domestic abuse instead of calling for help, I've gotta say I lose a little faith in that.
How about this? Their chat. You need a damn therapist or some. They'll be back together tomorrow. He's a little boy, mature up, and yes, leave him.
Car. Weird ass.
Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick.
The hype.
Call me, yo.
He's trying to make up a lie. I didn't do this to myself. How did I do this to myself?
How'd you lose your voice?
He punched her larynx.
Yeah, he punched her right in the throat.
Actually.
Nobody being police. I didn't call the police.
Why not?
Yeah, you probably should if you got.
I didn't call the police.
Probably get off Insta Live and
I
call
went
the
live
police.
so you can stop putting your hands on me, bitch. Shut the fuck up, you weird ass.
I want to call somebody that.
You can call me that later.
Okay, fun.
You can hit me first.
Yeah.
I'll be too you too comfortable. You too comfortable. Nobody police. You slipped up. Now you feel dumb. You sound dumb. You should have let me jump out.
Why aren't you out now? I don't get these two. Like, I wanted to leave. Nobody's stopping you.
Is there
yet.
anything more exhausting than couples like this that are just clearly so bad for each other and both of them talk about it all the time?
You're sitting there watching this video going, I know both of you did something bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only reason she's not calling the cops. I guarantee it.
This relationship is the relationship embodiment of a football game where there's an offsetting penalties on a play.
Yes.
Like there was a penalty on this team. There was a penalty on this team. Both penalties offset. Replay second down.
Y'all both
Oh,
fucked
you're on
up.
some weirdo shit. You bust my lip. You bust my lip. You bust my lip and gave me a black eye. Get up.
How do you know?
Okay, but can we ask why he might have done that?
Right. What did you say?
Nobody ever asks why the man might have gotten so upset.
Hey, bro. No, you're being weird. You're trying to be a bitch.
That's not being
The
weird.
fuck you on my book.
This is how I know he didn't hit her. Nobody talks this way to someone who just beat the shit out of them.
No, and it sounds like she's following him.
Right.
Stop following your abuser if this is true.
Nobody talks this way if somebody is beating the shit out of you. You're not like, yeah, fuck you, you weirdo ass motherfucker.
If Aaron wound up and fucking gave me a black eye, I wouldn't sit there following him around the house like a puppy saying, you're being weird, you're being weird.
Fucking 10,000
You're on
people
some
are
weird shit.
10,000 people were watching this.
You came to my booking to pick up my money to disrespect me.
My bookie.
I'm trying to get out the car while I was moving because I want to get out the car. You bust my lip and give me a black eye.
You know, you don't have to use a bookie where you might get beat up if you use BetUS.com and use the promo code SteelToe when you sign up and get a 125% sign-up bonus. Make your sports bets and play some blackjack with our friends at BetUS.com. There's no bookie where you get punched in the face by your boyfriend.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I bet on Krishan and Blueface? Who comes out on top?
If not, they
On
should add
BetUS.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're a bitch ass. The fuck is you talking about? The fuck is you talking about?
You look
the fuck
good.
This is a busted lip, busted nose.
You look like Eddie Murphy's turning into Sherman Klump in The Nutty Professor.
Yeah, this is almost uncomfortable.
Lying. You weird ass bitch. You're lying. The fuck?
So that's the end of that video. So now so that's where we were as of Saturday night or Sunday night. Was Krishan Rock said that he punched her in the mouth, he punched her in the eye, gave her a split lip, gave her a black eye, the whole thing. Well, the next day she came with an update, and wouldn't you know it, they're fine again.
Yay.
I have to say, I've never met two people who deserve each other more.
Can we just prevent
these
these
two.
two from having children, though, so the kids don't have to pay?
Here we
Somehow.
go. This is the follow-up from Krishan Rock.
It's
TMZ.
fine. Everybody fine. No filter, no makeup.
Bullshit. No makeup.
Those are her real lashes. You
Those
didn't
are
know that?
definitely your real lashes.
Those are her real eyelashes.
God, these exhausting.
Sorry, guys, I had a mental breakdown. Bad trip with the liquor, trying to jump out of a moving car on the freeway. I will be working on my mental health and liquor habits. No rush. Take your
Oh my
time.
God, who do you feel? You feel bad for Blueface almost, but he won't leave.
I do feel a little bad for Blueface, but yeah, if he can't leave, then I don't feel that bad for him.
I had a bad trip yesterday to Casamigos, trying to jump out of a fucking moving car on the highway. Blue tried to keep me from jumping out the car. I fought the nigga, like, trying to get the fuck up out the car. He's trying to save me, and I'm just like, I just blacked out. It's fine, everybody.
So she's saying now that she tried to jump out of the car. He stopped her from jumping out of the car, and that's how she hurt her lip and her face.
It is always super interesting to me, though, that while these people are so blacked out and have no idea what's going on, that they have the ability to go live somewhere.
Right.
Fine. No filter, no makeup.
Oh, then they just repeat it. Okay. So there you go. After all of that haranguing and all of the yelling and screaming and everything else, we're fine. I just had a bad trip with the booze, and we're cool. How is she not doing this video while packing her shit?
I don't know.
That is-
why hasn't he sent her packing?
Yeah, has to. He has to get the fuck out of there. Because there's going to be a time where she's going to blame him for something like this or something worse, and she's not going to take it back the next day.
Exactly.
And he's
Yep.
going to get caught up in some shit that he does not want to get caught up
What
in.
if she, like, let's say, like, she had jumped out of that moving car and, like, killed herself? Like, a total accident. She was just drunk and jumping out of a car, and now he's got that on his hands, too.
She's not particularly hot. She sounds obnoxious.
She sounds like somebody clipped her vocal cords.
Yeah, so I don't know what he sees in her, other than she can party. Question
Well, he
mark?
did say those lips do suck dick.
He did say all they're good for is sucking dick anyway. Yeah. $95 away from today's goal. There's the links in the chat to Streamlabs and PayPal. Super chats and memberships count towards the goal as well. So we're right there. We're pretty close. Just $95 away. Thank you to everybody who's contributed, but especially Atomic and Scoober today. You guys have been unbelievably generous.
Thank you.
Let's push through to the other 95. Knock that out. We got about 45 minutes before we go to our offering plate segment. Personally, I don't think we're going to need it today.
I don't think so.
$95 away. If we knock that out, we do 30 minutes of overtime. There's all the links right there in the chat. Boy, we could go to the anti-Semitic messages in Jacksonville for the Florida-Georgia game. Let's do that one. Let's do the Florida-Georgia game. So apparently somebody hijacked the screen outside the stadium in Jacksonville and put up a, let's just say, a less than politically correct message. on the screen. Let's hit play and watch
In
this.
messages of hate and animus. It's not just on the political stage. Just yesterday, take a look right there. Anti-Semitic messages
Okay, can you tell? Oh, it's
were projected on the outside wall of this Jacksonville day. Take a look right there.
okay. Do you see what that says, April? Can you read it yet?
Anti-Semitic
Kanye is
messages
right about
were projected on the outside wall of this Jacksonville, Florida.
You know what I love about the news? This is a horrible anti-Semitic statement. It's awful. Yet they pause the video right there so you can see Jews in big letters.
They're also, how are we at a point yet where anything that comes out as anti-Semitic is going to get blamed on Kanye?
Well, this one was just someone writing Kanye's
I do understand that, but I feel like everything that comes out eventually is going to be, see what Kanye's promoting?
Well, that's not even the thing that bothers me the most. What bothers me the most is the one where, like, now every time some jackass like puts a wacky thing on a screen, now we got to have a national conversation about anti-Semitism. It's like, or just some autistic dipshit thought it would be funny to do this and put it up there.
I do feel that this is doing nothing but encouraging more of that.
Right.
Like if you had just handled this in-house and like gotten control of your screen and kicked that guy out, you know, once you found out who it was, like
Unless it was
be
a
okay.
hacking from somewhere else.
Sure.
But
Take
yeah,
your screen down then.
this stuff doesn't really deserve coverage. All you're doing is encouraging the next asshole to do it.
Right, because they get on the news.
Yeah.
Stadium during a college game, the Georgia-Florida football game. So this message, you know, making reference to artist Kanye West's anti-Semitic remarks, which led to companies dropping affiliation with him. It's unclear who's behind these messages on that stadium wall.
I'm going to rule out a Jew. There, that's the best I can do for you.
Actually, every time, what do you always say about school events and stuff where like the N-word was written in the
That's
bathroom
true.
or something?
That's true.
What do
Maybe
you
who
think?
knows?
Or how long it was projected. And in addition, there were banners with anti-Semitic messages hung on highway overpasses near the stadium this weekend. Florida officials and the two universities put out joint statements condemning the acts.
Oh, so brave. So brave. So glad the two football teams could come together and say that the asshole who wrote that thing on the screen, he's a bad guy.
It's just as tough as any Kardashian saying, I stand with the Jews.
Yeah.
Like, it's not doing anything. You're jerking yourselves off.
In
right
your
now.
view, what does all of this say about the depths and perhaps the temperature of hate in America?
Boy, we really need to kill that
Boiling.
24-hour news cycle, don't we? We really need to burn some time here today. Hey, the thing that the guy put up on a screen to be a 4chan troll in front of 60,000 drunks watching a football game, what does that say about hatred in America? Oh, here we go.
What is the temperature?
I'm just waiting for one of her follow-up questions to be, how will this impact the 2022 midterm elections, and how scary is it if we elect certain people into office?
It always gets back there.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, wait. Right now, there's 30 seconds left. Does the election get mentioned?
Yes.
Okay.
From my background, not only with the ADL and the FBI, from what we're seeing and studying it now from our Center on Extremism, it's at an all-time high. You mentioned some of these current incidents. These are happening on a daily basis across the country at the local, state, and larger levels. And we're not knowing if this is something that was always there or if this is just a sign of the new country we're moving into in a time with these elections.
Oh, there we go. These Republicans all hate the
man.
Jews.
It feels so gross.
God.
It's such a disgusting, grimy feeling.
This is so, but yeah, I think the guy who hijacked the scoreboard at the football game was really thinking about getting Ron DeSantis elected.
Yeah, this will bury him.
God, they're so disgusting. All of these manipulative cunts in the media are so gross. They take they take what is essentially a prank. And that's what this was.
And they glorify it in various ways.
Right. They take a prank and then they go, oh man, this prank. Oh, this is definitely a sign that the country's going in a hateful direction as we approach these midterm elections. Right? Yeah? That's a pretty bad deal, right?
Next week cannot come fast enough.
Oh, a week from today, right?
A week from today.
Oh, let's just get that over with as soon as we can.
Are you going?
I don't know yet. I honestly, if I'm being completely honest, I still don't know if I'm going. It's
to
such.
think I am.
It's just such horseshit. How are those polls looking? I'm always looking at that Pennsylvania one. I'm really interested in that. The Fetterman Dr. Oz race and what's going to happen there. Fetterman still on average with a 1.4% lead. That ain't much. That's within the margin of error. Never mind. Nope. Yesterday it went down to 1.1. So that one's narrowing. Dr. Oz has been 3 points ahead in each of the last 3 polls. Where's another one? Oh, the Herschel Walker race. What do we know about the Herschel Walker one? Herschel's behind by 1.2. But he's been winning most of the last recent polls. I don't understand how that works. Like, if you look at the screen here, Herschel Walker's leading in all the polls, but the average has him behind by 1.2%. Okay.
Do you see why, like the comment I made, I think it was last week, why everything's so confusing? There's so many different types of polls. I kind of wish there was just a one reliable poll.
Dude, I'm watching that Oregon governor's race. Oregon might be electing a Democratic or a Republican governor. And to me, that's fucking wild, man.
Look what their state has become.
Yeah. How's New York looking? How's Zeldin doing? Zeldin up by 1 in the last poll. Oh, that was a Republican-funded poll. All right. The last non-Republican poll they had, Zeldin was down by 6. I would be shocked as shit if a Republican wins New York. That would be insane. Max says, if you don't vote, you have no reason to complain about anything. George Carlin destroyed that theory. He said, wait a minute. If I don't vote, then I didn't pick these people. I have every right to complain. If you voted, you have no right to complain. I didn't pick these people. You did.
I also think, though, that if you don't vote, like, you also didn't help vote for the people that people are now complaining about. Like, you didn't help vote against those people. You didn't help one way or another, so I don't think you should complain.
I feel like your conscience is clear. Like, you're like, hey, I didn't participate in any of this shit. I am an unwilling participant.
If I vote for somebody and they turn out to be a total shitbag, which most of them are shitbags anyways, I am just...
Or just useful
I
idiots.
just kind of say, you tried, you had the best of intentions.
Yeah. JJ says, has anyone in this chat ever been surveyed by one of these polls? I have. I've been called before. I always hang up on them. I think
we've all been called. It's just most of us don't ever participate.
Could you imagine sitting down and being like, yeah, I have time. I'm going to contribute to your poll.
The only people I've seen actually go through with these polls, they just sit there and fuck around with the person on the phone.
If you take part in one of those polls, it should be a trick. Mm-hmm. And it should be, if you engage and you go all the way to the end, they rescind your right to vote. Like, you don't get to vote now because you were too into doing this poll. We have to worry about... I feel like the country is run right now by people who like doing polls. And we have to remove them.
Women?
Not those kind of polls.
Oh.
Blur says you have to get involved from the ground level, support a candidate for primaries. Yeah, see, like, if you're in all the way and, like, you can pick, the local crazy nut job that you like and then vote for him, like, I guess that's okay. JJ says, that makes me feel better. At least you guys have been called. I thought they just made this shit up. Whoa.
No.
No way am I saying they're not making shit up.
Right. I feel like even if they call us and let's say that we're both voting Republican this time and it was a Democratic party calling us, they might still... They've just got a phone call. They could still skew that and be like, oh, they definitely said, Democrat.
Well, who's to say, like, that phone operator, who's to say they don't get paid based on how many people respond? And after you hang up on them, they go, well, that's that they were a yes.
All you had to do was say yes in part of your conversation, by the way, if they needed to clip it.
And that's a yes,
and
exactly. $95 away from our goal today, guys. Let's go on one last rally. Knock out the rest of that goal. Otherwise, in about a half hour, we do have the offering plate segment where we pass it around. Ask for some contributions, knock out the rest of it, but we're very close today. And if we do knock it out, we've got Chad Zumock and DSP for overtime today, and I'm very excited for both. If you're just joining us, Oz not feeling well today, could not make it to the show. Oh, well. I have a really quick clip I want to play you. I saw this on R Cringe yesterday, and it was just a clip from the old Unsolved Mysteries show.
Uh-oh.
I want you to tell me what you notice about their reenactment.
Okay.
Not the mugshot of the guy.
Got it.
This is the actual
So should
guy.
I take none of this into consideration?
No.
right now?
You should be taking this into consideration.
Okay.
I want you to tell me what you notice about the guy when they cast somebody to play him in the reenactment.
Okay.
Get ready.
A month later, the case took a surprising twist when police arrested 35-year-old Joseph Clark in an unrelated case.
All right.
During
So there's the
questioning,
guy.
Clark admitted that he had robbed the restaurant and shot the police officer.
I shot the clerk. What? What do you notice? Don't say it yet. Let's see if the chat gets it too.
Pretty.
Here, write it down. Let's see.
Yeah. That seems very obvious.
Let's hear. Okay, the chat's gotten to look at him for a little while. Now let's see what their guess is from Unsolved Mysteries. They're saying I showed it in the title. God damn it. Did I
you really?
Oh, shit.
Oh, I actually didn't even read that.
Although most people are getting it and they didn't see it in the chat. Or they didn't see it on the screen.
I
so.
did not see it on the screen.
Yeah, people are saying Tropic Thundered,
yeah.
Tropic Thundered, Blackface. Other people just saying, oh my God. That's a white guy, white actor.
It's a white guy, yeah.
What the fuck?
That's definitely
Oh,
a white
it does
man.
say it when I have it right up there.
I
See?
will tell you this much. I didn't read the title.
Boogers.
But that's pretty clear.
But when detectives pressed him for details, Clark recanted.
Bet he did.
They just put a guy up there. Imagine, like, how little do you have to try to find a black actor before you go, fuck it, paint that guy's face?
Yeah, nobody wanted to be part of your show.
You could have found a black actor to play that guy, and so he could get a credit to build his career. You could have done it in no time. You could have found a crew member who could have done it. Instead, there was probably somebody, a producer for that show, going like, hey, Frank looks just like this guy if you just painted his skin brown.
Or what if they're like a super racist show, like they're known to be racist, where they only portray black criminals and stuff, so nobody wants to work with them?
Well, if they were super racist and that was the angle they were going for, then they would have had the guy go, oh, Lordy, Officer Osdon has no idea who's done shot that woman. All right, you better let me get out of here so I can get back to my shack I live in down in the bayou.
Hey, they don't all talk like that.
If you really wanted to lean in, that's all I'm saying. If you really wanted to go for it. Apparently, the Mississippi River is not doing well this year. We've
I've
seen
heard this.
Yeah, we've seen historic droughts in many places. We've seen rivers. Literally, this country is becoming a country boy can survive. The interest is up and the stock market's down. You only get mugged if you go downtown. The Mississippi River, she's a going dry, and the preacher man says it's the end of times, and the Mississippi River, she's a going dry.
It's came to life.
So far we've knocked out the first verse of A Country Boy Can Survive. By the way, I think Joe Biden might be the only president in history who's been able to do that, which I think is something
that might be true.
Yeah. I'm the only president who's made a Hank Williams Jr. song come to life. So let's see. Preacher Man says it's the end of time. We've always had those guys. Mississippi River, she's a going dry. Check. Interest is up. Check.
Way up.
Stock market's down. Check.
Ugh.
You only get mugged if you go downtown. Rising crime. Check.
Also true.
Then the rest is about him living back in the woods, plowing fields.
Sounds like how it should be.
I don't think we ever have. I don't think we have any more like documentary about the way the world's going. So Joe Biden has made A Country Boy Can Survive come to life. That's pretty. You know what? That's pretty fascinating.
So I'm assuming we're going to hear about climate change, though, right?
Well, you might get a little climate change out of this next story, but I thought this was pretty shocking to see that the Mississippi River had gone down so far that we were finding boats. Let's go ahead and watch this one from Memphis, Tennessee.
This Halloween season, the Mississippi River is offering up some frightful finds.
Oh, why does this dork have to do puns? I hate this.
As the water levels remain low. Action News 5's Walter Murphy shows you the Diamond Lady riverboat. Her gleam long gone, but sightseers nevertheless still fascinated.
What is wrong with
Well, the spookiest part is that I should be...
Spookiest part is Jim Carrey has jaw cancer. Oh my God.
And a bulbous forehead.
Jesus Christ, this guy makes me feel great.
I know. What happened here?
I'm loving this guy.
You're right. He like chewed tobacco for too many years and his jaw went away.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Almighty. There he is.
Treading the waters of the Mississippi River where I'm standing right now, but I'm doing just fine. And other people have been.
Could you do me a favor and just say, repeat after me? He like a glove.
This is him in what's the fucking Bruce Almighty and like remember he did a boat in that one.
Oh,
too.
the Noah's Ark. Yeah.
No.
That was Evan Almighty, wasn't it?
He broadcasted from Niagara Falls on like the on that
that's right.
boat, and now look, it's the same thing but degraded.
Is Bruce Almighty the one where they did the Ark? What was that movie?
That's Evan Almighty.
Evan Almighty.
Not a good
did the Ark.
movie.
Is it bad?
Did you never see it? Oh God, do I not like that movie.
Been doing just fine that have come out here to treasure hunt along these receded banks and to get an up-close look at stuff like this, the Diamond Lady, a riverboat that sank into the mighty Mississippi years ago.
And it's now just out because the Mississippi River's water levels have dropped so much that it just went, hey, look, we found, that's my boat.
Dude, this is terrifying, is it not?
It's definitely not a good sign.
That whole thing was submerged.
That's what those water stains would lead us to believe, yes. Is that they've kind of had this boat sitting here with its little pecker sitting above water for years.
Okay, so what can we do about this? You know what I mean? Is there anything to be done?
I don't know, grab some spackle buckets and a hose and just kind of start dumping them in.
You dummy.
What do you do with a pool when it's just... Maybe what happened was there were too many people swimming in it and the water went over the banks and now we just got to put a hose in and put
Maybe we
new
could
water
just
in.
get all the homeless to just piss in the Mississippi River and
That'd
they
be
could
good.
supply it.
I mean, we've already got like a lot of prescription drugs and shit in the water supply as it
That
is.
won't change. We just need more of it.
Okay.
Not so mighty right now.
The mighty Mississippi River, reduced to a trickle of its former self. Severe drought across the country brought the Big Muddy down to record-breaking lows recently, and in the process revealed what lies beneath.
We just heard that the river is really low, and there's a lot of cool things and a lot of boats that have washed up ashore. And we heard about the ferry boat, which I think it used to be a casino, maybe.
Claire Smith is right. This old boat is the...
That's the coolest thing back in the day is they used to just have river boats out there. They just park on the water because like that county or whatever didn't allow gambling and drinking.
That's what Ozark is about.
Yeah, so they just put a riverboat out there and people went there and drank their tits off and played cards. It's awesome.
Diamond Lady. And the once grand gaming vessel took her maiden voyage in the 90s, but it got docked just a few years later in favor of a bigger riverboat. And for years, she sat empty and unused before storms hit the Mid-South in 2021 and sank her. But when the waters receded, the Diamond Lady saw the light of day again.
Yeah, not like, oh, part of the ship came back. Like, no, the whole thing. Like the water receded so much that this entire ship was visible again.
That's a little bit creepy to think about, just all the shit that's sitting at the bottom of like big masses of water.
Yeah. Just the
You know what I mean?
stuff
Like
that's
you
sitting
just
there.
don't know what's under there. Like Lake Mead keeps receding too, and now they're just finding bodies.
Yeah, they found another body in Lake Mead. Was it yesterday?
A few days ago.
A few days ago, they keep finding more of these, which, by the way, clearly mobster
You would think
hit
so.
bodies.
They sit and try to spin that shit on the news like, oh no, this is clearly just an innocent drowning. Meanwhile, they're talking about somebody in a barrel.
Yeah.
Not likely.
Yeah, if you're finding old sunken river boats, you've definitely, I don't know, we got to get some water back in there somewhere.
But what do you do?
Like I said,
They're going to go with the climate change thing and be like, look, we've got to change our ways. And
hook up a hose or something. I
meanwhile,
don't know.
it'll never work.
Just start refilling it. Have a bunch of neighborhood people spit in it. See if you can get it to pop. I don't know. We're uncovering sunken river boats. What are we doing? $95 away from our goal today. There's the links in the chat. Let's knock those out. We've got about 20 minutes before we go with the offering plate segment. $95 away from today's goal. There's Streamlabs and PayPal if you feel like chipping in. Memberships and super chats count as well. Joe Biden was giving a woman, and I think this was early voting. It was like an early voting deal that they were doing, and Biden was putting an I voted sticker on somebody. And the guy just can't, I would say this is just a creepy old man thing, but he's always been this way.
Did he go for the tits? Did he put it right on her tit or something weird?
In my opinion, he went for everything.
Joe,
in my opinion, Joe got quite a bit out of line here. So she, I guess, puts the I voted sticker on Joe.
Okay.
And then now he's going to stare at her tits.
All right.
Just smooching bitches right on the lips. And by the way, I know she's at least 18 so she can vote. She don't look that much over 18.
That is a young girl. She
Right.
still looks like semi-underdeveloped, right?
Yes.
Like that girl can barely vote.
And when he goes to put the sticker on her, she even points high on herself. She's like, here, don't get near my tit, you fucking weirdo. And he still goes right there.
Not only that, but after he kisses her, look at the post-kiss face she has. She does one of these like...
Yeah, she's troubled.
Wait. Which side you want on? This side. All right.
Oh, just a fucking creep. Just the old man lip smacky sound. And then the big smile on his face after. Oh, what a ghoul.
Not only that, but the creep behind him was at a fucking shit grin on for days, too. Just watching, just staring.
Oh, look. We can just... look. There's your sticker. Now come give me a kiss, young lady.
This is so wrong. She leans in, too, though.
Kind of gay.
Did you see that? She tilts her head, too.
Yeah.
Who is this girl, and why was she walking out with him as well?
I don't know.
If you're Jill Biden, you have to hate your life by now.
Or you at least have to sit your senile husband down and go, look, bro, you gotta quit with the smooch and the young chicks. It looks weird. We just got through a whole era in our country's history where we went, hey, creepy old guys who smooch on girls is totally wrong. You get canceled for that. And he's just like...
Did you ever hear about Epstein, sir?
Yeah, I don't think... Well, yeah, of course. He's
a lot of young girls getting
he's one of the guys
men there.
He's one of the guys who helped order the hit. Of course he's heard of him. If that is her granddaughter, that makes it even worse. Well, I tell you this. Don't read his daughter's diary. That's all I'm going to say.
Dude, this is frightening.
Do not read Ashley Biden's diary if you don't want to go too far down the Joe Biden rabbit hole. That's all I can say.
Do you know something about this?
All I'm allowed to say is don't read Ashley Biden's diary.
Really?
Yeah.
I know what I'm ordering today.
It's fucked up. Okay. Rupert with $4.99 says, you want to earn yourself a free presidential pardon the hard way? Thank you very much, Rupert. $90 away from today's goal, and we are right about there. Nate wants you to know you're doing a great job today.
Thank you, Nate.
Yeah.
As my shirt, Nate approved today.
Oh, he
Did you
approved
hear
it.
that?
He approved of your shirt. Yes, you had a rumbly tummy. Elon Musk, I love this idea. I saw people freaking the fuck out about this over the weekend. Elon Musk wants Twitter, what do you call it? The blue check marks, the verification check marks?
The verified accounts.
He wants people to pay $19.99 a month to have those.
That's kind of cool.
I love that.
So you
I
don't
think
just
that's great.
sit there and completely think who the fuck you are just because you have a blue check mark.
You got to pay for it.
Hey, I do like that.
I enjoy that a ton. It also, like, I just saw mostly lefty people. I don't know if righty people were complaining about it, but I saw mostly lefty people like, I fucking hate it. I'm leaving here if they do that, if they make me do that. Really? Because you were leaving if Elon Musk bought it. Then Elon Musk bought it. You didn't leave for that.
Will we get to a point where we can buy the blue check mark instead of having like a certain amount of like followers and shit?
No, I think with this, yeah, you still have to like cover all the other bases, but then you also have to sign up for the Twitter subscription service. It's possible the plan and pricing could change as Twitter's new billionaire owner Elon Musk works to put his stamp on one of the world's most important social media platforms. It's also unclear if some verified users may be exempt from paying the fee. Many international organizations and charities, for example, are verified on Twitter. It would be kind of a boss move if Elon went, no, I don't give a fuck what your group does. Pay me.
No, everyone's the same here.
Yeah. But I build houses for the homeless. I don't know if you're cleaning up drug money. Pay me my $20 a month. How's that?
I like this.
Standalone Cakecorn says these are the same people who were moving to Canada when Trump won. Yeah. They're too egotistical, man. They want their they want their blue check mark and they
They're-
want their Twitter and they want to be heard on it, so they ain't going anywhere.
They want their notoriety.
Yeah. So they're not going to leave. He's going to make them put up with all kinds of shit. And they're not only are they going to stay with Twitter, they're going to pay for their check mark. That check mark to them is a status symbol.
I think that's a very fun, small fuck you, and he's going to make money on you now.
Yeah. Well, I think he also looks at the numbers of Twitter and he's like, this thing doesn't make shit.
Well,
I got
think
to
of-
find a way to monetize some of this.
There's so many weird blue check names out there, too, that like people you've just never heard of. Kind of, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
I think this might clean some of this up.
Make them pay. You deserve fake accounts in your name. You don't deserve your blue check mark. N-Word says they've become Elon pay pigs. Essentially, yeah.
Why not?
They've become Elon Musk's pay pigs. I like the way this is going so far. What is it? $20 a month and you can keep it.
And they did say it's up for discussion, too. Like, that could change.
That's just him further fucking with them. Like,
Yeah.
maybe I will, maybe I won't.
Yeah, you don't know.
You don't know. $90 away from today's overtime goal in about 15 minutes until we go to the offering plate segment. If you'd like to contribute, there's the Streamlabs and PayPal link in the chats. Super chats and membership renewals count as well, or becoming a new member counts towards that goal. And if we knock out that goal, we do an extra 30 minutes of show. And I've got Chad Zumock, and DSP flipping out over his Halloween costume
It's a
yesterday.
very good watch.
He wore a Halloween costume, and then like he has fucking amnesia, didn't realize that people like goofing on him and shitting on him. So
Before the costume.
Yeah, he started getting mad at people for saying that he looked like a lesbian, he looked like a trans woman and everything. He was not happy that people didn't like his Street Fighter costume
No.
yesterday. Nate says, y'all still working on the single shot? Yes, we are. I will apologize on behalf of our production department. We have been lazy and worthless on that particular issue.
I'd like to say I did offer to do it last night.
I didn't want to fuck with it last night. It was too late. It was not the time to be doing it. But we do have we have that to work on, and there was
Getting Stoney's up there.
and Stoney's
So-
template.
While I'm doing that today, why don't I also send over a one-shot template that would work with Stoney's on it, obviously, and get it done.
And
I have a lot of work to do today.
okay, now if we go to a one shot, here's my question: will we have to shorten this? Will this have to come down?
that won't go in the middle anymore. I'm thinking I would have that off to the left or the right, and then have like a large screen here. But then what happens when you have to pull up a video? Does that still sit in the middle like it does now?
We'll figure it out. I think is what we'll do. We'll figure it out. Do we get April again tomorrow? Not that I know of. I believe Corey will be back.
He's been streaming.
For tomorrow's show. Okay, so he's all set to go.
Yes.
Anyway, we're $90 away from overtime. Thank you guys very much for all of your support today. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer. All right, the Paul Pelosi thing continues. This is a weird story. I just don't feel like we're getting all the information. I've heard way too much shit. Now, I understand that when something first happens, there's a lot of wild bullshit that gets thrown out there, and it's probably not true.
Sure,
But I have a hard time believing that the hemp jewelry making, mentally ill, Castro supporting nudist guy was a super MAGA Republican who just found himself inside of Nancy Pelosi's unlocked doors.
And then add underwear and hammers to this situation.
Yeah, and then we're in our underwear and there's hammers and
the fact that you will not release the security footage.
Yeah, you won't show us the security footage to show us, definitively what happened. I
think that to me over anything is the most damning. I could give a fuck if he was like fucking some guy or whatever.
Yeah.
Even if that was the allegation. It's the fact that like, okay, you got assaulted, hand over the tape.
Yeah, most people
if there's
kinda-
nothing to hide, just throw the tape at him.
Most people theorize that Paul Pelosi is gay anyway, so not that anybody would care.
Because who'd want to sleep with Nancy?
David DePape, the 42-year-old, has been charged. He was charged yesterday. The district attorney announced the charges were attempted murder, residential burglary, assault with a deadly weapon, elder abuse, false imprisonment of an elder, and threats to a public official and their family. If convicted, he's facing 13 years to life. The district attorney says they'll request no bail at DePape's hearing tomorrow. Okay, so that's tomorrow, as in today. He'll be in front of the judge. I'm sorry. I hate to be conspiracy guy, but I just don't feel like we're getting everything on this story.
It's a little sus.
Yeah.
If you will.
I feel like it's just, I don't believe that this guy just got to break into your house.
Not typically. Nope.
I just don't, I feel like he had to be invited in.
What did they say about the broken glass?
That it was broken the wrong way for a break-in. That it was broken out and not
as
broken
if
in.
somebody got out of hand with one of their hammers, you know.
Yeah. There's all kinds of allegations.
You don't know. You just don't know. But the whole fact, like, this could all go to bed. Like, if Paul Pelosi has nothing to hide, if they would just turn in the security footage.
Right. Or as
That's
Standalone Cakecorn says, all those cops' body cams didn't work. What a shame.
Oh, that too. We haven't heard anything about that.
Because, like, the hammer attack, I thought we heard didn't happen until after the cops got there.
Yep, they said they got there and they saw the two men with their hands on a single hammer, and then the guy started to hit Paul with it.
Whacked him with the hammer when the cops were there.
So they saw it. Okay.
The Paul Pelosi story is just exhausting to me.
So, yeah, what else was in the home? Like, what were they fighting over? Like, anything.
Who gets to be bottom? I don't know.
Yeah, why didn't, who gets to be bottom and who's getting the hammer in their asshole?
Yeah. Paul Polito says they don't even try to make a cover story anymore. Well, I think it's because half the country wants to believe the story they're throwing out there, and the other half is going to believe anything but that. So just throw your bullshit out there and see what sticks. I mean, I would love to know what actually happened because it sounds like a fucking great story.
Let that security footage fly.
Yes,
For God's sakes.
Really want to see that. $90 away from today's goal, 10 minutes away from the offering plate segment. Let's see if we can knock that out. Okay, we go to Florida for our last couple of stories before, hopefully, fingers crossed, overtime today.
A fun one.
Don't forget, we do have Shuli at 11:30. We're going to stream the interview with Shuli live at 11:30. That should be a lot of fun. Shuli, of course, from the Uncle Rico show and the Miserable Men show.
Make sure you come back here live. Sometimes the notifications don't go out for some reason.
You're
I don't know if
probably
we stream
not.
too
Yeah,
much.
you won't get notifications for this one because I think they only give you like 2 or 3 notifications within 24 hours.
So just plan on it.
So just plan on being here at around 11:30, and we'll be live, and we'll have Shuli on the show, and it should be pretty good. Jimmy Dabble says his gay lover yelling, "Where's Nancy?" obviously inspired by January 6th, you guys. Yeah, I mean... Zen Rhino says, why did the police show up at Nancy's mansion at 2:30 a.m. for a priority wellness check? Well, because allegedly Paul called the police and said, there's a guy in here. I don't know who he is. His name's Dave. He's a friend.
Completely contradictory right out the gate.
And I have no idea what the hell that means. Like the dispatch person who handled it was like, what? Wait, you don't know him, but you know his name and he's your pal. I mean, who's calling this in? Chad Zumock?
I was going to say he has a case of Zumock-itis.
Yeah. Let's go to Florida for this one while we wait to knock that goal out today. A man in Ocala has been arrested after allegedly exposing himself to 2 women in a parking lot. Is this real? Like, I have to see if this is a real site before I show you guys this. Let me go.
Yeah, because that picture's a little weird, huh?
What is Ocala news? I feel like I'm being had. Oh, final week to catch Dracula at Ocala Civic Theater.
So it's like a local news.
Ocala Manufacturing Plant's upcoming 54,000 square foot expansion to add 70 jobs. Okay, so this is a legit news site. So that means that what I'm about to show you, this guy is real. That is Christopher Todd Piscatelli, a 44-year-old man arrested after he was accused of exposing himself to 2 women in a parking lot. On Tuesday, October 25th, an MCSO deputy responded to the Lowe's home improvement store. I mean, if you can't whip your dick out as a Lowe's, where can a guy be a man, you know? Upon arrival, the deputy made contact with the 2 female victims, who advised that Christopher Todd Piscatelli had exposed himself to them.
And he was very thrilled about it.
And he was apparently very happy with himself. Piscatelli was at the incident location when the deputy arrived on scene, While the deputy was speaking with the victims, Piscatelli began walking away. The deputy made contact with Piscatelli and attempted to detain him during the investigation. But while the deputy spoke with Piscatelli, the deputy noted in the report that he asked if he could dump a bag of chips that he was holding on the deputy. The deputy removed the bag from his hand. So at least he asked nicely.
So what do we predict is wrong with this guy? Is it just straight up mental illness, or is this a substance?
There's a lot of shit going on. I would say both.
I've never seen a man so thrilled to pull his dick out in public.
And then dump chips on a cop.
It's very specific.
The report further stated that he asked if he could urinate on the deputy. Boy, swing and a miss twice, huh?
Hold on. I think we're not giving him any credit for being polite and asking first.
He is asking. Piscatelli then grabbed a gallon of water, which the deputy was also had removed from his hands. According to the... next time you don't... That's a good idea for him to start with the bag of chips. And then if he says no, you don't ask him for the pissing on thing.
I say fuck it. Just ask for forgiveness later. You're already in trouble.
Yeah, just do it, man. Just pee on a deputy.
What if this is his fantasy?
Once he was handcuffed, Piscatelli began pulling away from the deputy, and he refused to walk towards the patrol vehicle. The deputy responded by bringing Piscatelli down to the ground on his stomach, and Piscatelli began kicking with his legs. Additional units arrived on the scene and placed Piscatelli inside of the deputy's patrol vehicle. The deputy then returned to the two victims to discuss the alleged incident involving Piscatelli. The first victim stated that she had just left work and was walking in the parking lot when she noticed Piscatelli near her vehicle. She stated that he walked away from her vehicle, turned around, and exposed his sexual organs to her. He's just peacocking.
He's just having fun.
According to the second victim, Piscatelli had started a fire in the parking lot underneath a bucket shortly after she began recording the incident on her cell phone. Piscatelli allegedly began attempting to enter two rental trucks. After the second victim and the manager stopped Piscatelli from entering the trucks, she advised that Piscatelli pulled down his underwear, exposed his sexual organs, and showed his butt to her. The manager told the deputy that Piscatelli had allegedly knocked over and damaged a Lowe's sign, which was valued at $100. The deputy returned to the patrol vehicle that Piscatelli was seated in, and upon entering the vehicle, Piscatelli asked if he could spit in the deputy's face. Boy, this guy's big with doing stuff to this guy.
He likes bodily functions.
He then spat through the divider in the vehicle, which struck the deputy's right arm. That's a cop with a great amount of restraint if he didn't beat the living shit out of him right there.
Because I will say, I don't know if you've ever been spat on before, but it's maybe one of the most infuriating, gross, degrading things.
Right.
I have been spit on before by a homeless person.
Ew.
And okay, let's be honest, I was terrified of him, but the father figure that I was with at the time fucking went after him pretty good.
Boy. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory in Foley have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, parts, optics, knives, and so much more. Go ahead and check out the selection at Midland Armory in Foley. Use the promo code SteelToe and get nice savings off your next purchase. Buy a firearm and have it delivered to an FFL dealer near you. That's Midland Armory in Foley. The link's in the chat, midlandarmory.com. And Old Capitol Tavern has great new specials. We talked about them yesterday. Today at Old Capitol, all you can eat house smoked brisket with mashed potatoes and gravy, vegetables, and biscuit for just $18.99, and half off all draft beer and wine. That's at Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitoltavern.com. I do have some pictures of that brisket here for you in one of these pictures. There it is.
Delicious.
There's the brisket that you'll get at Old Capitol Tavern today. Again, for $18.99. It's all you can eat, house smoked brisket, mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and a biscuit, and half off all draft beer and wine. Again, $18.99 at Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. And Steel Toe got reloaded on stickers, and that was all thanks to our friends at Affordable Signs, AffordableSignService.com. Of course, if you go to Affordable Sign Service, you'll see that they do just about every kind of promotional work you can think of. They can design it for you. They can put your design on something.
Yep.
Great manufacturing, expert installers. We're talking about signs like this one, banners, even little stickers, little 3D signs, pylon signs, LED signs, LED displays, storefronts, lighted signs, sandblasted signs. They do it all. Vehicle wraps, you name it, at Affordable Signs. AffordableSignService.com. Of course, you can order from anywhere in the country. They're based out of Alexandria and St. Cloud, Minnesota. That's Affordable Sign Service, AffordableSignService.com. And again, they do a great job with our stickers, with our backdrop, with everywhere else, or with everything else. That is Affordable Sign Service. All right, we got about a minute or two before we fire up the offering plate segment. We've got $90 to go before we hit our goal today, so we are right there. We are right up to it if you want to contribute. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. Let's see if we can knock that out. Otherwise, a real quick story here. Then if we do overtime, we've got Zumach and DSP. So it'll be a very fun overtime for you. A 62-year-old Florida woman was arrested Thursday after hitting two cars and leaving the scene after both crashes, and one could argue that she has a drinking problem.
What?
Deborah Sue Bond, 62, was charged with DUI hit and run, careless driving, failure to report a crash, driving with a revoked license, and multiple other infractions. She also has unpaid parking tickets. The case began at approximately 4 p.m. when a woman reported a Lexus SUV tried to pass her vehicle on the right and left before rear-ending the victim's vehicle near mile marker 21.5 in the Keys. A short time later, another rear-end hit and run was reported near mile marker 17. So she made it about 4 miles before she hit a second person.
So at least good for her. She's able to hit all these people and not totally go off the road.
Yeah. She was stopped at mile marker 10 and was identified as the driver. Deputies say that Bond's driver's license was permanently revoked after 4 previous DUIs, including one that caused injury and property damage. She was booked on $175,000 bond. You want to see what a 62-year-old alcoholic looks like?
Mm-hmm. Oh. There you go. That's a corpse. Is it not?
That is some thinning ass hair right there in the middle, I'll tell you that.
Woo! Just even that face, that's a hard 62, I feel.
That's a rough-looking bitch. It's she's sideswiping one person, rear-ending another, just hammered both times. Not even legally allowed to drive. That's why I don't know how much the revoking the license even works.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say that. It just goes to show like banning things or taking away licenses doesn't really stop people from doing anything.
Right. Like you almost have to throw these people in jail or nothing's going to happen.
Like, God forbid Aaron totally lost his license, too many texting and driving incidents or something.
Of course.
And all I'd have to do is hand him my truck keys and he could go for a drive. I mean, it's really not that hard.
As long as you don't get pulled over.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yep.
All right, guys, we got to fire it up. We've had 2 very generous contributions from Atomic and from Scoober.
Thank you,
and
guys.
that's knocked us all the way down to $90. We got down to $90 at about 8:45. It's been kind of quiet since then, so we didn't think we were going to do the offering plate segment today, but here we are. Let's see if we can knock out that last pesky $90 here before we do overtime. Of course, we can't do overtime unless we hit the goal. Here we go. The music is launched. You've got the PayPal, the Streamlabs, Super Chats, and memberships. We either knock out that goal and do another 30 minutes with Zumach and DSP, or we pack that in for tonight's evening show and do it then. Either way, we also have Shuli coming up at 11:30 today on this channel.
Come back.
So if we do overtime, we'll sign off here at 10:30. Come back at 11:30 Central Time with Shuli. All right, guys, $90 away. We got about 3 minutes left. Let's see if we can get there. Your contributions are helpful, and of course, with only $90 away, it won't take much of a rush. It'll take a few 5s, a few 10s, and we'll get there in no time. 90 away. Our last little wrap-up, of course, that represents the break-even point for this program with the Corys and Johnnies and Oz's of the world. There's Hulkamasha, baby, says for last night's Walter and Officer McTits, $25. Thank you very much, sir.
Catch our new video on OnlyFans.
Yes. $65 away from today's goal. Wow, 65 away. Somebody says one of my relatives' ex-husband had 10 DWIs until they got put away for a couple of years. That is...
Oh, man.
That's aggressive, man.
Can you imagine being in a relationship with that person?
with 10
For
DUIs.
any length of time, yeah.
Yeah, well, at what point do you have to bail just because of the DUIs alone?
Just reckless.
I mean, I think they like the drinking a lot more than they like you at that point. I don't think it's even a question.
You have to drink just to deal with you.
Atomic renewing his membership, and Kyler with
Thank you.
$5. That's going to put us at 55 away from today's goal. Again, thank you guys very much for being so generous. Very much appreciated. And we're just about there. We've got 2 minutes left in this offering plate segment with $55 to go until we hit our goal. Stevie J says, thanks, donator people from the Poors. Yes.
Thanks. And then Rain says, I hate poor people.
Rain does not like poor people.
Rain
does
doesn't
not
like
them at all.
anyone.
Remember, if you have YouTube Premium, you are chipping into this show every second you watch it. You're contributing to this program, so we do appreciate you for that. Members, Super Chatters, PayPal, Streamlabs, all of it, welcome. There's the link in the chat. As we said, just 55 away from adding 30 minutes onto the end of today's show, but we are we're about a minute away. We got a minute and change left in the offering plate. Dear Butch with 10 says for Atomic. That's
Nice.
very nice, and that's
Thank you.
gonna knock 7 off the goal, bringing us to 50. We are 50 away. If we get inside of that 50, that puts us at overtime on credit, only to knock it out the rest of the way during that overtime. So we're about 50 seconds away from the end. Paul Polito says, oh, hey, I'm a premium whale, so not totally freeloading. Oh, thank you very much for however you support this
thank you.
listener-supported endeavor we're doing here. $50 away. We need to get inside of that 50 if we're going to do overtime, and we got 30 seconds left. We are coming up to it here. Getting very close. There's the PayPal. There's the Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. It's just going to take one more thing.
We got it.
To get us inside and do overtime. We've got 15 seconds to go. Let's see if it comes in. Down to the 10-second mark. We are at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do our last refreshes here and see if we made it. Fingers crossed. We are very, very close. Nothing there. Oh, shit.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Got close.
That actually shocks the living shit out of me.
It was astonishing.
That we didn't make it. All right. Well, looks like we're not doing overtime today. Oh, well, guys. Hulkamash says, hold up. I'll give 10 more. Don't do that. Out of principle, don't do that. It's not good for this show if just like one guy... Like, we're basically living on 3 people right now today. That's not a good thing. It's better for us that we just miss and we take an L today than it is that we, 3 people keep the show going. Never mind. Josh with $10 over on PayPal. Randall with a $5 super chat. So never mind. We're inside of 50 and we're at 35 away from today's goal. So it looks like we are doing OT today by the skin of our teeth. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And thank you to Josh for getting us there. When you give them a time limit, they die under pressure, says Rain.
They wilt.
Marquise says, hold up. Oh, now I got people behind in the chat who are yelling at me now saying, so. Oh, wait. Don't worry, we're doing the overtime. We'll do Zumach and DSP, and we'll knock out the other 35 at the end of overtime here. So let's open it up.
Yep. And then come back at 11:30 for Aaron and Shuli.
Yes, and then Shuli at 11:30. No goals during the interviews. Basically, all we do is we say, hey, if you want to do a super chat and ask Shuli a question, that's great. That's awesome. That's fun. But otherwise, just sit back and enjoy the program.
And I'll sit back and do some merch order distribution and prize stuff.
Yeah, the merch orders are being sent
Start
out
the new list.
very, very soon. God damn it, Scoober, stop it.
Oof.
Throws in $50 and goes, I guess, cheap beer this week. No, you should
buddy,
never buy
no.
cheap. You should keep
I feel
the
so
money.
dirty.
Keep the money and then buy yourself good beer. You've done more than enough, sir.
Thank you.
Scruffy D with $20 and Scoob with 50. Jimmy Dabbles with 15. All right, that's enough. Now we're plus.
Starting to.
All right, guys. Stop. Enough. Cut it. Stop giving us.
Stop it.
Now we got to roll it in here. Let's see. So we were at 35. Now I have to do math. 5,
hey.
15 over.
You get to do math.
No, I mean have to because I'm stupid. All right, we're $65 ahead for tomorrow morning. Thanks, guys, but cut it off. We're done. We're done.
Thank you.
Why Do I Podcast says, haha, your Jew magic worked on the audience.
Yeah, Aaron.
Oh, it's my goddamn Jew
Will
magic.
You quickly remind us all what your grandpa said about you as a baby?
When my parents told my grandpa that they were naming me Aaron, my grandfather's quote was, "He's a goddamn Jew baby." That's what he called me. So
and your parents said,
we're going to fucking hate him anyway.
That's true.
So what do you do?
I predict they apologize any day now.
Jimmy Dabbles, our official lawyer for the Dabblers Anonymous, says Kanye was right about Aaron. Yes. Filthy, filthy man is who he is. All right, let's, okay, what do we want to do first? Zumock or DSP? Do I let April choose or do I let the chat choose? This could be really interesting. I'm going to let the audience choose. Do you want to do DSP melting down about his Halloween costume or do you want to do Zumock first? Because the one we start with is the one we're guaranteed to get to during overtime. If we really dig into these guys big time, one of these guys, if one of them goes really well, we may not get to the other one until tomorrow or tonight. But I'll let you guys choose. So far in the chat, I've got Union Jack saying Zumock. Kyler says DSP. Marcus says Z-Man. It's even. Zumock is up 4-3 right now. I don't care about DSP. Do Zumock. It's still one vote away. Camo Girl says DSP. So Zumock's up by 1. We got a throwback clip of Zumock, and we've got a clip of his stand-up special that he
Which
just
I think
did.
everyone needs to see.
Which I want to say, I was inspired by Carl from Who Are These Podcasts to go through his Dry Bar special because Carl went through audio on his show recently. He went through audio of Chad, of a live gig that Chad did, that one of his guys one of Carl's fans were filming it and sent it to him.
Well, I'm doing the Lord's work apparently, but
Yes.
I think we should all find out why Chad Zumock should in fact be included on everybody's what do you call them? Improv nights, comedy nights, anything like that.
Stand-up shows.
Your
Yeah,
stand-up
you should
shows.
absolutely book him. What we're
him.
doing is we feel really bad that we've upset Chad Zumock as much as we have. We feel really terrible that Chad is so hurt and feels disaffected and everything else. So what I want to do with Chad is I want to help him by playing his Dry Bar special for everyone. So then we'll make up for it by our audience hearing Chad Zumock stand up, realizing what a funny fucking guy he is, and becoming fans of his and probably abandoning this show.
Oh, hands down. Do you want to book him now for our next show?
Well, let's watch the clip first in a little bit, and then we'll decide. Now, what we first have with Chad is Chad Zumock. We're doing a flashback to him about 5 years ago when he was on the Bob and Tom show. Now, I believe, and I could be wrong about this, if you look through Chad's legal files, he got a DUI or a restraining order or some kind of problem that caused him to get fired from radio.
Okay.
And that fucked him out of the radio business. Well, then he went, I'm going to try my best to be a stand-up comedian. And he hasn't really caught on yet as a stand-up or a podcast host or YouTuber or anything like that. It's all kind of, the sad thing about Zumock is it all just kind of started here and stayed here.
Yeah.
It hasn't gone up. It hasn't gone down. It just started low and stayed low.
I would never be surprised about a restraining order with him, would you?
Oh, no. I
guy-
believe Chrissy and Frank may have one pretty soon.
They
Maybe
should.
Anthony would have one at the compound studio.
And they should. Anyone who, he's just trying to barge into your, comedy night and stuff, barge into your property unwelcome.
Right. And
restraining orders.
the managers and the owners of that comedy club basically had to call him and give him a talking to like a little boy. And Chad went on Kevin Brennan's show. By the way, that was a bad look for Kevin because it made Kevin look really jealous of the comedians of the compound thing.
To have Chad on there, yeah.
And the content house because he brought... Now, in fairness, he did bring Chad on and he chastised him quite a bit and told him he was stupid and this and that.
He treated him like a 4-year-old.
Right. But Kevin... I don't know, man. I like Kevin Brennan, but it's just he's in his own way all the time. And it's almost like he's, again, another guy who just started living the gimmick, like he has to be angry, everything sucks guy. And that shit ages you. But we have some Chad Zumock from 5 years ago. And this is from, God, what's the name of the subreddit? I want to give them the proper credit. I just joined it. It's a brand new one. I think it's called, is it Zumock Anonymous? Chad Anonymous. All right, I'll give you guys the link to that one in the chat here. This is from Chad Anonymous on Reddit. They found one from 5 years ago, and they titled it, When Chad Still Had Hope of a Career.
Oh.
This is him on the Bob and Tom Show. Now, I would not recommend any comedian go on the Bob and Tom Show because it's one of those hacky radio shows that housewives listen to where they just set you up by reading the back of your CD or something. Like, hey, Chad, I hear you like cats. And he's like, oh, are you kidding? I love cats. My cat the other day, we call him Jangle Balls because he just jangles balls around. He's jangling balls around. That's pretty crazy, Chad. Also, it says here you hate how to shop. You hate shopping for cat food. Oh, yeah, shopping for cat food. I mean, my God, it's like, there's so many different types. It's like you're shopping for potting soil. Oh, I really do hate shopping for potting soil. And like everyone in the room laughs way too hard at your shit. And you almost feel bad. Mm-hmm. You're like, well, I know for a fact I'm not this funny.
No.
But all these people are breaking down laughing.
But they're just pitching softballs for stay-at-home moms. You're right.
Yeah, so here's Chad Zumock on the Bob and Tom Show.
Oh, no, we were talking off the air about a couple things, and I didn't get to hear the story. You said you went to your high school reunion?
I went to my high school reunion.
This is not, okay, so I want to stop the radio guy shit right here. This is not a natural conversation you have on the radio if you're doing a talk show.
No.
You don't go like, oh, Chad, I heard you went to your high school reunion recently. Nobody gives a fuck unless you're setting him up for a bit.
You have to remember that Chad Zumock very much cares about his high school experience.
No, you're right. Chad cares about high school. These guys don't.
Okay.
They would never ask him about that unless they probably went to Chad, and Chad is the kind of hack who would give them shit to set him up. Because that's what you do on these kind of shitty radio shows. I bet you Chad did this when he was on the radio. He'd probably like, hey, could you have the comic send us, a list of things he wants us to set us up with? I got to tell you a secret. Good comics hate that shit. Whenever we had comics, like when we had Chris Porter and stuff on our show, it was always like, oh, so you guys going to ask me to like do a bunch of shit? It's like, no, we just want to sit down and hang out.
I was going to say, when you set the conversation up in that type of way, it seems not organic anymore.
Yeah, it's shitty. It's hard to listen to. So, all right, they asked Chad about high school, not knowing that 5 years later, Chad would still be very much into what he was into in high school, which was being fucking cool.
Reunion, had my 20-year high school reunion.
How'd that go?
Have you been to yours?
Yep.
Not really.
I did not make it to mine. You didn't make it to yours. It's like having sex for the first time. It's weird. It's awkward. No one knows what to do when it costs $50.
$50.
Was that supposed to be funny?
That
See,
was,
the girl's laughing. Girl's laughing.
That's what we call a punchline in the business. Not only that, it is the radio people, when you do this stuff, will never not laugh because they're worried their show's going to be shitty. So they're going to always give you the fake laugh and like some little aside comment.
They've got to make it seem like it's funny so that their audience hopefully follows.
Right.
Did you have a high school girlfriend?
I had a high school. That's why you go to just size everybody up. Say, hey, what are you doing now? Where are you at? See, because you have to be right with your life.
This is not even a joke, by the way. This is how Chad actually feels, Mr. I was cool in high school. He really is sizing people up when he goes to these things.
I don't know how you feel, but I don't give a shit about a high school reunion. I feel like if I wanted to see these people, I would be seeing them, and I don't need the reunion.
I'm just talking about it from a joke structure standpoint. It's just so hacky and forced and terrible. I mean, and you can even tell now, even this he's worse now, but even then 5 years ago, you could see Chad was just desperate for one thing to catch on. Like one thing to hook him. And now he gets mad at people and he goes, these people are just trying to build an audience. Yeah, no shit, Chad. That's what all of us are trying to do. I'm sorry you couldn't. It's like the Content House with him. He wanted to be on that Comedians of the Compound show. He wanted to be in that Content House. And then when he couldn't be on it, he spazzed out and yelled and screamed and yelled about how dumb it was. Same thing with building an audience. He tried to do it with his podcast. He thought a captain hat would catch on. Great job, sailor. And it bombed. It was terrible. Nobody gives a fuck about it unless he's making a fool of himself. So now he criticizes other people like us and Chrissy and Carl who are actually building an audience and going, oh, you're just doing that for views. Yeah, you should try it sometime, you dipshit. Anyway, back to him on Bob and Tom with his contrived fucking high school reunion material.
And I left my high school reunion. I swear to God, everyone thought I was a Ferris wheel operator after I left. I convinced everyone that I was working in a circus.
Really? Now they're probably going to send you cards because the circus is closing and they're worried about you.
I heard about that. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes.
Barnum and Bailey, they're folding it up in a
You know how pissed Chad is that they interrupted his bit? Because by the way, for you guys who call April a hole, you don't really know what a hole is. That's a hole. You notice how Chad was getting into a bit that he was setting up, and then she goes, and then she like fact checks the joke. Actually, they would probably be sad for you because the circus just closed down. It's like, bitch, he's doing a joke. He's lying. All right, he's not telling the truth. He's lying for the joke. Just let him tell his joke.
Just let him lie.
A hole is someone who comes in with something completely stupid
And says like, oh no, actually it's this.
and then ruins the entire vibe.
Yeah.
couple months.
Oh my goodness.
So there goes that dream for you.
Well, carnivals, plenty of carnivals.
No, there's still
Chad Zumock, former comedian, now
Carney.
now human cannonball.
Great job, Bob and Tom, destroying the premise of Chad's entire joke. That's a good job, guys.
We should be thanking them.
You know what? Maybe you're right. That's a good
You're
point.
seeing it
So
wrong.
by the way, I don't know why the mood I'm in. I remember the thing a couple years ago where they shot the human cannonball guy and he missed the net.
Where was this at?
It was
It didn't end well.
They shot this human cannonball and they
Bob and Tom are cracking themselves up more than Chad Zumock is.
And look at him. He's sitting here all uncomfortable and, oh, really? Oh,
do this. Do the pose he's doing right now. Here. Do the pose he's doing right now. Is that an untense, comfortable position? Is that you being comfortable and feeling good?
Oh, my shoulders are getting tense too.
That is him just being like, I got to tell my fucking jokes. I got to become a big-time comic. I lost my radio gig. I've got to get famous.
had done the math wrong, apparently. And he goes,
anyone who keeps that smile plastered on their face that long is stressing the fuck out.
I was just going to say, nobody sits like,
Here, ready?
okay, like this for forever.
Tell me a banal story about your life for about 30 seconds and hold on.
Oh, God. The other day in the deer stand, I really, really had to pee so badly. But I just, like, there's no bathroom there. So then I had to sit and wonder, like, okay, do I get down from my deer stand and go hide behind a tree? Or do I just hold it for, like, 3 hours? I don't know.
Did you just look at a comfortable man while you were telling that story?
No.
You know what those eyes are you know what Chad Zumock's eyes are screaming right now? Fucking don't let me die! Don't let my career die on the vine! Please, I just don't want to be a drunken failure anymore.
I just wanted to talk about me today.
I just want this goddamn high school reunion joke is gonna get me a living. You just let me tell the fucking thing.
flying by the net. And then, of course,
I want you to hear me.
He dies.
I think Josh.
I think that look has been plastered on his face while he strokes his arm. He's about to dig his. He's gonna get like the Brian Callen thing where he's just scratching into his legs.
Just ravages his fucking thighs.
Oh, Brian Callen, another person far more successful than Chad Zumock.
Yeah.
Josh, for once, will laughing at that. I think Josh will back me up on this. Do you need?
He's flapping his hand. He's going like this.
Stop! Did you hear him too? He's like, "Why are you laughing at that?
Let me do my joke."
Like that wasn't funny. I'm funny.
Also,
no, sorry.
I want to know why you're laughing.
There's a
at
bunch
that.
of kids there.
There's a bunch of kids. We saw this man skin himself on the
They
concrete.
have
Yeah, like-
all ignored Chad and are riffing on their own human cannonball thing.
You know this feeling? We've all been there before when we're sitting in a group of friends at like a dinner or a bar or something where everyone else is in on a story but you.
Yes.
And he's feeling that way right now.
Oh, no.
He goes flying by the net. Next thing you know, they've got some
I can't see he pulled
sideshow
through it
monkeys
anyway.
or something. And there's an ambulance.
He must have been dead, right? He must have
really
perished. I would
Oh, he
guess.
missed the net. Yeah, you want to.
Yeah, no.
They are having a great time talking about anything but Chad's jokes.
They're really. What if they're like doing a thing together? Like they're doing this on purpose? What if we should be thanking them and they only
Yeah.
brought him on to do this?
They have a hand signal for like when they realize the guest is a dipshit.
Exactly, like it's a temple rub or
Yeah.
something.
All right, guys. Hey, you remember the human cannonball guy that didn't make it? It's great. Why are we laughing at this? Shut the fuck up, weirdo.
Because it's still more funny than you.
Oh, you're a
not
dead
gonna-
man. Yeah.
I think
You're not gonna-
they're using.
You're not going to bounce.
They're using a bigger net.
Sounds like his azimuth was off.
Yeah.
He broke his azimuth, I bet.
Yeah, that's a lot of math.
I might be in the minority here, but that sounds like a sad story.
No, you're
Chad has no riff ability, no ability to
That's-
add on to anything they said. Like,
Aaron and I have joked about like dead babies before. Okay, you can have a sense of humor about something.
yeah, well, no, it's not that. He doesn't have anything, like, nothing's coming to him. He's not quick. He's not a, you watched
Okay,
his
so
podcast.
it goes beyond that, I suppose.
He has no ability to tag anything they're saying. Like, they tagged his high school reunion joke, and it may not have been a great tag, but they seem to enjoy it. Chad has nothing.
If you're stupid,
I just realized this. It's beyond making fun of him. I enjoy watching him struggle.
The squirm is fun.
I love watching Chad Zumach struggle. It brings me peace.
You're a caring human being.
Yeah, he may have had a family. He had a mother, at least. We know that. So, yeah.
If you go to get life insurance
he is
and you see
nervous.
what's your occupation, human cannonball, the agent's going to go,
Look at this. Do you see this?
Chad, I'm sorry. We don't.
Dude, it is glued. His face is glued. He's patting himself with his hands. He's like calming himself like a horse.
Oh my God.
Oh, Chad is awful here.
We don't insure cannonballs. That's a stupid idea. Wow. So I'm surprised you had a high school reunion. I assumed you were like.
Anyway, Chad, back to your dog. Hold on. Let me stop laughing, Chad. Let me stop the fun here for a second. Anyway, Hack, back to your dog shit bit. Go ahead.
GED guy.
Oh my God.
Oh, well, hi, Tom.
I mean, the GED.
Everything I have told you is coming true.
Because
April, you're right. They
Thank
don't
you.
like him, and they're just like, you know what? Let's just shit on this guy.
That was confirmation for me. I'm like, they actually only brought him on here to do this.
Oh my God! Poor Chad. Everybody just mocks him and ridicules him everywhere he goes.
And this is 5 years ago.
Yes, they had to. You know what? Bob and Tom, I usually call hacks and shit like that. I will give Bob and Tom credit. They saw through Chad Zumach right from Jump Street.
Mm-hmm.
The GED people, you get together for your. Hey, remember that Sunday we all got together and took that exam? That was a good day.
Oh, he's tapping himself.
This
Well, I
gets
was a
tighter.
general studies major.
Oh, okay.
I still don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I may or may not be qualified to be an assistant manager at Hot Topic. I don't know.
Wow, that's nice. Now I couldn't. You said
Assistant manager at a hot. Oh,
Was that an
boy.
admission, like meaning he's actually like done that or applied or something?
It's just an admission that he has no ability to ad lib on a radio show.
Watch this though.
He was in radio. How are you not able to be good?
Notice that he's also not in radio anymore. Something went wrong.
Well,
And
the booze.
By the way, this keeps getting tighter, and he's
Yeah.
like doing this back here.
That is definitely a self-soothe move.
Oh man.
your high school girlfriend, was she there? Or did you have one? Or
I did. She was there. She's married, happily married. So I just watched her be happy.
Well, that's nice.
As I just sat in the corner.
Yeah, I went to an all boys school, so.
You know why that's not funny? Because we can definitely see Chad being that guy.
Yes.
It's a little too close, little too on the nose there, Chad.
Wouldn't be.
How was your high school?
That's got to be a special kind of reunion.
They are not buying into any of his bits. He's setting them up, and then they're going, I went to an all-boys school. They're
I'm
personally,
telling you.
they're purposely cutting him off at the knees to fuck with him. Wow, I'm actually respecting Bob and Tom here.
I kind of saw this like right away. I like that they're doing this.
He's starting to do a bit, and then the other guy goes, I went to an all-boys school, which completely cuts the legs out from underneath his joke. And now notice when Chad talks, they're silent, and when they start talking, they're all giggling.
Involving a cracker?
Yeah. And try not to look at anybody, especially that one guy. Yeah.
Lonely in the dark room.
Everybody handing him an Altoid.
Oh, yeah. Right. That's right. Here you go. Woo!
Wow.
They're all laughing at each other and just completely dismissing Chad's entire thing. This is the greatest clip. Thank you to, was it Chad Anonymous?
Chad Anonymous.
Thank you to Chad Anonymous for this clip. This is fucking great from 5
Yeah.
years ago.
Damn near a whole minute will go by without hearing Chad's voice because these guys are all chuckling together.
Oh, and they're cracking each other
Oh,
up.
God, are they so happy?
His tweet is Tom drunk.
That's the end of the clip right there. Oh, that is too good.
That was very uncomfortable.
That is so nice to see.
And that has been 5 years ago. I can't imagine it's gotten better.
Yeah, 5
for
years
Chad.
ago, Chad was still getting his dick kicked in by real entertainment people.
Even his self-deprecation isn't funny. Because you're right, it is. It's too on the nose. It's sad.
Yeah. It's oof. want to see what the chat thinks before. We do have a little bit of time to play one of his stand-up clips, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as good as that Bob and Tom thing.
No.
This Chad gives me Josh Denny vibes.
Oh.
Josh Denny's funnier than Chad Zumock.
Yeah, that was an insult to Josh Denny.
I'm going to tell you right now, Josh Denny is like Gino Bisconte to me now, where it's like I've seen Chad and I've seen these other people. I've also seen how kind of full of shit Red Bar can be. And I'm like, you know what? Josh Denny is not that bad anymore comparatively to Tony Michaels and Chad Zumock. As I grade on that curve, he's not as bad.
Should I reach out to
fuck him.
Josh and say you buried that too?
Fuck him. We gave him a chance. I'm fine with him. He's still got some hostility or whatever. Let him live with that. I only reach out once, and then I'm not going to be made a fool of, as it were.
All right.
Paul Polito says Chad's oozing discomfort in this segment.
Oh, he's literally squeezing it out of himself.
Yeah, people in our chat are going, okay, I'm actually liking Bob and Tom now.
That was really good.
Yeah, Bob and Tom, women snuck women into the showers too. I didn't know Bob and Tom was gay. You didn't? Have you ever watched their show? Wow. That was painful to watch.
Just when you see somebody awkwardly sitting like this, trying to like console themselves quietly.
Yeah, just kind of.
Okay.
This too, this move here. He's going like this, and it's like, dude.
He kept doing this to his bicep with his thumb too, just like self-soothing.
All right, we got time for one more, and then tonight we'll do the DSP thing from his Halloween event. This is, Chad thinks that all we do is shit on him and that we're not trying to help him. I mean, we're putting his stuff out there. We can't help the quality of it. Like, we're trying to help Chad Zumock get back on his feet, you know?
Yeah, we've actually given you advice like, hey, maybe lean into the person you are.
We're trying to help him put together a life for himself, and he thinks we're just shitting on him. Absolutely not, Chad. We are here to help. So in that vein, we are going to play a clip from Chad Zumock's Dry Bar YouTube video, Kmart Ready. All right? Now, I got this idea both from Chad Anonymous, but also Carl on his last episode of Who Are These Podcasts, which I highly urge you to go check out, played a clip of him performing for like 4 people at a comedy club.
Oh.
And it was fucking brutal. And I thought, you know what? On my show, because this Carl's a meanie head big bully, right?
Oh, yeah.
On my show, fuck that Carl guy. I'm going to give Chad Zumock a fair shake, and I'm going to play a full crowd, dry bar bit. We're going to give Chad a fair shake here before we end the show. All right?
I think that's fair.
This one is called Dating in Your 40s is the Absolute Worst. I hope you guys like comedy because you're going to be doubled over with laughter.
A little about the Z-Man. Yeah, I'm in my 40s. Never been married, never had a kid. No one's happy for me. Nobody. Nobody. I always thought you're 40s, never been married, never had a kid. You're a catch. Turns out you're 40s, never been married, never had a kid. You're not a catch. People look at you like you're a suspect. They want answers.
That was like
alibis.
You know what happened there? That was like a big punchline, and he got a titter. He didn't get much, so he's like gonna constantly
he's
tag
leaning
it.
in.
Yeah, he's gonna keep trying to tag it. By the way, he looks like alcohol bloat.
You do. That is that weird round belly that men get.
He's got really weird booze bloat. That doesn't last long, by the way.
So you're saying you wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't fuck Chad Zumock, unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm
Chad.
not dating right now. Anyone here dating? You know why? Because there's nothing left. There's nothing left.
I mean, you could tell Gino and Anthony that there's nothing left. I mean,
they're pulling chicks my age, so
they're doing pretty well, Chad. You just got to have at least a modicum of success. I mean, Jesus, I'm not sitting here saying Gino's Anthony Cumia, but he's got his own place. I mean, so there's that.
They certainly have no problem getting women.
Yeah.
Dating right now is like going to the Tampa Walmart on Dale Mabry. There's nothing left. Thank you.
Here's how you know that you're desperate in your special. That is a local reference that a hack feature does when he's at like Benton Station in Sauk Rapids. When I started out in comedy, I emceed at Benton Station, and the feature would always come up to me and go, "You guys have Aldi around here? 'Cause I've got some good Aldi jokes. All right, what's a shitty city around here that you guys make fun of?" And you tell them that, and they go use that on stage for a cheap pop. So he does like a cheap Tampa Walmart pop.
Like a native thing.
Yeah, because this joke is not going well.
No.
Please clap.
Please
I
clap.
force applause breaks.
He Jeb Bushed it.
Some people earn them, I force them.
Yikes.
Oof.
Yeah, dating right now is weird. It's strange. I don't know. I'm in my 40s. I'm a white guy dating during the Me Too movement. It's over. I'm never.
Can I say something? In my experience as a comic, he just forgot part of his bit.
Oh yeah, you saw that. Oh,
he was
God.
reset. He did that reset thing. That's a tick when you go, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, and he forgot part of his bit,
time.
and now he's moving on to something else.
Mhm.
That dating into the Me Too thing, there was a connecting tissue there that he missed.
Yeah,
because that was a weird, hard transit. Either that, or he's just dog shit. That could be it too.
We're gonna kiss a girl again. The Me Too movement is like they call it the ice bucket challenge of sexual assault, where every white male on Netflix got nominated this year.
Look at him shaking.
Yeah, did you watch his mic?
He is nervous.
His mic is wavering like this.
What kind of specials is Dry Bar giving people? Are they just handing them out?
I don't know, dude. But also, like, there is something to be said on a serious note about somebody in their 40s who's never been in a serious relationship or married or anything ever. Like,
Could
even
be
if
you.
it went wrong, at least you were, like, attempting.
Nominated this
Look
year.
at you.
Shaking.
Thank you. That's a rough joke for some people. Some people are laughing. I take chances in front of 84 people. That's what I do. I go for it. I swing for the fences, kids. I see you up there. Take a chance. I'm on dating apps. Anybody else on these nightmares? Yeah, you have to download an app to find your love now. So you have to swipe right and left all day long. Right if you like them, left if you don't. So I'm like left, like you're not good enough, left. That's what I do all day.
Chad, you are not a guy who can afford to be picky. I don't know what you're seeing in the mirror, but I'm seeing alcohol bloat and a failed career. I do not see a guy who should be swiping left on anything. If it's under 200 pounds, you should be hitting right, bud.
Not only that, I can promise you he's not swiping left.
No.
Left. I'm afraid I'm gonna go into real life, like go to a bar, see a woman and just swipe left like you're not good enough. Yeah, I just canceled myself on that joke. That's fine. I take chances.
What are you gonna
Never
cancel?
happened. That was a pretend lady.
Get it? He's hard. He's edgy.
We're gonna go weird places, but we're gonna come back. I'm smart enough and I'm clever. Okay, I've been doing this for 17 years because I had a dream when I was a child.
Don't say that. Don't tell 80 people that you've been doing this for 17 years. That's the saddest thing of it. I've heard you say a lot of sad things.
They're going to keep putting all those sad things together. Okay, 40, still single, nothing to his name. Been doing this for 17 years.
We're clearly pity laughing at this gentleman, and he's been doing this for 17 years. Oh, shit.
Oh, we know, comics like that really should probably be in a bigger position, but...
Adrian Washington is more successful than Chad Zumock.
Yes, he is.
I'm going to say
Absolutely
that right now.
He is.
I wanted to make $3,600 a year, so I made that come true. Thank you.
No, you didn't.
Make-A-Wish Foundation. I didn't force that applause break. I earned it. I met a girl on a dating app.
Yeah?
And this is a true story.
It means he's lying.
We exchanged phone numbers. It was nice, pleasantry. And I want to take her on a date because I'm a gentleman. Yeah.
I don't know what they gas this crowd up with, but this is charmless.
There's laugh gas in the air.
This is utterly charmless.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where do you want to go? And she's like, let's do something fun. I'm like, all right, yeah, let's have fun. She's like, you know what'd be fun? I'm like, what? A buffet. I'm like, what? A buffet! I call my buddy Chuck, like, she wants to go to an all-you-can-eat buffet. He's like, she sounds awesome.
Do they have a laugh light in there? Because so far nothing funny has been said, yet this crowd has given him everything they've got.
I would guess, otherwise they're just like the most boring, unfunny people ever.
Or it's a Dry Bar special and they just pump the laughter in.
Yeah.
That's possible also.
No, she sounds pregnant.
That might be pumped
Well, you
in.
need a fake date on a date, let alone a first date. You know how that date ends?
You leave Michelle
Who's
alone.
with me? Thank you.
Diarrhea.
Thank you so much. Yes.
A diarrhea
I
joke.
forced that applause break.
Stop
In my
saying
40s,
that.
I wrote a diarrhea joke and I got an applause break. My life rules. Let's party tonight. Who's with me? I'm staying here at the Baymont Inn, 147. The hot tub's broke. Let's party.
This is a bad middle act at a bar, let alone a dry bar special. Oh my God! Do you want to suffer through 30 seconds more of this abortion before we wrap it up?
We should see how he wraps this up.
Ugh. Hope with a plastic bag over his head with a belt.
Fuck.
Anyways, where were we?
You were failing.
All right, let's
continue.
focus.
17 years now.
I just got the iPhone 3, so I'm doing well.
Oh, that's it. That's
that was it.
Chad Zumock makes me feel bad for ever shitting on any other comic.
Any open micer ever?
Yes, I feel really bad because I always thought that they were the bottom of the barrel, and then I watched Chad, and I watched the bottom of that barrel completely fall out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it falls off with him.
I feel like I watch Chad suck as hard as he does, and I go, I feel like I have apologies to make.
We just said, positive about Adrian. So.
I'm sorry to Adrian Washington, Josh Denny. I already made good with Gino Bisconte. This guy is... Oof, is this bad? All right, we are way over time, though, and we do have Shuli at 11:30, so I got to stop, put this stuff up on Patreon for the audio-only crowd, and then we will be back at 11:30 with Shuli, and then at 7 o'clock tonight for the evening show. Tuesdays are getting busy.
Yep. Come back here, though, live at 11:30. Have some fun.
April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to the rest of you, thanks for knocking that out for us. We will talk to you again at 11:30 in less than an hour. Talk to you then.